Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 81st DFC episode. I hope you guys are ready. We've got quite the card. We got a last-minute addition to the card. We have a handicap duel tonight. One combatant mentally handicapped and the other one physically. But I'm not going to tell you which is which. Joby has joined last minute. And he's now on the card. He's going up against Doombringer, who recently broke his arm. Oh, how about this? I'm not supposed to say anything. So that's going to be an interesting match. It's a duel for the handicap pass. Who will get it? Who will bring that sucker home? I really hope we get to see that tonight. That one is going to be fun. It's going to be an SVS duel, likely Blizz versus ES Fireballer. And then we've also got some guy at the top just ripping people off from title shots. Let's just cut into this. Check out the card. I'm sick of talking about it. Look at this guy up at the top, just taking people's title shots. Y'all might have seen an earlier version of the card where I was the person that was going to get the title shot this week, but somehow Polytheus, they swapped him out last minute or something. I don't know why. It's kind of crazy, but I think this is going to be a very good card. We also have prizes on the line for Fight of the Night and Performance of the Night, so don't you forget it. What an incredible card, man. Absolutely incredible. Real quick, let's cut over and do some business. I want to give a special shout out to Inso for the God Tier membership. That's God Tier. He did this a couple days ago. We weren't live. But it's that form of support that keeps this chalice full and keeps the Juckfuckery alive. Also, we got David. We got Thomas Huddleston. Both of those guys with S tier. We've got Buckeye. We've got LPC. Leroy. Brute Pendragon. I see you. Carter Johnson. Will lifts weights. He also lifts spirits. You guys all do with these memberships. Nathan French. Xander Optic. Salty and Sunshine, Nightfall, my dude. And of course, Gator Boone and Night Fury 89X. I want to tip a special one back to these guys from the spaceship. And you might be able to see a little something going on in the background. But first, this is for all you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. We also have an unsung hero and likely DFC legend for the first time on the card, Premo, trying to shut down the winning streak of Javitopvp, trying to stop it in its tracks. Can he do it? It's going to be a Din v Neck matchup. That one should be fun. Speaking of Din v Neck matchups, let's cut around to this guy. Looks like Coooley got so bad on the Din that he gave it to someone else. That's an all-new low. Don't get too excited about this one. I've seen this guy. He lost the llama on a Necro. Fucking trash. Became an internet meme. It's going to be an easy win for Dio. However, Dio's going to get a chance to test out his new character. He built himself a Din. Last time we saw it was a hammered in, but he has been known to play a VT. Whatever he plays against Coooley, it should be an easy 4 ears in the Bloodmore, and it shouldn't take long. It's too bad they don't give prizes away for fastest knockout of the night, because I'm pretty sure Dio would get that against this chump. Look, the losses are all behind him. Last week he won. He won against Nightfall, I believe. Very good matchup. Very close. And now Javitopvp is looking to keep that win streak going. kicking some ass on the Din. This is the DFC, the Din Fight Club. All these other characters are really ancillary in here. No one invited them, but we act happy that they showed up. But this is a Din's world. And I'm so happy that some people have caught on. Look at this. We got a Din champion right now, Serenity. We didn't get to see this last week, but this did happen in the Discord. We have Serenity as the new DFC champion with an incredibly difficult matchup for his first true test as to whether or not he can defend it. He beat Root on the ES Fireballer, something that many people thought could not be done, myself included. It was a close 4-3 match, I believe. But this guy took it to secure and unify the belts. So I guess that was technically his first defense. Was against the real champion, but Serenity showed once and for all who the real one is. Yeah, we just nerfed the Din. That will likely solve a lot of things. We cut the life tap chance down from 15% to 10. Yeah. They deserved a big nerf like that. They're getting out of control. I wouldn't want to do Dio like that, man. I wouldn't want to do Dio like that. Din on Din. Look, I might have fallen off the top ranks for the Dins, but you guys know what it is. Everybody has bad days, weeks, years. Everybody has them. But I'm just as good once as I ever was. And I would hate to exact that sort of Din violence against Dio. Especially Hammerdin v. Hammerdin. Man. By the way, what's up, everyone? I'm so thankful you guys have popped out here and joined us for this next DFC event. We're coming up on it, man. We're coming up on it. I'm going to keep an eye on the Discord. If this is your first time in the DFC, you're wondering what the hell to do, just make sure you join the Discord. The link is in the description of this video. Once you're in there, you should see a join the stream voice channel. Just pop in there. You'll see my dumb, ugly mug. Or you'll see somebody who looks like me without sunglasses as their avatar. I don't know who that is. Need to kick him out of there. But we'll leave him in there as a placeholder. He's in there. He kind of looks like me. Just pop in there with him. You don't have to talk or anything. You can mute yourself if you want. If you're shy, you know, if you're a little shy, you can do that. But once you're in a game with your opponent, once you've connected, and you guys are ready to duel, just share your screen. I can see when you go live in there, and that lets us know that you're ready to duel, ready to go, ready for some DFC violence. Should be a good time, man, so I'll be waiting for that. And also, if I don't see it, just give me the heads up here in chat. It's always the best way. We've also got Mr. Arm & Hammer himself, the Din versus the Sin Tempest. Pools are allowed for this one. We're gonna go try a little experimentation here. Okay, a little bit of experimentation. Din v Sin is a little tough. And what we've seen in recent DFC history is that when Sins run out of mana, they just sit there and don't do anything. And it's still actually pretty hard to kill them. So in light of this, we're just going to try to empower the Sin a little bit. I'm not sure if Armand is on Hammer Din or if he's going to swap to VT or what he's going to do. I'm not sure what type of Din he's on. If he's on a Hammer Din, it could be a shit show in one way, you know, for Tempest. If he's on a Smiter or a VT, it could be a pretty good match. But we're going to see. We're going to see how it all shakes out. We've also got Dooke versus DJ Johnny Dubs. This guy, DJ Johnny Dubs, making his way up the top of the ranks. But I got to tell you, Dooke, unsung hero on this card. Underrated, potential future champion. And he's not at all trying to let DJ Johnny Dubs get through. He says enough is enough I'm going to put a stop to this reign. But you never know. This guy, Bane himself, DJ Johnny Dubs, is absolutely savage on every character we've seen him on. By the way, what's up, Toshank? Says the 18k trap damage sin. Yeah. Max pushing things to the limit. That's how it is, man. That's how it always is. You should expect no less. We also have this interesting matchup. I'm actually not really sure how this one's going to go. This is GVN versus Riz. GVN clearly rising up in the ranks, putting the stoppage to a lot of people that many didn't think he could. And he goes back to that classic Zon setup, a lot of times just using fortitude and running around. This guy really turning up the heat, and he's got everything to prove tonight against Riz. I don't really know how that's going to go. I hope we didn't set up a match that's just an absolute shit show in one way or another. But I think it's going to be good. I don't know. What do you think, Max? Is it Ghost v Zon? Is it a shit show in one direction or the other, or is it pretty good? Riz will 5-0 him. I was hoping that wouldn't be the case. GVN did really well against, or has been doing very well against Barbs, right, with Whirlwind. So I figured, you know, Assassin's got the Mind Blast, a little bit more tricks in there, could be tricky. Riz will probably 5-0. Wow. Okay. All right. Looks like GVN might be on Teleboa. That might be his plan. You never know. He might switch it up. I'm very curious. Sometimes we've made these matches with little expectations for somebody, and they somehow just show up and prove. Like, what we fed Serenity to the Wolves last week. That's what I felt like. Going up against Root. Shit. I trash all Dins on my ES Fireballer. There ain't a Din besides Marvel that can take out that ES Fireballer. That's the only one that ever has in history. And I only admit to it because it was recorded. But he got there. Look, there's no such thing as cheese. If it works, it ain't cheese. If it works, it grows into a fungus, polluting the minds of all Dins. So therefore, it is viral. It is game-changing. It's only cheesy if you lose. If it works, it works. I didn't actually see that match between Serenity and Root. Root didn't seem to be too happy afterwards, though. He didn't seem to be too happy. He sent me some message, but I was drinking. I didn't respond to it. Right. Yeah, it was a good question. It's a good question. But I'm not sure exactly what happened in the match, but I gotta say, I'm impressed that any Din, I don't even care what he did. The fact that any Din beats an ES Fireballer is just impressive. Like, fucking A, if he tokened from a Hammered into VT midway through the duel, like, I mean, not technically allowed, but I mean, I'd still be surprised. You know, it's just crazy. Then we've got Nightfall versus Brand. This is a rematch from a little while ago. These guys both looking to get back onto the ranks, and this is the matchup to do it. Now, Brand is going to be going all stunting on this guy today. You guys thought it was a mistake last week that he showed up on a Tal Rasha Sorceress. No. He's going to do it again. He's going to do it again, and he's going to try to take the SVS rematch here today on a Tal Rasha Sorceress. I don't know how to feel about that. I hope we see it. I hope something happens. You should be. You should be, Hellian. Let's check it out, actually. Let's see. Yeah, Hellian, number 11, just outside of the top 10, man. Just outside of the top 10. One more win will probably put you up into title contention range, into the top 10. It's usually how it happens. Anyone in the top 10, it's fair game for those title contentions. Whatever isn't boring. That's basically how it shakes out. Where is Javito's name? You have to be, I think this goes pretty deep. And I think after 15, it stops. Mainly that's because Joby was number 16 at one point, so we cut the list at 15, so that Joby would be an unranked dueler. I don't know why they chose to do that. Seems kind of rude. But that's how it shook out, man. Top 15 in the rankings. I don't actually know what the record is anymore to get into the rankings. It's probably like three wins, 3 or 4 wins gets you in there within the last 100 days. Yeah. Then we've got, look at this one. This one's going to be a bitch. Toshank versus Craft 30. That's either, I think that's Chew 30, right? I think that's Chew 30. I think Chew 30 has made a triumphant return here. It's either Chew 30 or it's Crafted. I always get confused. But either way, I think it's going to be a sick matchup. Pools allowed on this one, mainly because that's actually in the rules now. If it's Nec v Sin, pools are allowed. Mainly because if Necros run out of mana, they just die. And if Sins run out, they kind of also just die. They just sit there in traps and they can't outrange a Necro. And if they both run out of mana, it's the most boring duel ever. So in this particular setup, in this particular matchup, we actually put it in the rules. It's just mana pools are allowed. Let's fucking go. We love to see it, Toshank. That's gonna be sick, man. And then we've got, speaking of the devil, Hellian going up against NYCmaxim. Now look, that next win to get you into the top 10 is gonna be a doozy. It's gonna be a doozy because we've got another Sin v Nec. God, I hope some of these don't go to time. That or we get multiples going on at once or some shit. These can be long duels, but they can also be pretty exciting duels. We're keeping a special eye. You might wonder why there's so many Nec v Sin duels on the card tonight. First of all, I think they can actually be pretty exciting. We actually watched a Sin v Nec matchup a couple of weeks back, and it was fucking phenomenal. It took a while, but it was just action-packed and fun to watch. Like, highly skilled at every second of the duel. It was just so good. But we're keeping a special eye on these because, look, I don't like there not being mana pots, right? I wish we could just bring it back, like mana pools. So we want to watch these duels particularly close to see what happens with latesing, right? And perhaps make very specific rules about certain classes, whether it's Sins or whether it's Necros. Whether we have to revert rules back. It's not something I'm saying we're doing right away. But perhaps instead of banning mana pools, we say Sins cannot sit in 5 stacks. If you sit in a 5 stack, you just DQ'd, right? And we say Necros cannot IBS train for fucking 2 minutes straight. Like, you can't just keep launching IBS trains and teleporting across the map. And if you do that, like, if you keep doing that, it's okay to do it every once in a while. But if you keep doing that, it's just, you're late in too much. DQ. You know what I mean? It's just thoughts in my head. Like, what do we observe in these types of duels with multiple people going at it? So it's 85-20, unless you're wearing T-Gods, and then it's 85-15. Basically, the rules against Sins are fuck Sins. So you can stack up that light sword right to the moon, basically, in this rule set. Mainly because fuck Sins, man. In search of 15 Wisp, I got you, bro. Got me a 15 Wisp. Probably ain't using it tonight. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's true. I think that rule came about because of Necros more than anything, but we just extended it to all of the other top tier classes too. Druid didn't get hurt much with that hit. Sin got hurt a little bit. And when they run out of mana, they just sit there. Like, so it's kind of, it's interesting. But Necro probably got hurt the most. We haven't seen many Necros. since that rule, which is not the point of it. Yeah, low wisp also works. Low wisp technically works. 85-20. I think that's probably the best way to go about it, but maybe T-Gods is still good. T-Gods might actually be the best. We might have to... I've been seeing some trap damage going in on some big characters too, and it doesn't look good. But you want to know what's funny though? I went back and watched NYCmaxim's duel video from way back in the day. It was the Joby Sucks World Tour Part 2 the other day. I watched a good portion of that. And I was looking at the sin damage. It's pretty comparable to like what we're doing now. So it might look low compared to what it used to be and what we're used to for like the last couple of, last year or so, I would say, on the sin. But it's kind of pretty comparable to what it was in LOD. Maybe a little less, but like, fuck sense. By the way, what's up, Master Otis? Big cheers to you, man. 29 rep, that's fine. Stack it right up, man. Stack it right up. Then, of course, like I said, we've got DIOWIND versus Coooley, and we've got Doombringer versus Joby. All jokes aside, I think those are going to be some fun duels. DIOWIND trying to get his feet back under him on a Din. Me, absolutely suck on a Necro. Technical class advantage, but I'm actually the worst Necro I've ever seen duel. I have literally never seen a worse Necro duel. So we're not allowing mana pots in that one, so I'm going to be forced to figure it out. I also get to see how shitty it is on a Necro with no pools. All these things. This is a test card right here. We're gonna get to, maybe things will change after this card. We're gonna see. Yeah, he has a big fapping injury. Yep. But it's unlikely that he'd need more than one hand anyway. Let's be real. Just telly blizz. Telly blizz. That can get you there mostly. So it's unlikely. But that being said, let's check this out, man. Let's check out what we've got going on today. All right. This is the Necro. I might need a lot of practice, actually, to be honest with you all. Right now, I'm in Jack 1, Password 1. I haven't cleared the more. I haven't really tried. I'm just kind of getting ready. I may need some people to practice against. Preferably Dins. I need to beat up on some Dins to feel good about myself, but mainly to get ready. All right, look at this. Look at this. We've got Toshank. He's probably a VT, so hold on. Let me get my, let me get all my shit on. Let me get my shit on before I get shit on. We need some light res. Do I have... Wow, I don't even got the right shit on this guy. I gotta... Jesus Christ. I don't even know what we're doing with this dude. We're just gonna chuck that in there. We'll call it good. So FOH is gonna hurt quite a bit. But that's okay. Actually, no, we can swap out the boots. Never mind. I must have done something right with this dude. I must have figured my life out at one point on this guy, huh? Huh? We do need a caster ring. Probably a little bit of mana there, too. We'll be looking good. All right, let's lock this in. Let's lock this in. Let's get warmed up. We got the Blood Golem. We're not breaking any rules. I got to make sure I can Bone Prison. That's an important one. Got to make sure I got Emilio. Another important one. I think I'll probably spear. All right, go, bro. Oh, shit. We gotta... We got the swirlies. That means we got to get the fuck out of here, guys. Oh, we almost got him. I think we did 10%. Not sure. I think hdin. I think Dio's on hdin. He says he'll restat to hammer. Isn't Toshank RaLn P's other account? It might be. Who knows? That'd be crazy. RaLn P actually kicking some mad ass in DFC though. I gotta say, kicking some mad ass. Yeah. What's my cast? Am I looking good? Yeah, 125 cast. Like, not really sure what else we're gonna do here. I guess maybe we could swap out our Maras. We could swap out to Maras. Or maybe we could just put this on. Hold on. Might be able to put something like this on. And then we don't have to... Yeah, this is the way to go. We figured it all out. By the way, Lucas Ortiz. My dude, I see you. Hold up. Hold up, I see you. We gotta get this. We gotta get this right.
LFG. LFG.
You heard that. Bro, that's fucking insane. 20 bucks. If that don't deserve a chalice cheers from the spaceship, I don't know what does. Bro, Lucas Ortiz, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for that. That was amazing. That's going to go right towards the most important shit. I actually got it on the shopping list to get some more of this right here. It's on sale. I'll put it right towards that. It's the fuel for the spaceship. In case anybody was wondering. Goes right in the gas tank. It's on the outside. Walk around. Bro, in all seriousness, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Big cheers to you. If anyone's sipping on anything tonight, tip one back to our boy Lucas. Big cheers. All right, I guess we're kind of fired up here again. Like we got this stuff. I didn't use many pots. I got my ass kicked there. I think I should spear more. I used to do this versus Necros too. Is just like Bone Spirit doesn't really seem to hit a lot.
Good to see you.
Like it's just kind of this backup skill that a lot of Necros just default to, and it doesn't really seem to hit a lot. So I think I need to get better at spearing. I think that's what I gotta do. Yo, what's up, Dark? We have 0 fire resist, but this will actually give Joby a shot. Alright, no. Looks like Toshank's back and ready to go. Oh, nice cut. Yeah, I feel so awkward on a Necro, dude. I feel so awkward. It's just odd. I gotta get in the zone. I gotta get with it. Before we do that, let's cut it over.
Just a support bud. Reminder, 50 pp watching, 15 likes. Come on, we can do better than this smiley face.
If you're a PP and you're watching, you stand up straight and smash that fucking like button. For Sludgehammer's sake. Bro, thank you so much for that 20 spot. Big support, man. Holy shit, thank you. Big cheers to you, brother. If anyone's sipping on anything, let's tip one back to Sludgehammer tonight as well. What a hell of a way to start this, man. I can't even fucking believe this. That's amazing, dude. Really appreciate it. You know what? I don't know what it is about that, but suddenly, I gotta lean forward in my seat because I think I just got better at Necro, too. I don't know what you just did, Sledge, but it's gonna fucking work. All right, it's time. It's time. We're gonna do this. All right, we just have to get good.
DFC Night LFG. Let's see some ears.
Let's fucking go. All right, this one right here. That one was for you. I told you. I fucking told you. That's what it took. Bro, Andrew Shea. We're back up here in the spaceship for another special cheers. 1999. Holy shit, man. He says, DFC night, let's fucking go. Let's see some ears. You about to see it. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much. We're tipping one back to Andrew Shea tonight, boys. And also, we're tipping one back to Toshank for not only helping me and kicking my ass here, getting me prepared for these dins, but also for the 20 Canadian. Holy shit, man. You guys are too kind. Toshank, big cheers to you, man. I appreciate you. We gonna see another fight of the night tonight? I fucking hope. Let's get it. Boys, this support means a lot. I can't thank you enough. But you know what I can do? I can kill some more fucking dins. Just like that. This is how it's gonna go. You saw it happen before we started using spear more. We leaning forward in the seat. I think that's really what it came down to. Oh, yeah. Sec. Let me grab that real quick. Let me grab it real quick. I gotta grab him his 15% wisp. Alright. This is for Hellian. 15% wisp for Hellian. Here it is. Look at this. It's perfect, too. It's a perfect 15% wisp. We don't fuck around. Alright. Just send it back my way after you get fight of the night. No problem. What did I do with my wisp? Am I blind? I'm fucking blind. How do I do this every time? There it is. Look at this pretty one. This is self-found too. Clipped and self-found. Alright, let's get it. Going back on the Necro. We gotta get souped up. We gotta get in the zone. Yeah, big cheers to you guys tonight, man. That's fucking awesome. I can't even believe that, man. That's like... That's humbling. Lucas Ortiz, Sledgehammer, Andrew Shea, and Toshank. Big cheers to you guys, man. Fucking A. Cannot believe it. That's nuts. Oh, man.
More EA or SSSS.
You fucking know it. But we're going back just for that. Wow, man. Jerry Beatty, big cheers to you. More ears are coming. In the blood more. We're not fucking around. We're gonna kill all the dins tonight. We're gonna get to a level where we can at least kill noobs on this Necro. And that's gonna help. Big cheers to you, Jerry Beatty. Thank you so much, man, for the 10 spot. And of course, the membership. I want to say, hey, this is the first ever super chat from Jerry as well. And he sent it to me, man. Fuck. That's awesome, dude. I'm honored. Let's kick some ass, huh? Let's do it. Let's fucking go. I think I'm fired up now. I think I'm suddenly good on a Necro. I think I just got good. All right, let's do it. Oh, I almost had him, though. I almost had him. I got a lot better there. I'm just a little lost as to what to do when I run away. Like, do I get a spirit train going, 99% of them, that will not hit? Or do I just get good with spears? I think it's always comes down to the latter. The best Necros I've ever seen are the ones that are good with spears. Just get comfortable with it, just do it, just get good. I see you, Nightfall. Let's do this.
Another shot. Let's go.
Let's fucking go, man. Big shot to you, Nightfall, with the 10 Canadian. This shot is for you, my dude. Too kind, my dude. This is I can't even believe this night, man. And it's all, you guys can see it. I don't know what it is. They say you couldn't pay to win, but look at you guys. You're doing it. I'm getting better. I didn't think it was possible. Nightfall, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much, brother. I'm getting fucking better, though. It's not even a lie. I almost killed Toshank, which is something. You have to count your wins where they come. Toshank left. He didn't want none. Yeah. Hold on. What's the... Oh, yeah, this is a wicked laggy game. Next game. Too laggy. Let's go next game. I'm gonna make the next one, because this is like... I'm gonna go Jack 2 password 2. Let me test it first before you join up. We actually got to see the ping and shit. It still looks really pingy. Yeah, like 94 ping. Oh, I guess it's not bad now. 78. Hold up, wait for it. Yeah, this is fine. It went down to 62, so it must have meant that I was just lagging there. All right, this one's fine. Jack 2 password 2.
Good day.
Yeah, it's not horrible. The last one was bad, dude. I don't know what it is. Sometimes they just get created on like the shittiest servers. But I gotta say one thing, right? I have not been failing to join a lot of games in recent history on Diablo 2, and thank God for that. Oh, word, okay. We probably needed a new game anyway, though, bro. I mean, obviously, you guys know now why I was losing. It's because I was lagging. I wasn't lagging. I wasn't losing, I was lagging. And look at this. As soon as we step out, it's back to 103 ping. Whatever. We're just going to have to deal with it. We're going to go with it. We're going to make this happen. All right, I'm going up against Bear. This should be very easy. Should be very easy. Should be no problem. I usually beat him on anything but a din. Usually. Pretty easy. Lag. Yeah, you guys know me by now. Fucking good on this guy. You know, you guys know me getting good on this Necro. All right, I forgot I can't block. That's a thing. Yeah, I gotta remember that. I gotta remember that. I can't block on this dude. All right. I think we tagged him. Huh? We're getting there. We're getting good. I told you guys, we're getting good.
Greetings.
Did you see that? You see that pure aggression that time? I only used about 1 row. A little over. Little over. I told you guys, this game is a little bit pay to win. You guys have been sending some generous donations my way, and now I'm fucking winning. I guess this is a pay to win game, because you guys done did that for me, and I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, man. We're getting there. We're getting in the zone. Not even fucking touched that time, guys.
Yes?
Holy shit. I think it might be. Yo, it's Bick. What's up, dude? Big cheers to you, man. How you been? Yeah, this is it. This is it. Time to stop playing Hammered and play neck. I wish I could say it was me, but it wasn't. I mean, it was Nightfall, it was Jerry Beatty, it was Toshank, Andrew Shea, Sledgehammer, Lucas Ortiz. All these guys, the kind of generous donations today. It's not me. It was those guys. Because I'm literally the most budget that you've probably ever seen. Look, don't be so hard on yourself, man. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'd like to think that all the dins that I beat are top tier. And all the ones that I lose to, it's lag. Right? You guys know this by now. Alright, go bear. This is a big one. This is a big test. I'm leaned forward in my seat. We just beat him up hard, dude. We just fucking beat him up hard. Oh, Dio's in fucking trouble, man. Dio's in fucking trouble, boys.
Hello.
I'm getting there. We're cranking it up. We're cranking it up. We just got to get aggressive. You can't be a bitch
Yes.
on a Necro. You got to get good. Dude, it's a lot, and I think it depends on what happens. Honestly, Hellian, I think it depends on what happens. If you proc that lower res on Max, like if you hit him, proc that lower res, it's even more. Yeah, you just are one. Yeah, you just gotta become the Necro. You gotta be the Necro. I think I'm pretty much untouchable now on this thing. Took a little while, but I'm getting good. Getting better. Oh, I thought he said go. Oh, he did. He did. I'm just too fucking good. I'm just too fucking good. You see what I did there? I threw up the blood golem right on top of him. He had no fucking idea. He was like, what's going on here? That's just next level Necro play right there. Blood golem survived it barely. Go ooh woo. This is a ES sorcerer, so it's unfair matchup. But oh, he's got the bow. He's got a bow. What is this bullshit? Loaded with 451s. All right. Well, I know what to do. We'll have some long-range duels, man. Is that max on that thing? We just got to get good. Don't worry. We almost got him. We almost got him. I was sick of chasing, so I was going to stand there. Yeah, that's max. He said good duel. Yeah, that's max. Just the way he immediately wins and says good duel all in lowercase.
I can't carry any.
Sometimes you can just tell. He says, yeah, new character. It is. That was right. I was like half trolling, but not even worried. Quick 5-0. Dude, Coolio Low is actually better than a lot of people. He talks a lot of shit. I don't think a lot of people give him credit, but I think he's better than a lot of people give him credit for. He's a good dude. He's good. All right, go someone. Go Sockets. Sockets is a paladin. He might be a Hammerden. Let's do this. I'm in the zone. I'm in the paladin zone, guys. Look at this. I got 85 res. I could even sorb a little more. Actually, I couldn't because it's not against a trap sin. I don't even have anything socketed in this tiara right here. This is just... We just threw it on. We don't really need much. It's our magic finding setup, as you can tell. That's all we need. All right, let's go. Let's go. We're doing this now. Oh, he's a VT. I think we actually landed some on him. Boys, we don't fuck around. You see that little setup? We were low. We were going to get FOH to death. Oh. From worst Necro to Necro main in one night, guys. You're about to see it. Sockets is really bad about using slow missiles and overstat. Oh, look, you probably met him in a pub. Everything's fair game in a pub. You see somebody in a pub, you just BM them. That's just what it is. Like, we're not even bowed. It was all the battle ores, just had to turn it on.
Good day.
All right, here we go. Going up against sockets again. Round 2. We're in this. Blood Golem's so tough, survives FOH. Oh, I thought I was going to surprise him there. I got a little too ballsy. I couldn't get out. There was a puddle. And there was lag. There was a lot of lag there. You could go back. Look, ping was probably 150. All right, Premo and Javitopvp about to duel, though. We about to check this out. Let me grab this body real quick. I just got a thing about leaving a character naked out here after all the time we spend collecting this MF gear and putting it on him. Just got a thing. He's got to wear his MF gear. He's got to wear it proudly. Bro, thanks for the heads up. Sorry, I'm just seeing that. Let's cut over. Let me cut this off right here. We've got a duel going on, or just about to go on here, between two epic contenders. The first time we've seen Premo in the DFC. We about to pop this out. We about to get this ready to go. We about to see what's going down here. We see a little bit of frame drop in here. What is this? We're gonna be watching this at 1 frame per minute, guys. This is Premo. Oh, it's just loading up. Just loading up right now. 1 frame per minute. One pixel per inch. This is the Minecraft version of Diablo. All right, hold up. Let's cut over to Javito. Let's see what's going on. That was a very nice Diablo slideshow for sure, dude. Yeah, use Javito. Sure, we will, bro. I appreciate you trying to pop in and do it, man. It's it doesn't always work out successfully, you know, but I appreciate people trying. That's what it's all about, man. Get in there, try it out. We're gonna see how it goes. We've got the Lord of Sanctuary himself, Javitopvp, going up against Premo on the Necro. Is Premo gonna bring those same skills that we just saw in the Bloodmore there? The top tier Necro skills that you guys just witnessed firsthand. We're gonna see if Premo can do this, if he can pull this off. We're setting it out with round 1 here. These guys about to go at it. And look at this. We've got Javito on the VT. Now, I think this is an interesting matchup. Oh my God, catches him early, and now Premo is in a lot of trouble. Premo is FOH PK now, and he knows it. He's gonna keep that distance. He's gonna launch that Bone Spirit. He's gonna try to finish from a distance here. He does not want Javito getting close to him, because he already landed some nasty shots early, and now Javito probably gonna keep the distance a little bit here. Oh, and there it is. Javito PvP trying to keep this win streak going here. He ain't gonna let Premo shut him down like that. But I think Premo might have learned from that. He got caught early. And I think he went in panic mode there at the end. He just says, I can't get close at this point. I'm FOH PK, probably open wounds right down to 1 life. Couldn't even get hit by a quill rat at that point. Yeah, that was savage. That was nasty from Javito. Very good. By the way, what's up, Fino? Just seeing you here, bro. Big cheers to you, man. Also, my boy Kreider. I was looking for somebody to finish this off, too. What's up, my dude? I'm going to pour out another one for all of the kind, generous people tonight. I got to say another special thank you to everyone who donated tonight and made me the best Necro y'all have ever seen. Big cheers to you guys as we look into round 2 here between these two epic players. Oh, Premo leaving himself open there for a second. Almost getting caught by Javito. Now Javito just trying to pick him apart from the outside, trying to get that FOH going. It looks like if all of that damage is coming from FOH, it's very unlikely that Premo has a T-Gods on, which I honestly like T-Gods in this matchup. Somehow swapping your character to include T-Gods I think is good, because if you don't have Conviction under you, T-Gods will absorb a lot of the damage if you have a pure VT. Right? If you have a TV, which is a character that focuses more on the FOH than he does the smite damage, or I should say, maxes out his FOH damage before his smite, then you can still take a little bit of damage. But regardless of what setup you have, T-Gods, it can be a godsend. And there it is. Premo gets there and takes round 2 a little bit more calculated that time. Less panic mode because he did not get caught early. And that's just how it is. You were in Delaware for a year, so you know firsthand? What is it?
I can't carry anymore. Not in town.
Yes?
Yeah, Delaware. I wouldn't suggest living there. That's one of those... It's not even a flyover state. It's too small. It's a drive-through state. Yeah. Don't go to Delaware, Doom. What are you doing? Oh, DE Germany, okay. Yeah, well, if it's anything like the real Delaware, I wouldn't be there either for too long. That's what it is. That's what it is, Xander. Okay, now we know. Round 3 here. Premo off to a good start. Hasn't taken a lot of damage. This is a very good Neck v Din matchup right here. Premo doing a great job. Kept a name lock there. Tried to surprise his opponent who was looking for FOH. It's a good time to do it. When you got that name lock on them and you know that they're teleporting around on the outside looking for that FOH, sometimes you can surprise them and telestomp them with a quick spear. Now, unlike what you saw versus me and Sockets there, you kind of want to get out of there. You don't want to be caught like that trying to do that shit, because that's the price you pay, man. You get ganked. And now it's hard to tell, but Premo might have got cut open there by those smites. He might very well be in FOH PK range, but it's hard to tell. Even if he is, it's probably going to be a few of them. It's probably going to be a handful of FOHs. And he might also play from the outside here because he is very low on life. He's probably 2 spears. 1 spear if he gets caught without that oak. And he's trying to land that FOH, trying to make Premo chase him a little bit here. I kind of like that strategy. Get Premo to chase you a little bit, and then turn the corner and surprise him. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to pick his shots right here. He knows this is going to be a duel where the next mistake is going to lose. That Oak Sage, a very crucial pet in this matchup right here. You notice that it just took one of those, 2 of those. bone spirits, which means that they didn't hit the player. Very, very nice. It's a very good pet to have. Now, the longer these duels go on, though, typically the worse it is for the Din, because that's when the Oak Sage runs out. Oh my God, a nice stomp there from Premo. I thought he was going to surprise finish, but he wasn't quite quick enough on the spear, and Javito punished him for it. A solid 2-1 here so far. Looks like he might have even DC'd. He might have knocked him. He might have crashed his client with that last smite. He might have crashed his opponent's client. Oh, switching to NA now. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yep. Oh, GG. Look at that. He's flaunting this here. Javito showing that sick 220 helm right there. I like that. All right, so these guys are swapping it up, going to NA now, I guess. And he's going to wait. I guess these guys are on the friends list, so he's going to join up maybe, or maybe switch over to the server. We're going to see what happens. Paying close attention to this here. So it is 2-1 on the European server. Didn't know you guys were playing from different areas of the land. But I like what you guys did with 2 different servers here. These guys are switching it up. So whenever you play against somebody who's on like EU and you're on America, usually the ping can be a big determining factor in the duel. So what we typically do, and we leave it to the duelers to kind of figure this out, where they're coming from and all of this. But what we usually do for the most fair matchups is swap it up a little bit. Duel a few rounds on somebody's server, duel a few rounds on the other person's server. And then the best record wins. However, it's very possible that this is a tie record here. It's very possible that Premo wins this one. He did very well when he was on EU, and now it's going to be on his home turf over in America. Is he going to do any better? Is he going to make this a 2-1? Or even if he goes 2-0, it's over. If Premo gets a quick 2 wins, it's over. But as you can see, look at the ping of Javitopvp. That's just insane. He's still looking good. Oh, okay, they're 2-1. All right, FT3 here. Okay, my bad. Yep, these guys are going FT3 here. Okay. I think Premo just swapped to NA. So I would check your messages, bro. Hold up. Okay, yeah, he's coming back. Never mind. You're right. He's coming back. He's coming back. So these guys were going FT3 on the EU server. Okay, so that makes sense. Everything makes sense now. These guys are back in game. They're back on EU. Look at that fucking ping from Javitopvp, dude. Right down to 31. That's some Canadian ping shit, man. I ain't never seen that in America. I don't know what we're doing for our internet over here in the United States, but holy shit, I ain't never seen it that low. You go to Canada. I went to a hotel once in Canada, had 0 ping. I shit you not, 0 ping. I was sitting there right next to Maddie. He had 0 ping. Hit 0 ping. It's the craziest shit I've ever seen. I'm in Tennessee. I play with a lot of EU players just because they're usually more friendly and do better trades. Yeah, those Americans are assholes. But look, so many of us Americans, we grow up from the concrete and turn into those roses, all right? You got to know it's a rough life over here in America. But a few of us rise from that concrete, turn it into beautiful, thorny, open wound style roses. That's what we do. So you're seeing the hardest motherfuckers growing up on the street that came up and decided to play D2 one day. That's what you're seeing. I just want to remind you of that. EU, they're all pussies. I'm just kidding, Fino. I'm just kidding, bud. I don't know what it is about EU though, but I swear it's almost like Canada, where people in the EU that play Diablo 2 are just savage duelers. Like I don't know what it is. Like there's so many good, amazing, world-class duelers come from EU. The same is true for Canada, man. And by the looks of it, I'm thinking this ping has something to do with it, man. Look at this solid consistent 40 to 60 ping right here. God, this shit is nuts. Even D2GA servers are hosted in Montreal. Didn't know that, Joby. I don't know what bad ping is. Yeah. Oh, close duel between these two, but there it is. A 3-1 victory for Javitopvp in the EU. And now, can Premo even the score, at least even the score in America? We're going to cut over and see. Wow, what an incredible duel this has started off as between these two incredible combatants. Going back to the spaceship here real quick. Again, I just want to say a huge shout out to so many of you guys who have donated tonight. I can't tell you how much that means, man. It's keeps the dream alive, in all seriousness. Keeps the dream alive, the juck fuckery going, the chalice flowing. It also keeps the spaceship going. You guys know that, and I want you to know it means a lot. These guys are going to cut over to North America to finish this duel right here, and Premo has got his work cut out for him. He did take one round from Javitopvp in the EU. But is he going to be able to do it again in America? Is he going to be able to turn the tables? We're going to see. Yeah, big cheers to you guys. And then we also got... We also got Brand. We also got Hellian going at it. Oh. We also got Joby up in there. Joby and Doom. We got some duels on deck tonight, boys. This is about to happen. This is about to happen. Let's check this out. This is Joby's screen right here. This is a little bit of pixelation here. It's on your end, not mine. Mine is just completely clear. But look at this. This is Pock. You can tell he's got that Enigma. He's got the Enigma breastplate by the look for that golden look on the sorceress. Absolutely love that. Got the Shaco. See, I told you. I told you. It's not perfect, but this is Joby we're talking about, guys. This is Joby. This is why we keep those 1/1820s in the stash. Speaking of which, hold on. Let me try to join up on this guy real quick. I think I got something for him. Look. Might even help him with this duel. Hold on, let's see. I think I might have it in the shared stash. I'm gonna see if I can join up on him. Oh yeah, look at that. He's gonna fucking love that, dude. You saw that Enigma, right? Hold on. See if I can join up. Join up on Joby. I can't join on him. Oh, that's really too bad. I had so much good stuff for him. I had so much good stuff for him, but for some reason I can't join. Look at this. He's over here showing off his jaw runes. Yeah, look at this budget shit. Look at this budget shit that he's got. Oh, I might be offline. That's why. Hold up. Let me go online real quick. All right, I'm back online. All right. Joby, I got something for you, bro. I've been saving some really good stuff. Like, oh, this is what's going on. I've been saving some really good stuff for Joby. He just left. Hold on, what is it? Oh, we were about to get a declone, that's why. Oh, we just got a declone, boys. Oh, all right. Okay. Well, this is very interesting. All right, well, we got to come back, I guess, because there's no fucking way we're doing this. There's, Joby, you're hearing some sounds from Joby here. Hold on, I actually want to kill a declone with, my Uber Smiter. I want to check this out. This is Players 2, Players 3. I actually want to try this out with the Uber Smiter, see how it is. God damn it, someone's fucking taking it. What the fuck, dude? Join your own fucking games. All we want to do is just fucking declone with the Uber Smiter, man. You can have the fucking Annie. All right, you can even have the Annie as long as it's not a 2020-10. All right. This might be actually fastest P3 declone ever. This is P3. There's a lot of people in this. But there it is. We smashed it. All right, hold up. What's the ante?
Good day.
Oh, we gotta swap that to the shared. All right, here it is. Let's ID this ante. We're gonna take it to Kane because he actually owes us a good identification. If it ain't 2010, we don't give a fuck about it. Let's be real. Right? If this ain't 2010, we actually don't care. We do know one thing though. It must at least be above 18 stats. I think the stats on this are above 18 because if you notice here, we're fucking loaded rich, okay? We have 213 gores, self-rolled recently, okay? These take a lot of strength, and we need a lot of shit here. So I actually think that because we re-equipped those, I think the strength on this is pretty high. I think the stats on this are pretty high. Okay? Hold on, let me take a look at my resistances real quick. All right, my official prediction is 18, 13, 18, 13, 10. That's what I'm going to say. 18, 13, 10. Cool J might be close. All right, here we go. 13, 13, 8. What? Unlucky. We were right on one thing, though. All right, hold up. We're gonna give this away. We're going to give this to... I have no idea how the calculations worked out with that. But look, there it is. 13, 13, 8. That's just an unlucky ante right there. Literally unlucky. All 13s. And theoretically, I mean, 8 is like kind of unlucky because it's like one above. It could have been 7, which would have been a lucky number. Right? That's a very unlucky ante right there. Yeah, it's Coooley math. I have no idea how that worked out. How it shook out like that. Oh, I know what it is. We now wear Haws. It fucks all the math up. Look, it fucks all the math up. I don't know what to tell you. It fucks all the math up. Makes it so that we can have shitty antes and shitty torches. It makes it so we can never tell what's going on. Thanks, Premo. Let's jet over. Let's check it out. Hold up. Bear had one dropped over there. I was going to check that out. I was going to see what he's got. 2025. That's a solid one. See, we would have chucked that right on the ground. It's nice for somebody. It's nice for a level 99. And as you can see, Bear, level 99. That's a perfect ante for a level 99. All right, let's cut over, boys. We've got the second half of Javitopvp versus Premo. I think Premo might be trying to stream here. Welcome to the slideshow, boys. We're gonna cut right over to... Oh, Javito isn't streaming it. Javito isn't streaming it. So we've got the Diablo slideshow. Oh, come kill you guys' declone in that game? All right, hold up. I'll be right over. I'm sending him your way, bro. Friends, Premo. Join game. We'll come smash it. We're only looking for 2010s. If it ain't 2010s, we give it away. Why, may you ask? You might be asking yourself, why would you do such a thing? Why would you just chuck fucking 2029 on the ground? It's because we're fucking rich, boys. We are so good at this game that we've gotten everything. We've destroyed everything. We've collected everything. We have, I mean, this is a temp ante that we have right here. This is just temp 2028. So if we got a 2029, we might drop that on, we might drop this one on the ground and slightly upgrade. But this is, look, this is a budget smiter that we have here, guys. This is just a budget smiter. Okay? Just a small little budget smiter. He doesn't have a care in the world. Oh, Javito probably can't stream, huh? Because he's EU. All right, Kane, this is the last time we're going to ask you for a good identification, bro. It's the last time. You don't give us something that somebody would actually pick up and that we could maybe even give away, we may actually never go to this guy again. Yeah. We're going to fire this guy. We're gonna drop this right in Act 1 for any unsuspecting person that's coming along. That was a 12-15, and I'm gonna pretend that never happened. Just gonna pretend. All right, boys, so... Oh, Javito streaming. Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Javito. We were a little strapped there for momentarily, but here we are. We're back to it. GG. Thank you so much for that, man. We didn't want to miss out on the second half of this here. And now we don't have to. Let me kill the music so we don't get some dueling banjos. Looks like I already did. I'm so just ahead of the game. Yeah, dueling banjos is a term that I use whenever we hear the in-game music of another player. I usually mute whatever music I have going on. I don't know how it sounds to you guys. Probably most of you guys would be like, "Oh, fuck it, I don't listen to music anyway." Dude, I grew up a musician, all right? And I can't stand it when I get two musical scores going on at once, especially that don't match. Nah. All right, we'll cut over to you guys right next, right after this. We've got the final half of this round going on, and Premo just absolutely tearing it up. Dude, believe it or not, Javitopvp gets in there and lands some heavy smites. And now he's going to make Premo chase him a bit. Prime opportunity for Premo to score that last bit of damage. I can tell you right now, he might even beat Teeth PK. Might even beat Teeth. Javito very low. He's gonna try to utilize that FOH finish. He's gonna try to be very opportunistic and get that in. Now theoretically, Javitopvp only needs 2 wins here. If he gets 2 wins on America, it's over. If he gets 2 wins, and here's why it's over, because these guys are doing FT3s on both realms. Now the better record wins. So if they go to EU and it's 3-1, and they go over to NA and it's 3-2, the 3-1 wins. So that means all that Javitopvp has to do is cost his opponent a couple of rounds. But can he do it? It's looking rough. He's got 125 ping in a very telly-heavy duel. And Premo takes that first round here in the second set of FT3 on the North American realm. This is gonna be rough. You can tell from these tellies here and from the little bit of experience that I have on a din, tiny bit, right? I've been playing it off and on for the last 20 years in competitive PvP. I've been good at it for the last... Well, I've never really been good at it, but I have a little bit of experience on the din, and I gotta tell you, from the amount of frames that it's taken him to teleport, he has to be very opportunistic in this duel. He has to kind of lead with that FOH. He has to FOH, act like he's got some sticky keys going on over there, right? You know, he's got a ping, he's got a probe, and he's just got to wait for the perfect opportunity, one that you just can't deny, and then he's going to go in. Check your stream, Premo. All right, yeah, we'll check it out. We'll see what's going on. We'll see if it's any better. We'll see if we get the slideshow. I can tell from the audio it's a slideshow. You hear that? You hear the audio? Yeah, no worries, dude. I appreciate you trying, Premo. Thanks for the solid effort, bro. Look, Premo, all you got to do is just sell one of those guns and get yourself just a slightly better upgrade on the graphics card. That's it. Just sell one of the guns. There's zero shot he's selling any of his guns. But I'm just saying, if you didn't want to, if you wanted to go no cost, yeah, see, never. Yeah, no fucking way. He's not fucking doing it. Yes, asking Premo to sell a gun. No way. No shot. Oh, nice lock there from Javitopvp. Now that's the kind of sneakiness that he needs. He had a very good double sneaky lock there, and he gets in. That was a good opportunity. He just missed on that smite. A little bit slow getting out of the way of that spear. And Premo being very smart here, using spear, knowing that ping is a little bit of an issue too. This is a prime duel to use spear, to be very good on the spear, right? Spears are extremely good in Necro versus Din, because as you might be able to see, a lot of these bone spirits are either getting absorbed by the oak sage or they're just not hitting, right? For whatever reason, they just don't hit. A spear, though, if you get really good at aiming those spears or predicting your opponent with those spears, they're so quick. They give your opponent far less time to respond, but most importantly, they also cut through. Oh, nice lock, some big hits. Can he finish? Can Javito finish here? He took a big risk. Most importantly, though, these spears will cut through that oak sage. And now Premo going to teeth, really trying to punish, trying to go wide here and punish his opponent, but he may also be low. Javito might try to finish with FOH. Oh my God, and Javito got there from the brink of defeat, man. It now comes down to this. Premo needs 2 wins to even up the score, and Javito needs 1 win to send Premo off and say it was a good duel and it's gonna be a good night. That's all he needs. Javitopvp looking for that final win with that. Look at that absolutely miserable ping. I feel bad because he's streaming it too so that we can see this, but it's probably costing him a little bit of ping here. If he does it, it's even more impressive though, I gotta say. He's gonna be looking for that opportunity. Premo gonna try to punish him now. Gonna try to push that pressure with a little bit of these name locks. Premo got his work cut out for him, getting caught by that smite. A nice name lock from Javito. Javito really stepping it up. I'm telling you guys, he's on that winning streak, and winning is very contagious, but so is losing. Nice maneuvering there from Javito. Very nicely done. You see him being very patient, and if he misses on that smite, he's being very smart about it. If he misses, he teleports in, he goes for that lock, and he doesn't immediately grab the name to get that smite in, then it gets really bad. Hold on 1 second, guys. Yo, what's going on? Oh, you're at the front door? It's dark outside. There could be bears. Hold on, fellas. I have to go save a damsel in distress. I shall be right back. She's outside. She's outside in the dark and the cold. You guys gotta let me know how it goes. And there's fucking bears out here.
GF or Pizza Girl.
I've got good news. She did not get killed by a bear yet, but she still has to walk home. So it's a very real possibility. And look at that, we showed up just in time for Javitopvp to hold on to this win streak. And I gotta say, we also have some special cheers to do. Let's get right to that. Oh my God, first of all, big congratulations and a big cheers To our boy Javitopvp for kicking some ass, man. That was fucking awesome. G. Hell of a duel.
GF or Pizza Girl?
Both. It's both. She brought me dinner. And I said, hey, you could go back in that Domino's car, or I'm streaming currently. Yeah. I don't know if you saw her come in, but she's under the desk. Keep it quiet down there. GG, Cool J, hey, thanks so much, man. Appreciate that. For the 5 spot, keeping the juck fuckery alive, keeping it flowing. Bro, thank you so much. Big cheers to you, brother. That is awesome. We also have another duel. Let's cut over. We got Doombringer versus Joby. This is a duel, like I said, of the handicaps. One of them is mentally handicapped, and the other one is physically. I should say that. These got hell of a guys right here. But I will tell you, Doombringer's got a little bit of a handicap tonight. He actually broke his arm recently and suffered a concussion. So he is probably dueling in a cast here. He's got a little bit of a setback. But we're gonna see how he's gonna do in this duel. Let's cut over. Let's check this out. Let's see our boy. And here we go. It is the Doombringer himself, trying to bring doom down upon Joby, one-handed style. You know how Toshank often jokes about beating people one-handed? Well, if Doombringer wins tonight, he's gonna do just that. And not by choice, but by circumstance. If he loses tonight, he's got an excuse. But something tells me Joby ain't going easy on him here. Joby is not going to be going easy on him. Joby is on Pock, the ES Fireballer. It is a very interesting matchup between these two here. These guys are utilizing the full more. Looks like they're both going mana pools. I'm actually glad they did this. By the way, I'm so happy they did this. I actually meant to put that into the matchup, that mana pools were allowed. Mainly because I knew that Doom was dueling with this handicap. And that can be a pain in the ass. I'm actually glad these guys did that ahead of time, because I was actually going to allow it and I forgot to put it in there. So, so happy this happened. It's just one less thing he's got to worry about with a broken arm, you know what I mean? Is just run out of mana and being a sitting duck. That's what it was, dude. I think that's what it was. Someone was shit-talking the cold sorc. He showed up IRL and said, what's up? You should have seen the other guy, though. You should have seen the other guy. Yeah, I would say so, too. Oh, okay, so look at this. He's using F keys. And the reason he's probably using F keys today, a little subtle change that I've noticed. He probably broke his left arm, I'm going to guess. Because he's using his left arm for F keys. Look at this. Look at these little deductions I've put together here. I didn't know which arm it was, but I'm betting it's the left. Because he's using F keys, which are typically more spaced out than what he would have on his other keys, right? Like, I can't remember if it was ASDF or QWERTY or whatever he was using, but he's using F keys. Yep, so they're a little bit more spaced out, so you don't need as much mobility to hit them. And it's also on the left side of the keyboard. He could also use the scroll wheel, yeah. He could pull a fax. Fax in LLD actually uses the scroll key, or uses the scroll wheel to switch between skills. It's pretty crazy. Oh my god, actually a really good duel. That was actually, Joby was like 1%, dude. That was actually a really good duel. Far closer than I thought it would be. Fuck no, Brand. We was only allowing it for, we don't allow it for the mentally handicapped, Brand, only the physically. The guy can't even, he has to use the F keys. I'm just kidding, bro, but no, just for him, just for him. I'm not using, I'm not using pool. Joby, Joby pipes up. Oh, man. What a hell of a guy. I love Joby. I make fun of him a lot. In real life, he's 6'4". To put it in perspective, I'm 5'7", which is really like rounded up 5'6.5" or some shit. Joe Rogan's height, all right? That's what I say. He's a fucking giant. Joe Rogan's height. Oh, dude, this is actually, that was a good lock there from Doombringer. He almost finished. Now he's using that orb. He might get there with that orb, man. He's only got a little bit. He's only got a little bit to go. Dude, this is close. This is surprisingly close right now. I also can't help but notice Joby's choice to use the Oak Sage here. There's been a little bit of a debate. Let's cut over to this. Let's see what's going on. Joby using the Oak Sage. There's been a little bit of a debate as to whether or not there's still the bug on Oak Sage. So there used to be a bug. Some people say it still exists. Some people say it doesn't. Some people say it never did. But there used to be a bug, allegedly, where if a player had an Oak Sage, whenever a Blizz got cast down on him, the Blizzard could hit both targets on that same frame, right? So like, usually Blizzard would get stuck, like in LOD, it would hit the Oak Sage and you'd be fine. Not necessarily the case in D2R, and there it is, a nice hit from Doombringer, bringing Joby down to defeat in this second round. Absolutely unbelievable. Nice SVS matchup here. Dude, I gotta say, I can't even tell that he's dueling with one hand or 1.5 hands. Go Gator says, Darren and I tested and confirmed. Maddie's smarter than Joby, confirmed. So it does still work that way. So correct me if I'm wrong too, Go Gators. How it works is if Blizzard comes down, it usually couldn't have hit, like in LOD, it could not hit 2 targets on the same frame. However, in D2R, it can. So it can take out the Oak and hit the player on the same frame. If they have, or on the same pixel, sorry. Yeah, you basically can't use summons to tank Blizz. Now, I guess the argument comes, oh my god, and Joby goes down again, tries to get the stomp in there, but does not win the stomp war. Yeah, double hits, basically. So I guess the argument came from this. I should clarify. The argument was actually this. I kept it a little too simple there, but the argument was this. That the glitch does exist in D2R, but the argument is whether or not it actually double hits the player. So like the double hit, from what some people understand, is that it hits Oak and the player, which is technically a double hit. But some would argue that it hits the player twice. I'm not exactly sure how that works. There could be an argument that based on next hit delay, that since its last target was the Oak Sage, let's say, that it could just hit the player again on the next frame, right? But you don't know. I'm not 100% sure on how it works. But basically, long story short, there was a lot of juck fuckery involved with Blizzard and pets. But now Joby not using that Oak Sage anymore. Saying fuck that Oak Sage. I honestly like that because the Oak Sage just gives Doombringer another opportunity to get a name lock, right? It just gives him another pet to lock onto, gives him a wider hitbox to grab. Life total of player will hit twice. Yes, no shit. Okay, good to know. If you and Darren tested it, I'd say those are some 2 pretty good PvP players to test it out. I'll believe it. So Blizz can still, in this current patch, double hit. If you have a pet. Bros. This is nuts. Joby. It looks like... Oh, wow. Did he just flashed his cold resist there? I don't think he stacked it up much. Oh no, his cold resist is wicked low. This is actually pretty admirable here from Joby. He didn't stack up his cold res, and I think it was because he was like, all right, look, I understand Doombringer's dueling basically with one hand. Let's make it fair for him. But also, he may not need a lot of cold resist in this duel. Even with 184 total cold resist, which is basically nothing, he basically has no cold resist because, oh my god, and he takes Doombringer out, making it 2-2 here, evening up the score. So let me explain why he basically has 0 cold resist. Let's just take the difficulty debuff out of it for a second. They're in hell difficulty and lose 100 cold resist anyway. The lowest you can go is -100. But let me just explain why he's got nothing. Because you know for a damn fact that Doombringer, the way he builds this sorceress, he decks it out to absolutely sunder his opponent's cold resist. And what I mean by that, he puts every point that he can into cold mastery, which rips away target's cold resist. And he also has facets on this build, which further rip it away. So that being the case, Joby's 184% cold resist is basically -100. You know, he's taking a lot more cold damage than he really needs to. But here's the thing with ES. You notice how many hits it still takes. He can still tank quite a number of blizzes here. Yeah, and it's 2-2. It's actually doing a hell of a job. Yeah, see, look at that. Oh, nice stomp from Joby. He just got clapped by a blizz and took 200 damage. Yeah, that's nuts. Now it gets a little bit different. Oh my god, yeah, it gets a little bit different if you get a direct hit like that. That was 1300 damage with a blizz. But I mean, with -100 cold resist, you got to figure, man, most characters would get one-shotted by that, right? That's pretty insane. And Joby on this character with literally -100 cold resist can take about 3 blizzes. That's nuts. Yeah. And I can imagine he probably has 88% ES, maybe. Not 100% sure. I would guess 88% though. 75%. Okay, he just flashed it there. He just flashed it. 75% ES. I actually, or no, 72%. Wow. Okay. It's 72% ES. That's insane. This is a little bit of a data point for us here. We did have Root take over the belt. Oh my god, nice hits there from both players. A decent exchange. Joby wisely gets out of there. This is interesting. He can tank with a 72% ES and -100 cold resist. He can still tank about 3 blizzes. This is interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, but I mean, even with 88% ES, you'll see sorceresses a lot of times split their life and mana pretty evenly. Joby trying not to get finished here, trying to get these name locks, trying to be sneaky about it. I actually like the fact that he put CTA in his in a staff that has ES. He might actually just be getting all of his energy shield right from that bonus to skills on the staff. Yeah, he definitely is. Yeah, and he just, look at this. Joby just a savage, man. Listen to the stream, shows it off as he does it. Yep. Oh, this could be big. The thing is, he's getting these nasty name locks. You see that was a savage, absolutely savage chain lock right there from Joby. The thing is, Doombringer will punish you for that. The longer you go, Joby notices that. Joby has noticed that from either the first few duels or from dueling Doombringer quite a number of times in his life. He notices that the longer you chain lock Doombringer, he will make you pay for it. And by that I mean, he'll eventually figure it out. It takes him a few seconds sometimes, but as soon as he notices that you're chain locking him and you're on that game plan, he's gonna set you up bad. And I mean bad. Like, you can't continually do it with him. He's gonna set you up to the point where he's gonna drop a blizz and walk down, and then what are you gonna do? You know, in SVS, he'll probably just have a blizz waiting on his next teleport. And look at this, he's trying to set Joby up here with some nasty traps. So he's going, oh my god, and he gets him. It's now 3-2 in favor of Doombringer. Yeah, no Cham. He went fuck it 50-50 like mana split. Yep. Yeah, it's interesting, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's... But here's the thing. I mean, why go 3K life when at this point, I mean, we've seen it, especially for this matchup, right? Oh, look at this. Okay, so he's at about, yeah, he has a little bit of mana. He has 404 vitality and about 202 mana. So he went like 2/3 split into vitality. But it basically evened out his mana and vitality, or his mana and life. Yeah. Yeah. So very well set up, appropriately set up. Nice hits from Joby. Hard to tell exactly what that... Oh my god, he got some big hits in there. He just about half-life to Doombringer. And he's looking good. No big damage yet so far. Now Joby trying to play the long game a little bit. Oh, and having some success with it. Landed another fireball. Sorc v Sorc is very telly heavy, very cast heavy, man. Oh, nice chain from Joby. Let's see if we can cut over to Doombringer. See how it looks over on the one-handed bandit over here. Oh, he's getting clocked. I love how he has normal attack on his left click right now. Like if he misclicks for left, he doesn't even cast Ice Blast or anything. If he misclicks, it's just normal attack. He goes up and smacks with that fucking Death's Fathom. That's some high risk, high reward shit right there. Well, some say that. I've heard conflicting arguments on ES in Sorc v Sorc. So some people have said that ES is a detriment in Sorc v Sorc. I'm not 100% sure. Doombringer very, very low in life here. Extremely low. Possibly even fireball or firewall PK. It's hard to tell. But he is as a full Vita. So yeah, and Joby's doing that firewall too. He's trying to light this map up. Now, another thing that you could do against Doombringer in particular that he really struggles with is Meteor. Like when you start casting a lot of Meteors and lighting the fucking map on fire, it's hard for him to get out of the way of it. I think it's either going to be a combination of that or possibly even a firewall finish here from Joby. That's what he's going for, but he's got to be careful because it could cost him. Before you know it, it could be all over. You could catch a couple of those blizzards just like that with a solid finish from the brink of defeat. Joby trying to stun on him. And that's just not something you can do. Even Doombringer with a broken arm got those inherent SVS, Cold Sorc skills. That was very good, man. Big cheers to Doombringer for doing this shit with a broken arm, bros. Holy shit. Wow. That's impressive. I gotta say. Wow, man. All right, and now, after this insane Sorc v Sorc duel, big round of applause for Doombringer for getting this win with one arm. The one-armed bandit. The new nickname for Doombringer. He might just have to change his Discord name to One-Armed Bandit. One-handed bandit. Because this guy just stole it. Just absolutely stole it and stunted here with this Cold Sorceress. And I gotta say, that was impressive, man. All right, let's pop over. We got Hellian, we got Brand. I see both these guys, or is that Brand? Hold up, we've got... There's a lot of shit going on here, boys. Let me just figure something out. There's a lot of shit going on. We got black screens. That's on your end, not mine. I'm seeing a perfectly detailed Diablo game right now. You might just want to hit the like button and refresh. Open up a new browser. Watch 2 streams if you're missing it. Okay, so this is... I see Hellian ready and fired up and ready to go, and I also see Brand. I think this is Brand. I don't know what it is, but when I have OBS up, it cuts people's names off in Discord. I don't know why it does that. Hold on, let me turn off streamer mode real quick because I literally can't see who's in there. I can't see names on anybody. It thinks it's doing everybody a favor. Disable streamer mode. Blam. Yeah, it is brand. Okay, I'm seeing things correctly. Yeah, so this is Brand right here, guys. He's got the look at this sorceress. It's just gorgeous, huh? Really stunting, really showing it off. Yeah. What a hell of a setup. That being said, let's cut over to the spaceship. You know, while these guys get set up, there's one thing that I need to do. I need to legit kill more people, and we need to get the violent music set and ready to go. Because violence is the key. You see in the background there, that is our Uber Smiter, by the way. I don't want to spoil anything, but there's going to be a video coming out on this guy, okay? Why, you might ask? Because I just set a world record on this motherfucker, and I don't just mean any old world record. Look, we streamed the other day trying to set the world record, and technically we did. Technically. And here's what I mean by technically. There was another video we put out with this smiter. I'll show you guys this real quick, all right? We'll show you this real quick. I don't want to spend too much time on this, all right? Because y'all will see it. This smiter right here. Okay, we set a world record on him technically on stream. Very technically. This is the key to the build. The time technically was 1:15 with load screens, right? So if you take out the time for load screens, it was like quite a bit faster than the world record time on LOD, which was 1:13, right? The world record time, no load screens and shit on LOD, you know, back before load screens existed, was 1:13. But you know what? I made some changes to this guy last minute. I changed up the merc, changed a few things, and I was so excited about the new version of this Din. I took the last key set that I had. I took the very last key set that I had, and I did one more Uber run before I went to bed that night after stream on Wednesday. And for fuck's sake, boys, I actually smashed the world record. So there's some new things about this guy and his mercenary that really gets insane, right? But our time was 1:09. Literally load screens and everything. The time was 1:09. Load screens and everything. This shit's gonna be insane. Can't wait to show you guys what it looks like. And why there's still the echoes, because technically we're actually still in the spaceship, but let me cut over. Swap back over to the Necro, start getting violent, and start kicking some ass. We got to get ready for the Dins that we are slighted to go up against here today. I do see Hellian and Brand in the Discord ready to go. Just got that message from Mordwan too. Just checking this out. We're checking this all out. People ask, oh, actually, I'm so glad I saw that. So I just want to say this. I'm going to post this tonight after stream, okay? But next week's DFC will actually be on Wednesday. We're going to do it on Wednesday because ladder reset is on Thursday. And you guys know us. We're just going to jam. We're going to get rich on ladder reset. I also may have to not go with the Barbarian for a couple of reasons, okay? I wanted to start up this ladder season and kill it with a Barbarian and show everybody that you can do it and you can be the richest person on Battle.net with a Barbarian. I was going to do that. However, someone who challenged me in the background to some ladder duels this season for round 2, and I think you know who it is. And I just can't show up on a fucking barb. You think I'm bad on a Necro. I haven't actually even dared to play a barb because I just know I'm bad. Hello. Right? You don't want to see me on a barb. So that would mean I would have to level 2 characters on ladder, which that's asking a lot. There's only so many character slots in this little this little game we've got here. So we can't be fucking around too much. So that being the case, I might have to swap it up, do something different. It all depends on if it's BM duels or what it is, but we're gonna have to switch it up. We need to get a good character that's good for dueling. We need to start up one that Coooley would be good on for dueling. That isn't a din. I already have too many dins. I have a 97 din and a 99 din on this account. Then I have a 94 din that I just set a world record in on this account. And then I have a 95 din, a 95 din, a 94 din on other accounts. Like, I play din too much, but I might have an addiction. I might have a problem. I have too many dins. Because shit like this happens all the time. People challenge me on ladder. Hey, let's get a good old tournament going on ladder. What do you think I'm gonna play? I'm gonna show up with a fucking din. What happened last time when we did that? We killed everybody. It wasn't even close. I didn't even drop a round. Nobody could kill me a round on a din, on ladder. That's because everybody that plays on ladder is a little subpar when it comes to the dueling. But not me, all right? We spent a lot of resources on that din. He was decked out. Root, I took him on the final round. Root thought it was going to be easy. He was also on a din, and that was his first mistake. But we took him right out. GG. All right, Nightfall about to go live. All right, GG, dude. I'm happy to hear that. Here, let me get this set up. Let me get this set up. Let me see what's going on here. These guys are about to do their match. I was gonna get some practice in here, but you know what? I don't think we need to. I really don't think we need to, boys, because we've got Nightfall trying to keep this streak alive. Trying to kick some ass here. All right, this is Nightfall versus BrandL. This is the SVS rematch for the top ranks that we were talking about. Nightfall trying to hold on to these top ranks, BrandL trying to break into them, and these guys ain't messing around here today. This is a legitimate, looks like legitimate Vita. Oh my god, this is weird. Is he using fucking Obsession? Is he using Obsession? Is Nightfall using Obsession in this matchup? This is insane. Wow, both of these guys are coming at this with quite a unique spin on this. You notice this staff that he's using. This is very interesting. And you also notice that his opponent, Brand, is on a Tal Rasha Sorceress. Both of these guys opting not to go with ES. So it looks like both of these guys agree that ES is a little bit of a detriment here. Or maybe Brand is. I actually haven't got a good look on his character yet. Let's pop over and check this out, shall we? Let's see what Brand is rocking. So yeah, Brand is not rocking the ES either. He is on the Fire Sorceress, Tal Rasha Fire Sorceress, full Vita. And he's going up against Nightfall, who is on fire. Both of these guys using a Fire Sorceress and trying to get the job done. BrandL launching. Oh, he has a sneaky name lock. Sneaky name lock. And actually lands a lot of hits here. BrandL off to a good start. BrandL looking good. He's got, oh man. BrandL actually looking quite fine here. Hasn't really caught a lot of damage, and now he's trying to catch his opponent. He's got some sneaky name locks. He's on the Tal Sorc. His opponent on the likely on the Obsession. We're gonna have to check that out after, but I would fully believe Nightfall might be on Obsession here, which is the first time we've ever seen that in the DFC. Dude, he might be. You never know. You never know. Before you know it, if he takes this, oh my god, and there it is. He's getting round one. He might clean this up pretty good here. And I'm going to tell you, Doom, if he gets this SVS, he might be gunning for you next, bro. I'm telling you. Like, everybody hates somebody who says they're the best until they step up and they just show it. I don't know about that, Coolio. I think here's the thing. I think he's trolling you using the tile sorc here. I think he's trying to make a statement. He's trying to say, look, I know you haven't believed in me, all right? I've been getting the short end of the stick with a lot of matchups here. A lot of people think Brand has a lot to prove in the DFC. I got to tell you, this guy has actually seen some pretty heavy matchups. This guy's been in the DFC a while, and he ain't never had an easy night. And that's why when he goes to SVS here, he's making a statement. He's going up against it, and he's busting out the tile sorc because he's saying, I'm about to make a statement. I'm about to make a statement. That's what I do. You got caught a little bit there. You got caught a little bit. I'm thinking this obsession might really be paying off. Not sure what's going on here, but obsession might be greater than the entire tile sorc set. We're going to find out. We're going to see about these SVS skills here from Brand. He might very well know what to do. You never doubt this guy. You never doubt him. Because as soon as you do, he's gonna pull it out of his ass. Yeah, I like tiles, dude. I think it has potential. I don't think it's trash in PvP. I don't think it's top tier. Like, there's obviously always better shit that you could use rather than tile set, right? But if you walk into a pub game, you guys remember LeBlanc? Do you guys remember LeBlanc from LOD? He was a fire sorceress that would often troll with tile set because tile set isn't nearly as bad as people give it credit for. And look, there it is from the brink of defeat. BrandL gets a solid 2-0 start here. Not here to fuck around. I saw this on his resume when he applied for the DFC. Said, not here to fuck around. And we're really seeing it here tonight. Dio and I pull the record. Guy needs to duel some of the belt holders. I would agree. I would agree. You got to get some belt holders under his belt.
What can I do for you?
But I think it's possible. He goes, we go full tile next time. Yeah, that's awesome. Nightfall's all for it. Tile sorc versus tile sorc. I think that would have been meme-worthy good, dude. Still, I think if he's actually on obsession, let's cut over to Nightfall. See if he shows us obsession here. Let's see if he flashes it mid-duel. Let's see what he's got. Like, I don't know if he can pull a Joby or if he's just in the fucking zone. Oh man, big hits from Brand. Oh, he does have obsession. He does have obsession. Theory confirmed. Oh man, and BrandL getting nasty damage in. 3-0 so far against Nightfall. Really stepping it up with his tile sorc, showing what it's all about. Y'all thought that the build videos that we put out there that we made about the ES or any fireball or sorc really were the best ones. Don't listen to any of them. It is Brand on the tiles fireballer. Here we go, boys, and both of these guys actually opting to go full Vita, which some would argue. I think that there is an argument to do it because when you go full Vita, if you have ES, you can't have any max fire res, any fire absorb, anything, right? But if you go full Vita, you can. So that's a little bit of an advantage to being full Vita, right? You can actually stack up your max res, you can stack up your sorb a little bit, but if you have ES, you can't do that. So particularly in SVS, it could be a very good way to do it. I wouldn't be surprised if Doombringer did that against Joby. Doombringer is very familiar with the rule set, and if you don't believe that, just pop into a random voice call with him sometime. If you ever see him in a voice channel, and you see the little green coming up and he's talking, there's we've calculated this, collected statistics on it and everything. There's an 86% chance he's talking about the Cold Sorceress and rules, particularly about that Cold Sorceress. We've calculated it. He's very familiar, so I would not be surprised if he took it right to Joby with an 80, with at least a 15% setup there. All right, we're losing a little bit here from Brand. Let's cut over to Nightfall real quick. Not sure what's going on there with Brand. Might be something with Discord. Oh, no, Brand just got smashed. Brand just got smashed. Brand might have dropped. We saw it, though. We saw it. We saw it live. That was lag. It's now 3-1. No, it's been a long time. But I gotta tell you, holy shit. I remember when Doom was, like, when we were first talking about rules and all, when we first set up the DFC, that was probably the case. And I think Go Gators might have actually been right, probably 98% of the time. But you know what? I think we have a pretty good rule set as it is in the DFC for Cold Sorceresses. They're vicious builds. They are. But I think it gives the Cold Sorceress the best chance they've ever had in any dueling set to be good. And now we have the one-handed bandit Doombringer taking out the legend himself, Joby, previous DFC champion, getting a DFC champion win under his belt, looking to go to that next level. Check Brand for cheating. Yeah, all of the hacks that he was loading up crashed his client. I think it was probably that. But that's okay. We didn't see anything. Some very strategic shots here from Nightfall. You notice that he doesn't have a lot of mana, and he's actually factoring that in. You notice that he's shooting Firebolt here. I didn't quite see the skills on his Obsession, but I wouldn't be surprised if his Obsession has Firebolt on it. Oh my god, nice stomp from Brand. Because he's deferring to that. Now, there's a couple of good reasons to do that. If your Obsession happens to give +1 to Firebolt and not Fireball, right? Pretty good reason to do it. Or maybe it gives it to both. But the other good reason to do it is in these very mana-heavy duels where neither player can use mana pools. It's important to conserve your mana. So if you're going for the long run, if you're going for these long duels, it could pay off to use Firebolt. But here's the trade-off. He's going to be sacking a lot of damage early on using Firebolt and not Fireball. You can always go to Firebolt and not use as much mana, right? You start running out of mana, you can go to Firebolt and start conserving it. But you notice what Brand is doing. Starting right up with Fireball, no fucks given, and scoring some nasty damage early on. And that's what he's doing. He's opting for that Fireball strategy. And there it is. Brand gets there for a solid 4-1 win on the Tal Rosh's Sorceress. Man, let's check this thing out. What's he got statted in this? This is just absolutely insane. Let's start making notes about performance of the night, fight of the night. This is going to be big. Let's put that one down there. That was good so far. Who else did we see? We saw Premo. That was a good fight. Let's get that up there. Oh, look at this. This is what he's using. Is that a... What the fuck is that? That's a Res Jewel with mana? Yeah, it'll Res Jewel with 9 energy, mana. Okay, yup. Wow. Jaw for max life. Holy shit. He's got a few setups. Cannot be frozen. I like it. This guy's gone all out with his Tal Sorc set. Holy shit. Boys, that's just insane. And he did go with the Inferno Strides for this matchup. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, honestly. Yeah, he ain't messing around, boys. He ain't messing around. So we've got some good duels on the card for Fight of the Night tonight. This being one of them, I think. This is really cool. Two very interesting sorceresses going at it. A Tal Sorc versus a Obsession Sorceress. That's just nuts, man. You don't see either one of these builds very often. But we got to see them both here tonight. That shit was nuts, man. That was absolutely nuts. And look at the good camaraderie between these guys. Just absolutely savage. Wow. Good duel so far, man. All right, hopefully we get to see a little bit of DIOWIND here. I'm not sure if he's scared. He might be a little scared. That or he's doing real life shit. but I would probably think it's the former. He's probably a little bit scared of my Necro skills, and I'm just only getting better, as you can see here, boys. And now I get to practice against our boy Javitopvp. He's actually popped into this game, and to really scare off our boy Dio, I'm just gonna beat up on Javito here real quick, because Javito's already got a NV Din win under his belt. So when I beat Javitopvp here and make it look easy, that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good for Dio. He's going to be looking at that. He says, send location. Hold on. You got to see this first, Dio. Hold up. You got to see me kick some ass first. You just got to watch my skills first. Watch me versus Din. Look how good I am. Look at that. Unscathed. Unscathed. I mean, practically unscathed. You see that surprise attack? You see that shit? I hope you're ready for that, Dio. You see that? We just get in there, we dance with that spear. We don't fuck around. Necro skills are... They went from 0 to hero here overnight. And by overnight, I mean within the last hour. By the way, my dude, Patrick Mercier. Bro, we're gonna have to go back to the station for this one. Big cheers to Patrick Mercier, bro. Thank you so much for the membership. It means a lot. And it goes towards the fun of keeping this shit alive. By the way, big shout out to Yaz, my dude. Or Yav, sorry. Also becoming a member. 2 more legends up on the team. Big cheers to you guys. Thank you so much. Big cheers. We're gonna put that right towards this Dio destruction. Dio-struction is what's up next on the card. You guys about ready to see it? Dio, if you want to stream, I got some shit. I can I used to be able to swap back and forth. Hold on. Wait a minute. I used to be able to swap back and forth with my hotkeys. Either way, we can make it so that we can swap back and forth between me and Dio's perspective, and I think that would be sick. But this is what it's going to look like. Hold on, let me see what I've got set up. Settings, hotkeys, transition. Oh, it's F5. Okay, that's what I have it set to. All right. Yes, we can do it. It's just like that. Spaceship with the click of a button. That's what we do. All right, let's do it. Dio, here, I'll make a game, bro. I'm gonna make a game real quick. We gotta send location to Dio because he seems to think that he's gonna get it here tonight. All right, I think you might be able to join up on me, but I'll send you game name either way. Yo, who says it? Yeah, who says this is the hardest matchup in the game? For me? Come on now, for me. Wait, actually, don't join this, Dio. My ping is fucking horrible. Don't join it. I'm gonna make a new game. It's gonna be same password. Let me play around with a couple. All right, this one looks a little better. Just jack one with the same password. Yeah, that last one was horrible.
Hello.
You mind if Emilio joins this duel? No, all right. Well, Dio still doing skill quests? Oh man. Well, I mean, this is... If you're gonna get your skill quests, I might as well have a skill shrine. It's only fair. It doesn't really help my build too much. It's not a significant shrine, right? It's not significant. Don't worry about it.
I need mana.
Look at my... Oh, sweet. All right. Let me get this set up so that we can bounce back and forth between me and Dio's setup. Let's check it out. Let's go over to this. Boom, look at this. Easy. Easy swapping, no problem. No skill quests or anything. Yeah, I mean, some people would say these duels are stacked in someone's favor. It's clearly Dio. It's clearly Dio. All right, he's got the advantage here today. I'm using my mana pool. It's too low. Yeah, you're good, dude. You're actually allowed to do that. Like, that's just in the rules. I am not allowed a mana pool, though. Which I think is a little unfair with how good this Din looks. No, in all seriousness, you guys know, you've seen this. I'm not really that great on a Necro. And Dio has been known to have some skills on a Din. So we got to be careful. We have to be on point. We have to be ready. We have to be leaned forward in our seat. We have to lock our cursor in to position. All right, we've got a full rejuve down here. As long as Dio doesn't notice it, we can use that. Just gonna make sure he doesn't notice. But yeah, it's going to be tough, boys. No, I honestly think it should be pretty fair. It should be. I think Dio's good on a Din. We've seen him on LOD. We've seen him kick some ass. And we've seen me before. I lost to Llama, boys. Just a reminder of that, okay? Let's get some tunes playing here. What the fuck? What is Dio doing? Is he good? Is he doing some meth runs? What is this? What the fuck's going on over here? That's the Din right there, boys. We like to stalk our prey a little bit. Check them out. Do a little screen sniping here. Do a little sniping. All right, let's go. Let's just let's get this underway. All right, I can't underestimate Dio. You guys saw the Din skills that I was busting out. I just beat somebody who is experienced in this matchup here tonight. I just beat Javitopvp in one quick round where he played on North American ping. And I'm gonna take that. I got Toshank to 10% tonight. I feel like that's big progress. I think we can do it. I think we have what it takes. All right, we're going to be methodical. We're not going to teleport around too much. We're going to be opportunistic. We're not hostile. We're not even hostile. Oh, dude, I told you. I told you. You can't underestimate D. I didn't even see that coming. I gotta wake the fuck up. Bros, I told you, you can't underestimate Dio. He's different Din. This is a very unfair matchup. Someone was saying this early. Very unfair for a Necro. Yeah. Yeah. This is an uphill battle, guys. This Din right here. Didn't even touch him. He didn't even... Look at this. He didn't even go to fucking Charcy. Or Akara. All right, here we go. Round 2. All right, we've got this. We've got this. I'm done fucking around. Boys, I'm going in the zone. I'm done fucking around. There's no more playing. There's no more playing on my end, okay? There's no more playing. We were playing before.
Good to see.
We were playing. There's no more fucking playing. There's no more Mr. Nice Guy in this matchup. Yeah, he's got... Max must have trained him on the Din because he just says good duel immediately. Within seconds of winning, says good duel.
I can't carry anymore.
He's got that Max style. No more fucking around, guys. He's charging too, so theoretically he's weak to Bone Spirit. We just gotta pay attention to these things. He's charging a lot. So we're just gonna launch a few Bone Spirits out there. Let him fucking run right into him. Landed a shot. Landed a shot. Okay. Dude, fuck, man. What the fuck am I doing wrong?
Greetings.
All right, you know what I don't like about this duel is I'm ending with a belt full of pots. It's time to fucking spam, boys. He's gonna charge around the map. We're gonna spam Bone Spirit and just lates. We're just latesing. There's no... The time for good mannered duels is over. It's time to fucking lates. Yeah, click the buttons better. I think that's the best advice. All right, here we go. We got this. All right. We're back in this. Let's not get too ridiculous. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We're one ham from death. What is this shit? Dins are OP. We're gonna have to ban Dins from the DFC. God damn it!
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
I think Dins are a little overpowered. Now help me do my skill quest, he says. Dude, fucking A, man. I even tried. I did a spirit train, but I don't know if it hit him. I thought I did some good damage in that last duel. I thought I was almost there. Fucking A, dude. Necros are hard. Yeah, I hit him a tiny bit. On my screen, there was a bone spirit train that was at least 100 deep, and 50% of them hit. I was like, oh, that's a good one. I walked off. I was gonna have a walk-off KO, and then he just teleported away. Bone spirit doesn't do enough damage, dude. And can you believe some rule sets limit the amount of damage that fucking thing does? Fucking shit is weak. Holy shit, dude. That's weak as fuck. Yeah. I mean, basically, we need... I'm going to write a letter to Blizz tonight. This is magic damage, which is the same as a hammer. Should do 12 to 14k. 6k hammers? What is this bullshit? Or 6k bone spirit? Stupid. Necros are stupid. It's no wonder we don't see any of the DFC. Necros are stupid. I guess you were right, dude. This was so heavily one-sided. I didn't even know how rough of a matchup this was. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta buff this Necro somehow. Somehow. Yeah, I have no idea. Look, let's get a few more in. I don't feel good about that. I feel like that was obviously lag. You see my ping? Just went to 94. Just went to 94. We can let Pwab Bic play for us? Yeah, that's true, actually. Next time, we got to do that. I'll just be sitting here, hands-free, commentating, be like, all right, Dio's doing a great job against me here. I'm not sure how. You know, but, man, no, look at that. My spears are too good, and it'll be just Pwab playing for me. Yeah, that's what it is. Dude, Necro is trash. I had one out there. My one out was to spam Bone Spirit all across the map in complete lates and hope the judge DQ'd me. Hope the ref DQ'd me. But I actually didn't have enough mana to do that, so I think we need to adjust that a little bit. Go Dio. One more. Let's get in the fucking zone. We gotta do this again. We're doing this again. Get in the zone. There's no fucking shot we lose again. It just doesn't happen like that. We were doing so good versus Necro. Or versus Din. Din versus Necro. We were king. I was thinking about going Necro main for a second. But not now. Necro fucking sucks. This is the worst class in the game. If Neck was S tier, we'd see it more in the DFC. That's what I say. Something's wrong. Something's just wrong. All right, we got this. We're just gonna spam. See? See? That's the kind of violence we needed to enact. How did I not spear him there? You guys saw that, right? You guys fucking saw that. How did I fucking not spear him there? I had a name lock?
Hello.
That was crazy shit. Necro sucks. No, there was no shot he could have been in my blind spot. I had a direct name lock. Like, there was like no blind spot about it. It was like, here's the name lock, go ahead and stomp me. I was like literally waiting for it. He stomps me, I launch 2 spears, I get hit by a hammer and have to abort the mission. Like, how did that happen? Necro sucks. Like, I didn't know spear could miss. I didn't know spear was like defense calculated. Like, that shit is horrible. Because it's James Brown. Yeah, he's got those skills. Get on up. All right, go, Dio. One more. One more. Double or nothing. Double or nothing. How does his hammers pierce me? They pierce all my pets and shit? I wish my fucking Hammerdin would do that. What skill is that? Alright, so this is the only thing a Necro can do. This is like the only thing a Necro can do. You do this. That's it. Like, that's it. That's all a Necro can do. I was battle orders. I was. Necros suck ass. Yeah, mana pool's unbanned for Necros. They just suck. Necros are just ass.
I'm overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Like, I never noticed it before, but Necros are actually the worst class in the game, and it's not even close. Like, holy shit. They're so bad. Yeah, I never noticed the level of skill that he had. But Elite had some massive skill. He was doing the only thing a Necro can do. You were wondering why you saw Elite like this the whole time? He's just up here, and then he's fucking over here, and he's doing this shit. You was wondering... That's the only thing a Necro can do. That's it. And you can't do it now. Oh my god. No, dude, we tried, but they kept missing. I actually name-locked Dio with a spear, launched 2 into him on a stomp, and nothing happened. Like, apparently spears are based on defense now. My opponent's defense was too high or some shit. It was crazy. Necros are so bad. Holy shit, dude. I also, no, to be real though, I wasn't kidding. Necro is my absolute worst character, with maybe the exception only of a barb. Like, I'm so bad at barb, I actually just don't even dare play a barb because I just know it's gonna be bad. But Necro is actually my worst character. I have no idea what I'm doing on it. But still, it just feels bad. Like...
I am overburdened.
Am I dueling somebody? Go. I'm just gonna do what the Necro does. Just channel the inner elite. See, just like that. Necro is ass. That whole Bone Spirit train missed. It's defense based. I told you can't underestimate Dio on a Din, dude. He's pretty good on it. I gotta say that's pretty fucking impressive. Like, he's a level 80 Din, dude. 86 Din. No skill quests. My skill level on a Necro is like negative 108. But still, I should have been able to beat Dio. And he just took it, dude. That's pretty impressive, I gotta say. I should have been able to get there. But holy shit, that was nuts. Alright, now he's going up again. I think this is Tempest. I think this is Tempest on a Necro. Hold up, let me cut over to Dio's screen. Let's check it out from Dio's point of view. We just got trashed on, dude. I don't think we should be banning pools for necks. Like, it's just so bad. Like, I just think that when they start spamming Spirit across the map, you just DQ them. Like, I've never felt so helpless on a build. I'm like, I have to Spear because I'm gonna run out of mana. Like, you just have no defense. Your defense is, it's like, to all of that bullshit, whether you're going against a Druid, whether you're going against a Din, whether you're going against a Sorceress in particular, you need defense, and your only defense... Oh, look at that. Dio just tears it up, dude. Dio just tears it up again. Dio is actually pretty impressive. My favorite class on D2 is the lawyer. Mine too, dude. Irreplaceable. My favorite potion in D2R is Jim Beam. And cheers to that. Dude, Dio is fucking tearing it up, dude. I wasn't kidding. He's actually good on a fucking Din. I thought even with my subpar Necro skills, I might be able to make it into a fight. And you guys, I wasn't complete trash, right? Like, I was doing some Dins before. I wasn't complete trash. But dude, Dio's a different kind of dueler, man. Holy shit. Like, I literally felt like I was just 10 steps behind him the whole time. That shit was nuts, man. I gotta give it to Dio. He's fucking good. Oh, yeah, we banned Clay Golem, Clayton, because Clay Golem, Necro at one point, and we were basing this off from basically one player playing the Necro. The Necro was the most powerful class in all of D2R, mainly because Elite was the pilot of the Necro, and nobody could beat him. We banned mana. We banned a lot of shit on the Necro at first. We actually limited their block percent. We banned Clay Golem. We banned a whole bunch of other shit. But eventually, we just banned mana pools and cut out a lot of the other bans with the exception of Clay Golem. I am so inclined after this duel, unban mana pots. Like, dude, it just takes playing on the other class to notice how shit it is. Like, literally, you could easily just DQ someone for latesin across the map and shooting bone spirits, right? So, like, even if they're low life, if that's what they're doing, and they're just teleporting across the map and launching IBS, you just DQ, they just lose the round, right? You can do it for a little while, but, like, if you can't score any shots, you can't hit any, like, the duel's gonna last 2 hours, and it's just, like, so you just DQ them. But that literally is a strategy that the Necro doesn't have now that I'm noticing. Like, because if you do that, it costs an entire row of mana pots. And it's actually something legit you should be able to rely on. Oh, yeah, yeah, Maddie beat him. Maddie beat him Necro v Druid. For sure. Yeah. Doombringer beat Elite, yep. Dude, that's fucking crazy, though. I don't know. That Necro just feels bad. I saw myself launching those Bone Spirit trains, and I would almost immediately run out of a row of mana pots. And I was like, I didn't even have the intent at that point to lates. That was the thing. I didn't even have the intent to lates. I was just like, okay, he's just charging around. So if he's just going to charge around, I'm just going to launch Bone Spirits. Oh, shit, you're running out of mana. Like, that's kind of a problem. Bros, I'm on the verge. Like, just... I'm on the verge. Look at this. Dio's just tearing it up. And, dude, Tempest ain't a horrible player. Even on Necro, we've had some insane duels, Din versus Necro, and Dio's making it look fucking easy. Bros, this is nuts. Dio might be the next top Din in line. And honestly, to tell you the truth, to be completely transparent, completely honest, I have never been scared of a Necro with on Din v Necro with the current no mana pools rule. Never been scared. I'm just like, all right, what are you gonna do? Spam Bone Spirit and run out of mana? Fuck you. Like, I feel like that's something you legitimately should have to worry about. Like, it's how I get beat in pub games. You know what I mean? It's just an unfortunate truth about the Necro. And I kind of miss seeing it. We don't have as many Necros playing in the DFC now since that rule change. I think it's far greater, and I wanted to play on a Necro tonight to experience it. It fucking sucks. Like, we could just switch it where if you spam Bone Spirit for like 2 minutes straight and you don't hit for whatever reason, if that's all you're doing, it's no offense, you just lose the round, right? We move on to the next. Like, if you're just spirit training, right? Limited pools. Yeah, that's kind of true too, I guess. Limited pools. Maybe limited pools in general. With a rule that you can't just needlessly drink mana pots. Because I feel like if, now knowing this stuff, if you have like a din that's just like needlessly drinking them, drinks them all up or whatnot, just have a limited mana pool. That's true too, honestly, Premo. Like, I honestly felt like I couldn't chase him. Because I was like, Spear kind of costs mana too. Like, you know, it's cheaper. But I found myself having to just be like, okay, he's going to run around, just don't chase, just regen your mana. Like, that was literally something I was thinking about in that duel. I was like, okay, so this is a high-level duel. I'm going to run out of mana. I can't chase. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. I think something's got to be done about that. I mean, it was single-handedly a rule that basically destroyed Necros in the DFC. You have to think about that. Like, yeah, it sucks to see someone spam Bone Spirit for 2 hours straight, which literally happened. Like, there was actually a duel where Elite was involved in a 4-hour duel that involved a lot of IBS trains. I just think you make a rule against that. And it's nothing personal, it's just a rule. If you spam Bone Spirit and you Bone Spirit train for like, and that's your primary strategy for like more than 2-3 minutes, you just lose the round. Like, it's no offense, but it's just like, yes, you will eventually win after 4 hours. But we have seen some really good Necros show up, and like we've seen some really good matchups. Like Sin versus Necro is extremely good. It's extremely fun. We have unbanned mana pools there. I don't know, man. I think so. What's up, Johnny Dubs? Yeah, and honestly, here's the thing. I'm not sure if such a rule would bring Elite back into the DFC. Call me a masochist, call me crazy. But am I alone in this? I kind of miss seeing Elite in the DFC. He was the most dominant, reigning, defending DFC champion of all time. Like, I kind of miss the challenge of somebody taking on and beating Elite. Right? Like, I kind of miss it. Like, there's been some dominant champions, right? But none that stand out like Elite. Is he really? Is he playing D4? No shot he's playing D4, Premo. Really? Yeah, and that rule was made because of Elite. Yeah, for sure. All you got to do to join the DFC, you want to make sure you're in the Discord. The link is in the description, because that's when you'll get notifications for like when sign up for the DFC is good. And then all you got to do is make an account on gamer.xyz. It's a website that we use, and that will allow you to easily one-click sign up for DFC. And make sure to join the Coooley base when you're on there. All right. We go base members only. But it's basically, once you do those couple of things, you're in the Discord and you have an account, which you can sign up for. If you have a Twitch account, you can just link that and it creates an account for you on gamer.xyz, like one click. It's pretty easy. Once you have an account on gamer.xyz and you're in the Discord, it's pretty easy. Like, you'll get a notification for like when DFC events get posted. Like, I tag everybody on that so you can sign up, and then all you do is click the link, sign up, register for the event. That's it. Boom, you're in it. And then we'll get you a matchup. By the way, just want to say, Taylor Greer, big shout out and a big cheers to you, bro. Dude, thank you so much. And that was a gift. That was actually a gift from Doombringer. Bro. Holy shit, Doom. Thank you so much, man. And the membership. I gotta say, big shout out to Doombringer today. The one-handed bandit tearing it up, SVS, the true SVS, top sorceress in the DFC for a very long time. And impressive skills here tonight. That was actually a phenomenal fucking duel, bro. Big cheers to that. Thank you for the gifted membership and the membership, bro. Holy shit. Tipping one back to Doom tonight, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's pretty easy. So, like, the hardest part is just going on to gamer.xyz and getting that in your history. Like, it might be a site you've never gone to before. Gamer.xyz. And that's it. And then you can click login. And then it's like, hey, do you want to log in with Twitch? Boom. Yep, you can do that. And then immediate account created, everything. Super easy. See, like, look at this. I don't mean to be critical, okay? But Dio doesn't even have Oak Sage up half of these duels. He's charging around. I should have landed some of those spirits. Should have been able to land some. Look at this. Now Tempest turning up the heat, dude. Holy shit. Yeah. We're going to have to do something about Necros. I miss seeing them. It was honestly one of the secret reasons why I wanted to play Necro this week. Is because I'm like, how are they so bad? I literally actually had a plan to start climbing the ranks on a Necro. And secretly I was like, I'm just going to give myself an easy match. I know fucking, like I played some Jimmy McGill shit in the background. I was like, I know Dio's got an 86 Din, LOL, he just built it. LOL, he's on a hammered in, he's not even on a smiter, LOL, I'm gonna fuck him up. I just got 4-0'd by Dio, and granted, Dio's a very good player. I might have underestimated his Din skills a little bit, but I seriously felt helpless on a Necro. Doom was gifted. Oh shit, my bad. I read that wrong. Shirley Serious, thank you. I feel like an asshole now. You know what? I'm gonna blame it on Shirley Serious. All right. I'm just kidding. I won't do that, bro. Taylor Greer was actually the one. I read it wrong. Reading is hard. Okay. Reading is hard. I grew up in America. A lot of smart people read books. I read text files for bots growing up. Okay. We take a quick glance. We don't see that shit. But I just want to give the real credit. Taylor Greer, my dude. Thank you so much. And Doombringer, I take back every good thing I said about you. We're throwing it in the trash. And it's all going to Taylor Greer instead. Bro, I'm so sorry about that. Thank you so much for the heads up on that, Shirley. And a big cheers to Taylor Greer. What an idiot. Who watches this guy? Bro, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. A gifted membership and a membership. Bro, I can't thank you enough. I feel like an idiot, but I want to give you an extra special cheers. I'm probably drunk enough, but we're going to tip a few of these back. We had to switch that one around, make it burn a little bit. True cheers, but a true punishment. Bro, I'm so sorry for misreading that. Dude, big cheers to you, and thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Do I have to say good things about Doombringer again now? Look at this. Does this mean I have to say good things about Doombringer now? Nice cast. Bro, thank you so much for the membership, Doom. Look, I meant everything I said. I mean that, bro. You're one hell of a sorcerer's player. It was an incredible performance tonight. Thank you so much for that membership. Big cheers to you, bro. And another retroactive cheers to Taylor Greer. We're getting turnt tonight, boys. Might have been a little tilted little tilted sideways from that Necro loss, man. I thought I was going to channel my inner Shirley Sirius on that. You know what I mean? Shirley Sirius was sitting right next to me in a hotel room in Canada. And he beat me on a Necro. So I immediately thought, Necros must be fucking overpowered, must be easy. We immediately banned Necros from the DFC. We did everything we could to fuck Necros. But you know what? Didn't work. They're just ass now. 100% valid. By the way, my dude. Greg Jones, we're going to the spaceship. Did I read this? Hold on. Just making sure. Just making sure my reading skills are on point. I even did Hooked on Phonics, guys. I promise. My mom paid for that shit. She even got me the Dr. Seuss books and everything. I fucking read those, but those were the last ones I ever did. Because no books were entertaining after that. You can blame it on my upbringing, but there was no books as entertaining as the Dr. Seuss ones, so I never read another one. Every single book I had to read in high school, I Spark Notes it. All right, that was when the internet first came out, and Spark Notes was a thing. Teachers didn't fucking know yet. We put the fucks to the man. But this time I made sure I read it right, and Greg Jones with a Legend tier membership. Big cheers to you, bro. Really appreciate it. It keeps the chalice flowing and the juck fuckery going. Big cheers, bro. That's true, actually. Shirley is a bot. I almost got on Coooley's computer to ban Joby. Dude, Joby and Matt, funny story. Joby and Maddie actually came down. To Maine, and Joby had one goal, and it was to like they came in. We were sitting there on the couch. We were all just watching DFC. Joby had one goal: wait till Coooley gets up, goes eats a drink, goes takes a piss or something, and ban Maddie from Discord. That was his one goal. That was single-handedly the only reason he came down to visit. I thought it was because he thought it was cool or something. We were friends, but it was only to ban Maddie. And he ended up just banning Shirley, or revoking Shirley's mod privileges. That's what he did. Yeah, exactly. Fucking Joby. Yeah, that was his. He had ulterior motives, man, but he did it. He did it. He made it happen. Wow, incredible, man. I gotta say, like, that was nuts. I kind of miss seeing Necros, but after playing one in a competitive DFC match against a very good player, I understand why. Like, look at this. Dio was tearing it up over here. Like, this is a good match. This is what I would expect to see. Like, Din versus Neck. This is what I would expect to see. Like, some mad back and forth. Like, here's the thing. Is the Din... You might have noticed this. I'm not the best Necro player, but like Dio could spam those hams, and I had no hope of chasing him, right? Like I couldn't chase him, and he didn't have to worry about me spamming Bone Spirit in response to him charging and spamming Bone Spirit. I didn't actually notice that. I hadn't ever implemented that in the DFC or even in competitive Necro versus Din play as a Din player. I hadn't actually just charged around and spammed hams because I didn't notice how effective it actually was. Like when your opponent can't spam you back, which was usually the counter to that, which I guess is why I never did it. That was usually the counter. If you were a Din and you started charging like this right here and spamming hams, the answer to that is the Necro sits back and shoots Bone Spirits across the map. That's a legitimate defense, right? Like if your opponent is a Din and they're just charge spamming hams, you just outrange them. It's a pretty simple strategy. It forces the Din to get in a little bit, get a little more aggressive. It's smart. I didn't have that option. Like, it was like one of the biggest things that the Necro should have. I didn't have it. I didn't have it at my disposal. Also, they get in through a simple help desk password reset. Yeah. Did 15 million to hackers to not disclose the leak? Dude, what? This actually happened? Caesars and MGM got fucking hacked? It was UFC card, not DFC. We're not that big of nerds. Dude, did I say DFC? No, what we were really doing was watching DFC reruns, okay? We don't need to lie about it anymore, Joby. We were watching DFC reruns. Yeah. Honestly, though, this is what I say, all right? Have you guys seen the announcers in the UFCs lately? Have you seen them lately? You have John Anik, who's ass. Guy is just too fake. I hate hearing the guy's voice. John Anik sucks. Dan Cormier is stupid. He's a good fighter, but he's a stupid commentator. Like, he's the type of commentator that I actually hate seeing fighters being commentators in the UFC, because they always make the fight personal. Whatever fight they're watching, if it's a good fight, if it's like it could be fight of the year. And I promise you this, any UFC fighter that is a commentator watching one of the best fights that might have ever happened in the UFC will always make it about them. Dan Cormier, oh, you know what he needs to do here? This is what I would do. I would clinch him up because he's losing right now. He's catching all of these shots, and then the guy just like scores a takedown or some shit. Like, they always make it about them and what they would do. They put themselves like fucking who else does it? Tom the Cruz guy, Dominic Cruz, Dom Cruz. He'll also do it. Like, that guy is like one of the worst losers I've ever seen in my life, and he's a commentator now. Makes all of the fights about him if they're good. Or if they're bad, they do the same thing. If they're extremely bad, they also do the same thing. They start talking as though if they were in the fight. I don't give a shit if you're in the fight. You're sitting on the bench, you fucking cuck. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, why don't you just commentate on what's going on right now? Like, why don't you tell me something I don't know? I'm a UFC fan. Tell me something I don't know. Don't tell me what your stupid ass would do. I just saw you take 12 unanswered punches from the fucking Mexican Olympian guy and get pissed when the fight got stopped. I don't need to hear your fucking input on any fight. You suck. Like, you know what I mean? That's how I feel when I watch UFC fights with actual UFC fighters commentating on them. I just realized you guys watch DFC fights with actual DFC fighters commentating on them every week. Well, it's been a good career, guys. I thank you for joining me. It's been great. Dude, yeah, Loroshenko is actually good. Like, when I heard her commentate on that last card, I was hoping that they would secretly fire every other commentator and just let her talk. Like, she was the only one with anything intelligent to say. And, like, there was one time I remember DC just kept talking, and someone was doing an Ezekiel choke or some shit, which is pretty insane. And, like, that's pretty unique. Like, for people that don't watch the UFC, it'd be really cool if you were like, this is an Ezekiel choke. He's going for it. Like, you could see it coming from a mile away. He's like, he's going. I could see it. I was telling my girlfriend at the time, I was like, dude, he's going for a fucking Ezekiel choke. I was like, he's setting up an Ezekiel choke. And Dan Cormier is like, if I was in this fight, I'd put my fat fucking gut on, lay on him. I would put my weight on, I would lay on him. And I'm just like, Dan, shut up. Like, he's doing a fucking Ezekiel choke. You don't see this shit? And then like 10 minutes later, after the fight ends due to an Ezekiel choke, he's like, that was an Ezekiel choke. That was kind of cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's bad. I think that would be cool, actually. We should invite her in, have her commentating, get her in the Discord. We'll just cut over to her. We'll tell her to do a green screen, bring her in. We'll just have her take over the stream, Joby. That's actually not a bad idea. Wow, boys, I think Dio just showed off mad Din skills, but also we have something else. We need to see fights here, okay? I see Hellian live. I've seen him live for a little bit. Oh, it looks like he's in there with versus Max, too. This might be happening. Hold on, are you guys seeing? Oh, look at this. This might be happening. Oh, Hellian's AFK? He's probably, I don't think he's AFK, Max. Hellian's scared. He remembered who his opponent is this week. He knows fight of the night is on the line. He knows performance of the night is on the line. And he is AFK 6 hours, fake AFK 6 hours. Recreate the old MTL hotel situation. Actually, I can't do NVN. I uninstalled. I almost uninstalled Diablo 2 the other day. Not gonna lie. I did a collective 210 key runs. I'm not, you know, you guys know me. I usually exaggerate. Okay? This is not an exaggeration. 210 key runs. Every single one of them. Summoner, the Act 1, the Countess, and Neelathok. Did all three of those for something like 70 runs. Not a single fucking key dropped. I was so mad. I almost uninstalled Diablo 2. It was so clear to me at that point that Blizzard had it out for me. Oh, I'm sure. I double checked. I double checked that I was still connected to BrandL. I double checked that I was not in the wrong difficulty. I was doing it right from the character select screen. Always click hell. Always click hell. Like it was from that screen. 210 runs collectively. 0 keys. I was so mad. I started making public games that was like 10, but you want to know the real embarrassing part? I made a game that I kept up for 30 minutes and nobody joined it. 10 high runes for 10 high runes for 10 high runes for 30 keys. Or 20 keys. That's what it was. 20 keys. 10 high runes for 20 keys. Complete overpay. I was so sick of farming keys. Nobody joined. It was like 2 a.m. Eastern, but like nobody joined. I actually almost uninstalled. I was pretty sure, because the reason I even made games like that is because I was pretty sure BattleNet had shadow banned me in one way, that like people couldn't see my games and that they just banned all of my drops. Like they were just like, anything Coooley could drop, just fuck it, don't drop it. Oh, he's doing the Countess and shit? No keys. Turn it off. He's probably abusing the game. Turn it off. Turn off key drops. I made games that were ridiculous overpays. Nobody joined them. I literally almost uninstalled because I figured Blizzard was probably just trolling me. And I was like, you know what? I don't have to play this game, Blizzard. Fuck you. But then I remembered it's Diablo 2 and I can still duel. So here we are. I've done 10 Terrorzone Arcane Sanctuaries in the last 2 weeks. Not one key drop. Dude, Cooj. Me and Premo were saying this, dude. Key drop rates in terrorized zones seem to be fucked. Like, they something seems to be just completely off with them. He dropped 1 in, like, the last 3 Terrorzone runs that he's done. It's been crazy. Just ridiculous. Just stupid. Like, something's messed up. Keys are super rare. I don't know what it is, but they're just even more rare these days. Yeah. A month ago, my game was crashing every other game. Now, since D4 tanked, it is fine. Yeah. Yep. Same thing. Ever since D4 tanked, now I haven't been getting those same, like, failed to join messages. You remember those when you would go to, when you go to create a game, you get a failed to join message? Yep. Not getting those anymore. Yep. Yeah, same here. Your clone just popped? Are you on America? Are you on Americas? Are you on EU? It's the drop tables. There are terrorized drop tables that they pull from when the zone is TZ and they don't have keys in them. That's actually true. So I didn't think about that. So if they pull from a terrorized drop table, which is where they can pull Sunder Charms from, That table doesn't have keys in it, so your odds of finding keys are actually not 1 in 12 of what they say they are, because it can just randomly pull from that table, which don't include keys. So they're suddenly less than that. And let's assume they pull from the terrorized drop table once every 3 runs. That's huge. That's like now 1 in 16. Yeah, 1 in 16. So like basically 1 in every 20 runs just about, you'll get 1 key drop in a terrorized zone. That's so horrible. Like 1/5 of the time almost. 1/6 of the time. But it doesn't seem to be that way, because that would mean 1 out of every 6 runs you would get 1. That's just not the case. I've done literally almost 100 runs and got nothing in a terror zone before. Multiple times. It's from before. Okay, yeah, that's probably what it was. If you were AFK in a game, yeah, Lord Warwick is probably right. If you were AFK in a game, it probably popped, and then and you were just sitting there in it. It popped like an hour ago, maybe. Yeah, probably like an hour ago it popped. Dude, I'm down for that. We don't see anybody streaming in the Discord, streaming their duels. I quit. I might actually delete this Necro. Necros are ass. We need to do something about Necros. I'm never playing a Necro again. Like, Necros are so bad, it's not even funny. Like, a din for life, man. Din for life. Necros are so bad. Just, something's just fucked up with them. We need to do something about it. We don't see Necros in the DFC anymore. It's not even fun to play on a Necro. Like, literally, my only out a couple of times against Dio was to just spam Bone Spirit. And it not even in a Late's way. Like, he was just charging around the map. And I'm like, okay, I know what I hate when that happens. I hate it when the Necro just spams Bone Spirit, because it makes it so I can't charge. So I started doing it and immediately ran out of mana. And I was like, that's a legitimate answer to the fucking juck fuckery that's going on right now. And I can't do it. I'm like, that's so bad. Like, I miss Necros, man. I miss Necros. If it's an active terror zone, it will always pull from that. So if you're farming keys during a summer terror zone, you're being dumb because you're not going to get them. That being said, I've got keys in a terrorized zone before, though. I have gotten keys before. I remember I did Summoner, and out of the 5 times that I did the Summoner Terror Zone, I got 2 keys while he was terrorized. So it was possible. And Premo just got 1 too. He just did Neelathok and while he was terrorized and got it. Look, I just want to let you know, Brand, you're not going to beat me with a Tile Sorc, all right? You're not going to beat this Din with a Tile Sorc. You can feel free to bring him in. Here, I'm going to make a game. Let me actually make a game. I'm going to make Jack 1. Let me check the ping first. Let me check the ping. I'm going to make Jack 1-1. Wait, no, hold up. Jack 1-1 is already up. Ping is ass. We're going to go to Jack 2. Password 2. I'm just going to check this out. Oh my god. Ping is ass. We're going to go to Jack 3. Password X. Yeah, 234. Really, GG. Hold up. This could go down. Yep, this could go down. All right, here we go. This one. Jack 3, password X. Bro, you ain't beating me on a fucking Tile Sorc. I'm gonna make sure of it. All right, hold on. I'm gonna swap out, make sure I've got the right rings on. You ain't beating me on a fucking Tile Sorc. I've been embarrassed enough tonight. Okay? I've been embarrassed enough. Now, I'm not even going to sorb you. I'm just going to make sure that I don't have embarrassing fire resist. That's all I'm going to do. That's all I'm doing. Just making sure I don't have embarrassing fire resist. I need 20 cast on my Amy. I put that Amy on my Uber Smiter. All right, so I'm gonna have pretty low fire res, and that's okay because I'm back on a din, guys. So the embarrassing times are over. There's no more embarrassment. I'm on a din. I feel bad for anybody that goes up against me. I might not be the technical top din anymore, but I am the people's top din. And that's a title that no amount of embarrassment can take away. Unless I get beat by Dio on a din on my din. And then, well, we'll revisit the issue. But we're not even going to paint that into reality just now, okay? Yeah. That's what it is. The John Cena of dins. I might lose a few matches here and there. I might have years that are not my years, okay? But the people's top din. Okay, that's just how it is. I'm just going to hostile everybody in the game. It's just how it is. Oh, he might be clearing the more. We don't lose now. We're on a din. It feels like home. God, Necros are ass, dude. Like, I was wondering why the stats suggested that Necros are ass, and then I played one. And I was like, yep, I get it. I totally get it. And I purposely set it up so that I played against a din. Because I'm like, I kind of know, I'm not good on a Necro, but I kind of know what to do against it. I literally had full confidence I was going to beat Dio tonight. And I was like, I was surprised. I was like, my tools are kind of gone. Hold on, we're on a din. We can't be losing. We're on a din. I gotta get in the zone, boys. We're on a din. There's no room for losing. I told you. I just had to get in the zone. It's so good to be back. It's so good to be on a real character.
Good day.
Yeah, baited hard. By the way, what's up, Ed? Big cheers to you, man. I heard that kick go off. As soon as that martial arts kick went off, I was like, I'm just gonna start chucking them hams. I'm gonna start fucking chucking them. And it's gonna be over quick. All right, so if you guys are on the card and want to get in for the fight of the night, 500 forum gold on the line. Make sure to pop in, share your screen. Let me know in the chat if I don't see it. I'll kind of keep an eye on it. And I'll also smoke this e-cig and smoke a bunch of people here in game. You guys ready to see this? We got Death going up. We got a 92 Necro here. Should be easy, actually. Yep. Yeah, he wants to go up against my Din with that. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to charge around. And there's nothing he can do. He's going to run out of mana. Dins are so overpowered.
Good day.
Necros are so ass. Like, I'm not even scared. Because I know that there's not a bone spirit train waiting for me. So I just kind of act like, you know, oh man, this is going to be tough. But I know that there's never a bone spirit train. There's very likely never one. But I still play as though there is. Like, I was actually at never any point worried. Look, we got low and we were just like, all right, here we go. Never. Never once. It would have been really different. Because when I was running low on mana, I was like, if this was a DFC duel, that Necro's mana would be dead. And I would have known it. And I would have been like, oh, thank God we're running out of mana, because now I'm going to win. But I seriously feel like that's a threat that I should not have to not worry about. Yeah, go for it. Stream it so we can see it. Dooke and Johnny Dubs looking like they about to go at it, dude. Really? Is this gonna happen? Oh shit, Dooke is streaming. Hold up. Let me get this. Let me pop over. Let's check it out. I think this is about to happen, boys. Let's fucking go. It's time for the Dooke. In this corner, we have Dooke with his absolutely savage barbarian, the technical top barbarian in all of the land right now. There is no one holding a candle to this guy. But can DJ Johnny Dubs put a stop to this reign of terror? We're going to find out here tonight. Yeah, it's really good to see a barb. It's really good to see a barb. Barb is one of those classes we unbanned the mana pools with almost immediately because they're just so slighted, but it hasn't really helped them at all, right? Like, they've been helped slightly, but the biggest problem with a Barb is not necessarily the rule sets that any particular place has. I think it's just the Barb in general. I mean, we've always said this about the Barb. You have to be so skilled on a Barb to get wins. It's not an easy class to play. It's probably the most difficult. It's one that requires you to be extremely aggressive when you need to be. And I mean, when you need to be good at name locks, chain locks, chain zerking, knowing when to whirlwind, knowing how to cut angles. There's so many intricacies to what seems like a simple character. The Barb seems like, oh wow, you're just gonna whirlwind me. You're right. But the way in which the player does it is the most important thing. The decisions that they make along the way, so important. Yeah, I think like seriously, I've been really in the tank. Like I love the set of the breakdown of the DFC that we have right now. I think it's in a healthy spot. But the only gripe that I have about it, I was literally looking at what we see in the DFC the other day, like looking at some numbers. We literally see a pretty good balance. With the only thing that I'll be honest with you guys, that I have personal gripes about, Sins have taken a significant hit. Like, whatever we've done might be a little too much for the Sin. I hate to say it, but they've taken a significant hit in recent history. Perhaps it's the absorb rules. Not 100% sure. Maybe we go T-Gods or 8520. We'll have to look into it. We'll have to do something. But as much as I hate to even... It pains me to even hear those words come out of my mouth. But the Sins might be a little too fucked in recent history, a little too nerfed. But the other thing is, we really don't see Necros. Like, and that's the thing. No, I mean, we have some good Sins that play. I mean, but you could be right. We don't see Chew 30 hasn't played in a while. But here's the other thing: is like, you also have to figure, is the rule set discouraging good Sins from playing? You know what I mean? And maybe not. But we've seen a few duels where the damage from a Sin which can't use mana pots is pretty low. And I was thinking about that. I was like, perhaps nothing needs to change there. Perhaps we're just in a good spot to unban mana pools, right? Like, perhaps we're just in a great spot at this point to unban mana pools. The Necro is practically non-existent in the DFC anymore. Like, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that it's sort of like a Barb in the sense that you have to be extremely skilled if you're limited to one belt of mana. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, something is... like they can't theoretically fully absorb the sin, but to think that the sin also can't use mana pots right now is also something. So I was like, if we don't see necros and we don't see sins, and those were two of the biggest classes that we implemented the mana pool rule for, perhaps we dial it back a little bit. Like, we've already nerfed sin so much. Why nerf mana pools anymore? Like, and it's honestly not, like, I've said this about LLD before, and I seriously believe it. And it's that the lack of mana pools there creates some of the most lates duels in a lot of competitive matchups. Dooke has already got some serious damage in against his opponent here very early. Oh my god, nice timing from Dooke. But yeah, so I mean, that was just something that I was thinking about. I was like, maybe we're just in a spot where allowing mana pools for sins is kind of a good thing, because then they don't just sit in a 5-stack and they're not just a sitting duck the whole time. Maybe that's the first step. Now we have DJ Johnny Dubs at 1 life. But the question is, can Dooke finish? A little bit of pixelation here. That is on my end, not yours. Don't worry too much about that. Nice whirlwind from Dooke. Now we see DJ Johnny Dubs utilizing that bone prison a lot more. That bone prison is very crucial in this matchup. So what bone prison does is, you'll notice that, oh my god, nice catch from Dooke. And this is what I mean. Who would have thought that you would have had to whirlwind in that situation? I wouldn't have thought to. Dooke was on top of it. He's like, I'm close. He's teleporting. Let's fucking go. And he rolled the dice and turned out in his favor. That was really good. Let's see if DJ Johnny Dubs is also streaming here. Let's pop over onto his perspective. Check this out. He's got some 39% damage reduction. He also has that bone armor, which is really good. But what that bone prison does is, when the barb is in close quarters and you cast bone prison on the barb, especially if they're very close to you, it makes it so that when they whirlwind, they actually hit that bone prison instead of you. And that whirlwind can only hit so many targets per pixel, per frame. So if it hits the bone prison, it doesn't hit the player. Just like that. Very nice use of bone prison right here. Extremely good use of bone prison. But a 1 Zerk just goes right through the bone armor. Massive magic damage and a vicious hit from Dooke. And you notice that when you start using that bone armor, when you start using that bone prison and you start over relying on it, it sort of invites the barbarian to do just what Dooke did right there, and that is chain Zerk. You switch to berserk, because not only do you get the ability to chain lock your opponent, but that berserk does magic damage. It goes right through all of that DR, ignore all of the DR, ignore the bone armor. It's all magic damage. So that's why you saw that bone armor didn't get touched, and all of that damage went straight to DJ Johnny Dubs' life total. That was a very clutch, very good call from Dooke there. Exactly. And best case scenario, Doom, you catch them in their own bone prison, and then they can't get out. Like, they can't walk out, they can't walk down. When you start zerking them, they're confined. So like, if you time it right, like, the answer to all of these whirlwinds is bone prison, but the answer to that bone prison is chain zerking. And that gets pretty vicious. So this is, I mean, with any duel that you ever see a barbarian in, it's always comes down to this. I always joke about it a lot, but it's true. It comes down to a mind game. You're always playing a mind game with a barbarian. Can you outsmart them, or are you going to get outsmarted by them? That's why someone like Stadium PK, who plays a lot on a barbarian, often outsmarts a lot of players, because they're just not ready for the matchup. They're not ready for his level of juck fuckery. And that's how you have to be when you're a barbarian player. And Dooke is extremely good at this. Like, he's one of those people that will be patient when you don't expect him to be, and he'll be aggressive when you don't expect him to be. He'll know the answer to what you don't think he has the answer to. Like, I mean, just like that, and a beautiful name lock by Dooke, and a very good duel. Necro should never win this. Yeah, it's definitely tough, I think, for a Necro, but I don't know. I mean, I think a Necro has a lot of answers too. They can go max block and just start, well, technically in the DFC they can't do this anymore, which I'm really reconsidering this now. Just train a whole bunch of bone spirits, right? So you sit with max block and you train bone spirits and it gets really tough. You know, then it's tough for the barb. But if you have limited mana and the barb is patient, what answers do you have? You know, I think honestly, DJ Johnny Dubs here is actually doing a great job. He's getting in close. He's launching the bone spirits, which will chase down the barbarian if he starts doing these whirlwinds, and especially if you clutch bone prison right at the right time, it can be very good. But yeah, Dooke gets another whirlwind in here, very nicely timed, very nicely done. Let's cut over to his point of view here. And he's looking good, man. No damage, 8.7k life, almost 9k life on this barbarian. This guy's, man, he's stepping it up with this gear. And a nice name lock. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Just saying, don't be surprised, boys, if a little bit of changes happen to the mana pot rules. I've been thinking about it. I had a lot of people reach out to me about it. There's a reason we tried some different things tonight. Like, there's a reason we tried, right? I wanted to see it. Like, I wanted to see it. But it might not just be for the Necro. I think, honestly, the damage on a Sin is in a good spot, but now their ability to aggress is in a bad spot. So I think that's why Sins are kind of dropping in the ranks a little bit, is because their ability to aggress is gone. Like, they've been neutered. Like, they have no mana pools. But I think the rules other than that are pretty good for them. Like, it kind of feels like LOD with the damage that they do. And it just sucks that sometimes you run into a wall with them. They can't do anything. They've run out of mana. So yeah, I think that's could be something that's in the pipeline here soon. Is possibly that mana pools are allowed once again. But we do a couple of things. That comes with a caveat. If you're on a Necro, which is what this got implemented for in the first place, and all you do is spam Bone Spirit for a good portion of the duel, you just lose. Like, if it doesn't seem like a legitimate answer to what's going on, you can't just do it because you're low on life. You got to do something. You got to play the Necro, but your opponent should also be worried about a constant Bone Spirit train. It's just a tool that they should have. GG's. And there it is. Looks like Dooke just finished up right there. A little bit of pixelation. But holy shit, I think that's it. He said GG's. Is it over? Is that it? Did Dooke win? Oh no, okay, one more. That's what I thought. I thought it was 3-0. Both players are actually playing pretty well here. Like, this is actually pretty insane. DJ Johnny Dubs got his work cut out for him, though. He has not opted for a max block setup here. And the reason he hasn't done that is because, I gotta say, likely it's because the Necro is limited on mana. And if you switch away from that Spirit, your mana is basically gone. Like, Spirit is such a consistent source of mana. It gives you up to 112 mana, as most of you know. So if you switch off from that shield for any sort of tech, you suddenly just don't have mana. So you really can't switch to a max block setup. You really can't switch to anything very creative, you know? Yeah. And props to Doombringer, because Doombringer's been dealing with a sorceress that actually does suck up quite a bit of mana with not being allowed mana pools, and has actually done pretty well. Put on some incredible performances as of in recent history. Think Mr. Jubs is putting any thought into this? My buddy is way too stoned for thinking. Yeah, well, what DJ Johnny Dubs is doing here on the Necro, not having a max block setup, he kind of has to go with this. And it's like we were just talking about. He's limited with his mana, so he has to think about the longevity of the duel. And so that's why he can't really go to a max block setup. So what he's doing is he's actually, you see how he's set up these bone prisons, and you see how he's staying around them? He's hoping that Dooke will engage him around these bone prisons so that he can stay in them and hopefully, you know, protect himself from some of these whirlwinds. He's playing it very smart. And he's not lating, he's not like chucking a bunch of bone spirits across the map. But you notice even with that, his mana it's very limited. And he has to play extremely smart. And Dooke is also one of those opponents that, like, man, you got to be careful for, because if you give him, here's the thing with Dooke, if he gets a name lock on you and you don't break that by teleporting off the screen, by CT teleporting away, he's gonna punish you for it. Like, he's very quick at grabbing name locks, and he will absolutely punish you for any mistake. Now he was looking for that name lock. DJ Johnny Dubs immediately teleports away. I think that was very smart. Now he starts up a little bit of a bone spirit train, trying to get Dooke to come into these. And also look how he's launching these bone spirits. He's launching them very close to his character's feet, and that's also very strategic. And the reason he's doing that, oh my god, he tries to get in there and finish. That was brave of DJ Johnny Dubs. That was brave. So what he did was he actually went toe-to-toe with Dooke because he figured Dooke was low enough in life where he might be able to get off a couple of spears in the time that it would take for Dooke to hit him. He was going to roll the dice. He was going to hope and pray that he got there before he got zerked. But in that case, it just didn't happen. And he got ganked, unfortunately. Yeah, that was nuts. All right, boys, you know what we're doing right now? We've talked about it a lot, but this is what we're doing. We ain't talking about it. We're gonna be about it. All right. We're just gonna do this. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna see how it goes. And this is gonna be effective for the rest of the DFC fights tonight and in the future. Hold on, let me get everything set up here. Let me get this looking good. I know you got a gray screen. Don't worry about that, because we got this shit. All right, this is what we're gonna do. It might be a drunk rule, but I think it's a good rule. Like, I mean, look, before I was drunk, I set up these matches. I told you about this card before I started drinking whiskey tonight. I said the reason we've set up so many of these matches is to see exactly how disjointed some of these builds are without mana. And I think some of these duels would be a lot closer if this was just fucking gone. And the less rules, the better. All right, that's still in there. That's still good, right? So if you use energy shield, you still can't use mana pots. I think that's fair. I don't think that... I honestly think Root got cut a little short on his title reign. I honestly expected Root to be the reigning defending champion. I expected to make this change based on Root. I was like, maybe Root will get this changed. I expected him to be a long time reigning defending DFC champion. He did get beat in a close duel from Serenity. But dude, when certain characters are limited on their mana pools, sorc can take over even without it, dude. All right, and this is effective as of right now. As of right now. Like, I've seen enough at this point. Like, we've made significant changes in addition to this. It's just, it's gotten so complicated at this point where certain matchups are allowed to have them and certain matches aren't. Just cross the whole fucking thing out. Mana pooling is allowed. We can just do it. I think we're in a healthy spot. DJ Johnny Dub's probably pissed. He's like, you could have done that 10 minutes ago. All right, let's fucking go. These guys are live. Let's cut over to this. A little bit of a gray screen here. Don't worry about that. But new rule. We're going to do that. We're going to post it up. Mana pools are just now allowed. All right. It's just how it is. All right, let's cut over to Hellian versus Max. These guys now no longer AFK. I'm gonna post that in the Discord. I'm gonna clip it, snip it, get it going. Let's do it. Let's make it official, boys. I think it's time it comes back. I hate to admit it, but Elite was right. He sent me a whole PM about that shit. New rule effective immediately. At DFC Dueler. Mana pools are back. Let's see how this goes. Welcome back, Necros. Welcome back, Aggressive Sins. I probably typed some shit wrong, but I'm gonna blame it on... I'm gonna blame it on myself, dude. I could have chosen to drink Diet Coke today. But I didn't. It was whiskey. But you know what? We've got a pretty solid duel here between Hellian and Max, and now Max technically allowed mana pools for this duel right here. And I mean, mana pools were allowed in this duel anyway, so it actually doesn't affect this duel at all. Like, if you would have noticed in that rule, this was one of the exceptions because both classes would just run out of mana. Like, we recognize that right away. Dude, fuck them. Like, just go. Just do it. I'm also gonna add some rules in there about latesing with a Necro, and no offense, Doom, latesing with a cold sorc. We're gonna put some hard rules in there that just, like, I don't think you do it, but it's possible to do it on a cold sorceress. Like, it's possible to do it on a Sin, a Necro, and a cold sorceress. It's possible to lates to the point where your opponent cannot win. Like, so I think we need to put some hard rules in there about that, where if you do these things, I don't even need to be around. If you do these things, you just fucking lose the round. If you're a cold sorceress and you're on screen for about 5% of the duel and you're just coming on screen to drop blizzes, you fucking lose the round. Like, it's yes, you will win eventually. You know what I mean? But you're not winning the right way. I don't think you do that, but it's possible. Like, it's very possible. If you're a Sin and you sit in a 5-stack trap and you don't fucking move and you don't aggress, you just lose the round. Like, if it's not a legitimate defense to what's going on. If you're a Necro and all you do is IBS train across the map, and it doesn't matter if you're low in life or whatever, if it's not a legitimate defense to exactly what your opponent is doing, you lose the round. Like, if it doesn't make any sense, if like you have to move at some point, you have to do something. I just think it's time to do it. Yeah, you must engage your opponent. Well, also, you got to figure this. Most fire sorceresses are ES, so it's possible that they are now the most slighted with mana. And I honestly don't think that we've ever seen a fire sorceress just sit in Meteor and not do anything. It usually doesn't work. Like, you have to set... A fire sorceress has to set up her Meteor, which takes 1 million seconds. Like, you cast Meteor, and about a year later it comes down. So you have to plan 1 year ahead of time to set up a Meteor with a fireballer. Like, it's... it's like investing in the S&P. You just put your money in there. 20 years later, you might get something out of it. Same thing with Fire Sorceress and Meteor. You cast Meteor, a few years later, you might reap the benefits of it. But yeah, possibly we just say something like that. That, like, we're looking for aggressive duels if if you are not engaging your opponent or if your defense doesn't make sense for the duel, you just lose. And it's purposely vague. Like if you're on a fucking druid and you're against a sorceress and you're being defensive, you just lose. Like if you're on a wind druid, let's say, and you're just like being defensive against a cold sorceress, and you're like not aggressive, you just lose. Like if the defensive options you're doing don't really make sense for the matchup, purposely vague, if they're just overly defensive, you just lose. And it's not a complete loss, just you lose the round. It's, you know, just we're going to the next round, you lose that round, let's move on, let's go. The reason you lost is because you're not aggressing your opponent. But yeah, that's true too, Doom. We actually haven't seen a lot of lates in the DFC in a very long time. But also, here's the thing. There's a couple of characters that many people were kind of criticizing of lates, the Necro and the Sin. And ever since the mana pool thing is gone, they just don't exist as much. And it sucks to not see them as much and to have them be so slighted. I shouldn't say the Sin doesn't exist as much. They still exist. They just eventually run out of mana and shit gets really shitty. Like, you know, so we already have upped the lightning absorb with trap Sins, factoring in all of the changes that have come with the last patch. I think it's time they just get mana pools back. And if we're going to do that, Necros are practically non-existent in the DFC anymore. After playing one, after seeing so many matchups with one, I completely understand why. There just needs to be a rule that says don't IBS all the time. Like literally, we might even just say it like that. Like, just don't IBS all the time. That's it. Like, that's all we ask. Like, IBS is cool. It's a threat you should have to be worried about. But just don't do it all the time. Hellian trying to figure himself out here, trying to get these angles in on Max. Now, technically, Hellian outranges the Sin here. If Max kind of sits and rests on his laurels a little bit and sits in his 5-stack, the Necro technically wins that. Especially in this matchup, even in old rules where they have unlimited mana pools, right? Like, they technically can just outrange the Sin. So the Sin kind of has to push the pressure a little bit. But Max has a very interesting way of pushing the pressure. Notice what he just did right there. He set up 5 traps in the center of the map, noticing that in the specific location of Hellian, he was going to have to teleport in that direction. So then he pushes the pressure, but he pushes the pressure into an already set up 5-stack traps. Like, Max is very smart with how he sets these up. I mean, next level trap setting. This guy will set traps you never see coming. And that's literally how a trapper has to win a lot of times. Even with unlimited mana pools. Traps are so slow. Like, you have to cast the trap, so your cast frames are coming into play, but then the trap has to deploy, which has its own animation, and then after it deploys, there's a few seconds before it actually launches. I'm sure you guys have seen me in quite a few duels on my Paladin, where I'll just sit there and kind of laugh while someone sets up traps around me, knowing that I can charge away when the time comes. Like, it's gonna take a little while for those to go off. So a lot of times with a Sin, they have to cut a lot of those animations out. And the way that they do it is they start to predict where you're going to be. And they set tons of traps up in the very likely areas that you're going to be. And it takes a very astute, very observant Sin to push the pressure like that. Dude, you did very well, Dooke. That was extremely good, man. That was extremely good. Very good pressure, very clutch whirlwinds, clutch choices of when to do berserk when he was using the bone print. You were just ready for it. It just seems like you were really ready for that. Like, ready at every turn, man. Like, that was an extremely good duel. Yeah. Yep. So be on the lookout on the lates section. We're going to be very specific with some things. We've seen enough now. Dude, we have done DFC now for fucking I want to say 3 years. We've done DFC for 3 years. We've seen a lot of matches. We've seen a lot of D2R matches in particular, right? We kind of know what's going on. We kind of know what we want to see. We kind of know what we expect from players. We kind of know when people are latesing. We know what matches are fun to watch and what matches are not so fun to watch, right? We know which ones are longer, which ones are shorter. We can kind of make those calls, and I think it's just time that we do. A few people have told me that as well, that like, you know, they had mentioned their feelings about the mana pools and, you know, how it all shakes out. Hey, you should just call lates better. I think we just need to make very specific rules. Don't IBS too much. And by that, I mean, like, if that's your primary strategy, regardless of your life total, you just lose. If you're a Sin, don't sit in 5-stack traps. If you're a cold sorc, don't leave your opponent's screen for most of the duel. Like, if your opponent is chasing you, try to engage them. Like, find an opportunity and fight back. Nice shots here from Hellian. Hard to tell if those landed, but those were actually very well-placed Bone Spirits and Bone Spears. Don't suck not to see a Sin diet mana. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Like, I think here was the things that I liked about that rule change, is it basically killed 2 of the most lates classes, right? But it also stopped them from ever being anything, like, because they do need mana. It is very true. So as much as crazy as it is, we do like to see action. This is a perfectly fine duel. You see Max aggressing. You see Hellian aggressing. You see Hellian responding to what's going on. You see Hellian, look at this. I mean, he's using Bone Spirit trains, but look at this. The Sin comes on the screen. He Bone Spears. Like, he takes advantage of the opportunities where he notices that traps are not up and that he can actually get damage in. That's exactly what you want to see. This is generally gonna be a longer duel because the Sin's got Claw Block, the Sin's got the Shadow Master, the Sin has to set traps up. It's typically gonna be a longer duel, but it doesn't mean it necessarily has to be a lates one, right? And that's like exactly what we're seeing here. Like, this is a very good duel. Like, both these guys are doing exactly what they need to do. But Hellian also knows he's got his work cut out for him. DJ Johnny Dub says, whenever you looking to go barb v neck, hit me up. Dude, I need some practice on neck, man. Like, especially now that the creators of the DFC have unbanned mana pools. Boys, I got to get good on the neck. I got to get good on something besides the Paladin. Also, like, there was another thing that... here, you want to know the real thing that got me to look at the rules? Dins were taking over in the DFC. There was a lot of focus on Dins. And I was honestly like, perhaps I'm being too, like, we're being too liberal with Dins. But after thinking about, I like to think about the real causes behind things, right? Like, why isn't the Din scared anymore? I'm not scared of a Necro. I'm not scared of a Din. Or I'm not scared of a Necro. I'm not scared of a Sin. Why? Because they don't have mana pools. And like, literally, that was my quick answer. I was like, I'm not really scared of them because I know eventually the Sin will sit there in a 5-stack and I can shoot him to death. I know eventually the Necro will run out of mana and it will be a fun duel. You know what I mean? Those used to be a big threat to the Din. Like, a big threat. Not so much now. Like, and there we go. Max gets there with some Fire Blast at the end. Very nicely played. Very nicely done on behalf of both players here. I think actually both of these guys are doing what they need to do. Both of these guys going at it with some Juck savagery. Max not streaming his point of view, so we can't necessarily cut over and see all of the hacks that he's using. It's unfortunate. Sometimes we like to see it from the Sin point of view, but, you know, Max hacking. It just happens. Yeah, BM. What the fuck, man? He's get in there. Show us that screen, man. Give us two perspectives, Max. No, Clay Golem's still banned. I think the logic behind Clay Golem still stands fine. Like, Clay Golem just shuts down matchups that the Necro can technically win anyway, and they can seriously win now that they have mana pools. Like, so it was really bad versus a Zon, but Zons were ripping Necros apart in recent DFC history. Why? Because they can't do what they need to do, and that is stay on the outside, spam spirit, and come in. Like, have a train of bone spirits backing you up for those close quarters exchanges. They can't spam bone spirit when the Zon decides to stay close. They can't do it. Like, they just run out of mana. Use condoms. Yep, exactly. So, but Clay Golem is just one of those skills where if you use it against the Zon and the Zon hits it, or it hits the Zon, it just slows them by 50%, completely neutering their build. Same with a Smiter. They have to completely plan on setups versus a Necro, because, like, if you Zeal or you Smite, you're out of the game. Like, oh, and look at this. Double low with, he's showing off the setup here. Hellian is going double low with likely a 20 Wisp. So he's choosing not to go with the 85-15 with T-Gods. He actually has on a little bit of life rep and FHR bonus and vitality bonus. Not real. I guess he has a little bit of DR there too with the belt that he's using. Oh, he's using a 15 Wisp. Oh, that's the 15 Wisp I gave him. Bro, you can use a 20 Wisp. Bro, you can actually use a 20 Wisp. Yeah. Because you're not using T-Gods. Yeah. Give me back my fucking Wisp. I'm joining your game right now. Hold on. Give me back my fucking 15 Wisp. I'm coming in now. Yeah, you can go 85-20 or T-Gods 15, basically. Is what it comes out to. Yeah, you just drop. Yeah, so he was set up assuming, see, this is what I mean. It's already complicated enough for Sins, right? Like, people are confused about their, what you can use. Basically, it comes down to this: 85-20 or T-Gods 15. And I think that might be honestly a little too much. I think it could be like T-Gods and 10. Like, but one step at a time. One step at a time with Sins. Okay, we're not gonna. It's easier to let the reins go than it is to pull them back in. By the way, what's up, Eximus? Big cheers to you, man. Happy to see you. How you doing? Sins do 0 trap damage now. I think if you go T-Gods 15, it might be a little much. Like, maybe T-Gods 10 might be the way to go. But one step at a time. We'll see how the mana pools thing goes. Maybe they're in a good spot. Dude, that's fucking awesome, man. Last Epoch is really good. Is there PvP in Last Epoch, by the way? Someone was telling me about, what was it? There was another game, Path of Exile, that they're coming out with Path of Exile 2. And Eddie was actually telling me that there's no PvP in Path of Exile. Immediately stopped any interest in it. I was like, that's what I play games for, man. Like, I can only grind for items so much. And if the item grind is worth anything, people will bot and make those items cheaper for me to afford in PvP. I literally rely on this for good games now. A little bit of D2 spoiled. Still in beta. PvP is next level ARPG, though. No shit. Oh yeah, that's right. Because they're still in like the beta phase, dude. I think there's a reason. Like, there's a reason people like a lot of ARPGs don't do PvP because it's very hard. Like, I think a lot of them try to do it, and then they notice that like it's really hard to do. Here's the thing. This is why a lot of ARPGs don't have good PvP, because they build their game around PvM, and before you know it, your character, they think that doing ass tons of damage in their ARPG is the way to go. They're like, oh, players just want to see millions of damage pop up. That's not correct. They just want to be effective with their build. They just want to be able to kill monsters with their build. So like, I mean, this even applies a little bit to Diablo 2, but and especially Diablo 4. Diablo 4 has actually done a phenomenal job at this, though, balancing PvP damage with PvM damage. I hope that doesn't change in the future, but the way they've done it is actually phenomenal. But anyways, they think that all these players want to see is these millions of damage pop up, and that doesn't really translate well to PvP, right? Like, instead, just design your game around consistent life totals. Like, have the monster have the same amount of life as the player, but just up their resistance. You know your game enough to be like, okay, well, at this point, these monsters are going to have 95% resist, or maybe we don't even have to do that. We just do what D2 did with PvP and nerf damage this much. Like, but make it proportionate. You got to kind of start up with it in mind. And I think that's why a lot of ARPGs just don't do PvP. Like Path of Exile, it's probably going to be hard. Probably going to one-shot everybody. It's going to be hard to balance. No shit, dude. That's awesome, X. Yeah, I mean, you gotta make all of these characters that can do massive AoE damage, right? That can address a ton of monsters at once and then convert that to PvP. It's tough. But if there ever was a game to do it, it is Diablo 2. Look at this. Hellian's battle orders run out. I don't think he's even noticed it yet. But that battle order's just gone. He could also just be waiting for that Oak Sage to die. We're gonna see how it goes, boys. I see some people reacting to the post in the Discord about the mana pool's gone. Some people LOLing, some people not, some people happy about it. I think we're in a good spot. Necros are gone, sins are gone. You just got to be real. And dins are taking over. Well, as much as I love that, as much as I love the fact that we saw our first ever DFC Din champion in Serenity, unified Din proven champion. I guess Joby was the first ever DFC Unlimited Din champion, but we have seen two of them in like the last couple of months, right? As much as I love that, we have to be real. We have to start thinking logically. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I dance all night and work all day. There you go. Oh, nice hits from Hellian. Very, very good right there. Taking advantage of that close range exchange before Max could set up those traps. Currently 2-1 in favor of Max, but not unwinnable here. Not unwinnable for Hellian. He's actually doing a phenomenal job keeping the pressure up, taking advantage of those small windows that Max has given him. Look at this. Max teleporting to the center of the map. He was setting that trap up, waiting for Hellian to chase him to the center of the map. You could see that. I've dueled Max enough to know when he's setting trap for me. When Max kind of dials back a little bit, he backs off a little bit and goes some direction. Right? He doesn't. Here's two things to look for with Max, and this is probably with any top tier sin. They didn't just CT cast a trap on you. Oh my god! And he gets there. Hellian gets there, man, with some very, very well placed Bone Spirit trains. But two things to look for with Max or really any high level trap sin. They did not just CT cast a trap on you, right? They were at a perfect range to do so, and they didn't. You didn't see a CT casted trap just pop up next to you. But then that same sin teleported in some direction. Like aggressed you a little bit, and then teleported in some direction. There is a 99% chance that the direction they just teleported in is plagued with traps. Or somewhere in between. Plagued with traps. Go around. Go around or play the long game. If you have the option to play the long game with where they just teleported to, do that. Do not chase. Do not follow. Yeah, it's Jedi mind tricks, Bullshow. Playing with my dick. Yeah, this is me on the Necro right here. These are my Necro skills. You clearly saw those against Dio earlier tonight, but no, we're actually watching Hellian. As we do every week, this is the DFC, man. It would be quite the show if you saw me take on everybody. Quite the show. But luckily, we get to see other very skilled players show off their screens, show off their skills live, and that's what we're watching right now. We're watching Hellian, and let's cut over to Max. This is Max's point of view. He's on the Sin tonight. It's now 2-2. No longer in favor of any player. Can Max do it? We're going to check it out from his point of view. He's actually got Plague on. Now, Plague is a very good offhand claw. It's this was one of the best rune words that they introduced. Like I gotta give it to the people who were running D2R in recent history. I didn't immediately agree with everything they did, and I kind of regret it. These guys are actually really good. They gave us Mosaic, they gave us Plague, and believe it or not, those were good additions to the game. A lot of people are like, oh, Plague is so OP, and shut up, dude. Like, did you ever play a Sin in PVM before Plague existed? The answer is probably no. Like, you know, unless you're like Llama, who had the world record for on a Sin. Oh my god, nice hits from Max there at close range, staying right in the pocket. But like, the answer is probably no. You certainly did. You played it maybe if you were speedrunning, right? And you wanted to compete with a Llama. A Sin is pretty good for getting through the game. You know what a Sin's not good at? Leveling to 99. Okay, it's not good at that. And finally, we have a rune word. We have an item that allows us to do that pretty well. I think Mosaic was a great addition to Diablo 2. But another great and highly underestimated addition is what Max is using here. He likely has a Plague on his offhand. And that is because Plague is just a natural +5 claw on the offhand. It's insanely good. Suddenly you don't need to spend a ton of resources, go on JSP, spend all your high runes for a +5 trap claw on the offhand, right? You now have the ability to do it with a rune word, and it's not an overpowered one. The IAS on it is perfect. It doesn't reach the breakpoints for trappers, so you need to actually use it on your offhand. It's really, really good. Great addition, but it also gives you that cleansing aura, as if the Sin even needed it, right? You know, in a lot of matchups, they have Fade, which cuts the curse duration, gives them a lot of DR, gives them resistances, but now they also have massive curse resists with cleansing. It's really good. You know, it's just, you're not going to curse the Sin. It's not going to last too long. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That's a very good one. Not your average dad. It was a very good change. But still, like, here's the thing about traps is that they're still very slow. I mean, you see them here in PvP. Max has to cast the trap, the trap has to deploy, and then the trap just has its own AI where it just kind of fires when a target gets close, and it fires in one direction at one target. It's not very good for AoE. Now, granted, you do have traps that are good for AoE in PVM, such as Death Sentry. It's really good, but It's not good because of its trap damage. It's good because of its ability to cast Corpse Explosion, which is an extremely overpowered PVM skill. But it's the only reason a Necro is even good in PVM, even with all the bone changes. So yeah, I mean, it was a good change, but I think a lot more was needed, and Mosaic was certainly the answer to that. It not only made it so that Sins could PVM, but it made it so that martial arts could finally prevail, right? It was a highly underutilized aspect of the game, martial arts Sin, and now it's the thing. Like, it was such a good change. Like, I just think people complain about D2 when it's not the D2 they knew in LOD, and I've never been that type of person that's like, don't change the game, it's so perfect. Is it perfect, or is it just really good? Like, you know, I think it was such a good change. Mosaic is not overpowered. Sure, Sin is the best PVM character, but PVM is fucking easy. Like, let's be real. Like, it helps with leveling to 99. If you were struggling at killing monsters in the game before, you actually just didn't know how to play Diablo 2. You know, because PVM is easy. Like, you could have been a trapper and you would have been equally as effective. Like, you could have actually killed any monster in the game. You know, with the right setup, you could have taken on Ubers. It was possible. Like, but there was better setups. There was better characters to do it. But getting through the game, beating the game was doable. Mosaic Sins are not broken in PvP. They're not broken in PvP in the way that you would think. Like, in good-mannered PvP, they're non-existent. In bad-mannered PvP, they're more of a troll build. Like, you need somebody that has 2 computers or a friend that can sit in town and let them kick their merc and keep their charges going. But yeah, if you bring it to PvP, it's kind of a pain in the ass. There's nothing you can absorb. Yeah, it kind of sucks in a BM trolley sort of game. There's really nothing you can do about it. But in good-mannered duels, good luck. Like, it's just how it is. And here's the answer to Mosaic Sins in PvP. Duel in the cold plains. It brings its own challenges, but like, just duel in the cold plains, and then the Mosaic Sin cannot keep up with you. It can't. They're gonna have to, like, they're gonna lose all their charges. They're gonna have to go, like, just duel somewhere other than right next to town. And that's the answer. And then suddenly the Mosaic Sin no longer even a troll build. Yeah, I think just melee damage in general needs to be worked. Honestly, Conan's dad, like, it just needs to be reworked in general. Like, hit chances, it should not be guaranteed that any build misses on their attacks. Like, there's certain skills that have that. It's like a guaranteed miss. I don't think that should be the case. I don't think that should be a thing. But additionally, AR and defense should just work differently. It's not really ideal. Yeah, in a pub game, if you can very well have a BM Mosaic Sin that just BMs the blood more. And yeah, I agree. In that sense, there's practically nothing you can do about it. Like, the character's gonna slaughter everything you have. There's nothing you can do. But the fact that you have to keep charges up is very crucial to that. You have to keep kicking something. Like, it's so crucial. So in good-mannered duels, it's just junk. Like, you just can't do it. It was the best change for a Sin that didn't directly affect anything in PvP. Do max and a high red stat cult sorc. LOL. Fucking Doom. I'd be up for allowing Doom on a cold sorc, but you gotta let us fucking blow up those cold stack rules. But then at that point, everybody's forced on Doom. Everybody's forced on the Doom rune word. If you're running a cold sorc, it just kind of sucks. There's no room for hybrids. Right now, there's room for hybrid cold sorcs, which I would love to see in the DFC. Like, I would love to see a hybrid cold sorc. And technically, don't the rules say that you can't... I don't know, I have to double check this. This might just be for certain classes, but that you can't double stack res. Like, you can choose one. I think if it's not a rule, it should be. That, like, you can choose one elemental resist to stack up against. I think we tried that at one point. I think it didn't last long, but there might still be some residual rules from it. Doom slows the kicks. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. So if you have Doom rune word, it slows their kicks. Yep. I mean, Hellian's doing what he needs to do. He can't. Here's the thing about the Necro versus Sin matchup. The Necro can't stay close for too long. Hellian's doing a great job. Like, Hellian's, when he's, look at that. You see what you see? He just launches that spear when Max gives him the window to. But Hellian can't stay on Max's screen the whole time, because the longer he stays on the screen, Max is going to set these traps up, and then AI is going to do the work for him, right? So, like, he's doing exactly what he needs to do. And he's capitalizing on the opportunities that Max gives him. Yeah, I mean, these are typically longer duels. Like these duels right here. See, and look at that. Max teleports in, grabs a name lock off of his golem, and Hellian immediately launches spears at him. That's high level Necro shit right there. That's some very good Necro play. Yeah, Hellian's doing a great job. He's just because someone doesn't stay on your screen doesn't necessarily mean they're late. It's when they don't stay on your screen with absolutely no reason to not even come on your screen, right? Like a Sin, it's so hard for any character to be on their screen. Like the longer, if you're on a Sin screen, there's 5 stack traps. It's why currently the mana rule doesn't really, or didn't really work with a Sin, because if they ran out of mana, they could just sit on the same screen and not chase you, and then most characters just had to come to them, and now there's no excuse. It's like, you can't do that. In fact, we got to write that in the rules right now. We're gonna put it in the lates rules. Do I have a rule about lates? Yeah, right there. All right. No latesing, in parentheses, that. Necros. We're putting it in right now. You can't IBS the whole duel. If you do, you lose the round. Sins. You can't sit in 5 stack traps. If you do, you lose. Cold sorcs. You can't just show up on screen. You can't just be off screen, but only to cast Blizz. If you do, you lose. That probably doesn't make any sense, but you can't just cast Blizz and Telly off screen all the time. If you do, you lose. That's it. Zons. You can't just Telly off screen and shoot multi all the time. If you do, you lose. Makes sense? Like, now, very specific rules. We're gonna highlight this. We're gonna highlight it, and we're gonna post it. Just simple. We almost don't even have to be there for it. We almost don't even have to be there for it. All someone's got to do is just record the, if we don't see it on stream, all they got to do is record it. And there it is. Max gets that round. It's now 3-2 in favor of Max. This is getting insane. A follow-up to this, these rules are strict. Don't care about the scenario. Necros, you can't IBS the whole duel. If you do, you lose the round. Sins, you can't sit in 5-stack traps. If you do, you lose. Cold Sorcs, you can't blizz and telly off screen all the time. If you do, you lose. Zons, you can't just telly off screen and shoot multi all the time. If you do, you lose. Just simple. There's probably more we'll add in there, but those are very specific examples. Yeah, for sure. I like I said, Doom, I don't think you do that, but I think it's possible for it to be done, right? Like, it's possible for a Cold Sorc to do that, and then they just can't lose. So, like, let's say you're going up against a VT, right? And you don't know that someone is new on a Cold Sorc. They don't know the duel. They don't know that they can set up a blizz, they can orb, they can ice blast, and they can set a trap for their opponent to come into. So all they do is just telly off screen, blizz, hope their opponent runs into it. Telly off screen, blizz, hope they run into it. Telly off screen, blizz, hope they run into it. You lose the round. Like, yes, you will eventually win that duel when you randomly catch your opponent. Like, but you're not trying to set anything up. You're not trying to punish your opponent for any mistakes they make. You're not trying to give them the opportunity to get a name lock so you can drop a blizz on them. Like, that's the type of shit to do. That's what you do. You telly in, they have a small window to grab a name lock, and if they don't, you fucking drop a blizz on them. And then you break their name lock, and then you come right back in. Like, that's the way to do it. Like, that's how to do it. But we've seen, you know, it's possible for Sorcs to teleport all around and just drop blizzes all around the map. Like, that's the behavior we're looking for, to be like, that's immediate lates. Like, you can't just do that. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, someone's teleporting and they just drop a random blizz. They don't even try to hit their opponent. They just drop them random blizzes and they just hope their opponent runs into them. Like, yeah, Matt. So it's spelled like this. So it's called lates, and the reason what that means is it actually is a term for old school D2 players, and that's why I explained it in the rules too. Like, this is, you know, I posted it in the Discord under announcements, but like, I explain it too, and it just means overly defensive play, right? So there used to be, the reason for the word lates and what it actually ties back to is there was actually a guy in LOD with the account name L8Z. And he was notorious. He would go into these competitive tournaments. And I was so honored when this guy finally joined the Discord. He was a hell of a guy. We did some team duels. He's a good dude. But like, in competitive tournaments, what he would do a lot of times is it became a verb. He would just charge around the moor and desync on his paladin back in LOD and throw hammers. So he would desync all around the map and throw hammers. He would never be on your screen. He would desync, throw hammers, and eventually you'd run into them, right? So they called it late sync because, like, you couldn't even engage him. He was so defensive that there was no possible way you could even aggress him, because if you did, there was just tons of hammer fields, right? You couldn't aggress. He was always off your screen. He was never trying to engage in the duel. And that's basically, that's where the term came from. But now it's a verb. Yeah, he still plays. He's a really cool guy. And I've seen him play on a druid. I've actually played a couple of team duels with him. He's really good, dude. He's really good. He's a really fun guy to chill with. But unfortunately, his name became a verb. But I don't think he fits the definition of lates anymore, to tell you the truth. But back in the day, that's what he was notorious for. And that was in the days of LOD, where desyncing and hammers were a thing, which is why Hammerdins were ever really a thing in LOD is because of desync. Yeah. Yeah, it's a term that the OG players know all too well. Late sync. But it certainly needs a little bit of explanation these days. I would disagree. I think it depends on the situation. So like if you're going up against a cold sorceress who's staying off screen, your answer just might not be to chase them into a blizz. Your answer might be to sit into a hammer field and shoot arrows. Like if they're giving you the opportunity, you should try to take the opportunity and stomp them. Like the answer to them coming on your screen and playing like you do is to try to punish them for it, right? Like to try to get aggressive. But you shouldn't do that if you got a player like you that's going to punish you for a chain lock. Chain for a little bit and back off. Like, you know, it's just the way to go. Like, I think both players should be playing to win, right? Like, play to win. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This is the thing. Like, sitting in a hammer field is far different than sitting in 5-stack traps. And here's the difference. A hammer field is very limited and its range is very small. So like, if you have a Hammerdin that's sitting in a hammer field, right? They're probably only doing that in one matchup because it's really bad in all of the others. They're only doing that probably versus a druid. And let's be real, that's the only answer they have because Dins 100% lose to druids. You can't beat a druid, a wind druid. Really any druid, most Dins can't beat him. So like if your only option is to force the druid to try to catch you off guard, the druid is probably staying on screen at that point too. So that's the difference in that duel. The druid's probably not teleporting off screen. They're probably on screen just waiting for the opportunity, playing their opponent, waiting for him to fuck up, maybe teleporting in with a ton of pets, throwing a NATO and getting out. Like, it kind of makes sense. It's like the only thing a Din can do is sit in a massive hammer field. Yeah. Ban Widowmaker spam? Well, I mean, that's basically it. Yeah. If you're just teleporting across the map shooting arrows, like that's probably not a good thing to do, right? Like hoping that your arrows hit. Another thing we could do with that though is just ban pools for arrows. Ban arrow pools. We're just gonna put that right now. We're just gonna put that in there. That way you can do that for a little while, but you can't do it forever. We're going right down to the mana pools rule. Arrow pooling is banned. You can only use the arrows you bring with you to the Bloodmoor. There we go, boys. Max got there yet again. A 4-2, a solid 4-2. Max pulls it off. The potential top sin working his way up. Showing off. We're gonna post that too. That's actually a good point. Just ban arrow pulls. Another follow-up. Bam, look at that. We're making some progress here today. I always say I'm going to make rule changes, and then I get off stream and I never do it. The time to do it is now. We talk about these. We've talked about the mana pool thing for several weeks. I wanted to try a different build tonight. And look at this. Necro still loses with infinite mana pools. Well, I think it bans tele boazons. Like, you can still shoot 1,000 arrows. So think about this, though. You're shooting 1,000 arrows. You can probably bring the 500 you bring with you, and probably another 500 in your cube, right? If you shoot 1,000 arrows at your opponent and the duel is not over, think about how that duel must be going. You are either teleporting around the map and shooting arrows randomly, which you just deserve to lose, and now you will lose based on the rules, right? Or your opponent is latesing you. Where the fuck is your opponent if you've shot 1,000 arrows and you haven't won it? I mean, hell, even if you shoot 500 arrows, where the fuck is your opponent? Like, they should just lose for lates. If you're not latesing and haven't already lost for teleporting around and shooting arrows, where the fuck is your opponent? How come they're not dead? You shot 500 arrows at least at them. Where are they? They should just lose. You know what I mean? They've probably already lost due to lates. And let's be real, if a duel takes over that amount of arrows, it's probably not what they probably should just go to decision anyway. Like, that round should just be decided anyway. Yeah, Max was showing off his tune. I was on a soapbox. It's a good observation. That was good. All right, let's check this out. Max showing off these claws. He's got the plague. What is that main claw that he has? I'm actually very interested. He's got the shadow dancers. Oh, plague was his main claw. Burst of speed versus Necro. No need for IIS. That's a good point. Yep, so plague was the main claw. So what was the offhand? Offhand was a +6 trap claw. 2 socket +6 trap. Interesting. You also notice that he's put 2 types of facets in this for his elephant sin. 2 matching. There's no need to have over 100% chance to cast chain lightning when you die. So he just has, for style points and more abilities, he's put 2 different types of facets in there. He's got a near perfect Griffin's Eye, matching jewel, of course, there. 220 with strength on his amulet. Res ring. Stat ring on his other swap. Yeah, and the rest of it is pretty solid. Now, what is the grand charms? Did he go with trap charms? I'd imagine he went with trap charms on the elephant sin. Yeah, all trappers. Makes sense. Some sins go with shadow disciplines, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense versus a Necro because they have the bone armor, which is going to absorb a lot of that damage. That's a good point, Shirley. That's a good point. But you got to figure it's not just the Zon that can use arrows. So last week we saw Riz shooting tons of arrows and pooling arrows with no ability to aggress. And granted, he kind of had to, but like at that point, just call the duel, right? Just call it. It was a shitty situation. It was where trap sins didn't have access to mana pools, so Max couldn't aggress. So he was sitting in 5 stacks and Riz was doing exactly what he needed to do. We could have easily stopped that round when he ran out of arrows under these current rules and been like, Riz wins the duel. But now we could stop the duel and still say the same thing. Because Max has, in that case, Max would have had mana pools, had the ability to aggress a ghost sin, not finished. We could have just stopped the round and been like, okay, it's over. Riz wins that. On to the next round. So it's like still the same result, but it just gets the duel done quicker. You see what I mean? Like, if there's a reason to shoot 500 arrows and your opponent has not defeated you, and you have not been disqualified from lates, we can just be like, okay, this round has gone on too long. We're going to give it to Riz next round. You see what I mean? Exactly. It was sort of a regrettable matchup, I think, in that sense. But it just kind of brings your attention to those sorts of things. And the rule's still on the books that duels can go to decision and rounds can go to decision. Yeah, like it also is a big like if any of those things happen, right? You also have to think about it this way, Shirley. If any of those things happen in the duel and the duel has not been called, it probably should be, right? It's like a good indicator that the duel something should be called about that round. So like, if any of those things happen and nobody has inherently been called for lates, it should just probably go to decision, right? Like, it's gone on too long. So if I run Fortizon and shoot 500 arrows, I get insta win. Not necessarily, because there's now a rule on the books that says if you just teleport around the map and, you know, or if you're just shooting arrows around the, yeah, but if you're running a Fortizon and you shoot 500 arrows and you lose it and your opponent isn't dead, yeah, your opponent probably just loses. Like, where the fuck are they? Like, I can't think of any build where if you shoot 500 arrows on that Zon and a competitive player has not finished you yet, I can't think of any reason why they just shouldn't lose. Yeah, and that's another good point. We've done it, I think, 2 times in the history of DFC where we've stopped rounds or stopped entire duels from lates. 3 times actually. It was one with Toshank, which was lates in combination with something else, but there was one time with Bowie versus Elite, and then there was another time with Elite versus someone else where we just went to decision. I think it just went to decision and Elite lost. I think that's a bad way to do it, Conan's, because then if someone's up on life, they can just lates. So you kind of just have to call the lates. Yeah, like, it's happened a very few times, but this just gives us, like, the way that I see it is that this gives us a clear trigger to do it, right? Like, it gives us a clear trigger where when one of these things happens and the duel has not been called, it's probably a good indicator that it should be. If a Zon dumps 500 arrows in a duel, a Fortitude Zon dumps 500 arrows in a duel, and they're out, what happened? If we look at their screen and we notice that they've just been ignorantly dumping arrows in the wrong direction or whatnot, and they happen to piss through 500 arrows very quickly, then you could look at it 2 ways. How come their opponent didn't finish them for ignorantly dumping arrows? Where was their opponent? But B, like, where the fuck was their opponent? What was their opponent doing in all of this time that they were dumping 500 arrows? Like, you know what I mean? That's, yeah, like, sure. Dump 500 arrows on a Zon and win. 100%. I think that's, if you're on a Fortizon and you dump 500 arrows, you should probably just auto win. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times you can't, right? Like, you can't just shoot arrows because your opponent will punish you for it. Even a Necro, which can outrange you now, they'll just do what Drew G calls gaying you, and they'll stay on the outside. They'll launch a train of bone spirits in at you. They'll teleport in, launch a few more bone spirits, and teleport out. Even then, I don't think you can shoot 500 arrows in the time that they kill you. They're not defenseless. That's not what we're saying. That's not. They're not. They're just not mobile. Can't telly, so can't be expected to aggro. I would agree. I think any instance where Zon is using Fortitude, probably the other player is aggressing because they're probably hoping to keep the distance. So in which case, again, I would say, where was your opponent this whole time? Like, were they sitting behind a wall? Okay, they should probably just get DQ'd for it. Right. Right. And I mean, yeah, it's just an automatic trigger. Like, it's an automatic trigger where if one of these things happen, it's just probably, you can just be like, well, what just happened? Like, what's going on in this duel? It should probably just end. Like, who's winning this duel? Maybe the Zon took more damage, but the strategy was just good and the player couldn't come in. They kept their opponent out of range the whole time. They couldn't come in. The Zon wins. I mean, I like it. Well, we'll see where it goes. It's just a way to bring mana pools back into the mix, to bring Necros back into the mix, to bring Sin Aggression back into the mix, and to straight up ban Sin 5-stack trapping. I like it. We're going to see how it goes. Max tearing it up here, joining up on some games. We also got Tempest going live. Let's check this out. Let's see what Tempest has got going on. This could be another big one. Surely we're never perfect and rules are always changing. So, I mean, you might be right, but I mean, based on what we've seen, you never know, right? Like, you never know. I think it's a step in the right direction, but maybe you're right. It just all depends on what we see. Need to X for some items. So, okay. So, Tempest is trying to go up against RaLn P here, who is X-ferring some items. And it looks like that's what we're waiting on here. No worries. What we can do is just go in and give Tempest the fight of his life here. Get him ready for the top din. Or we can... We actually just got Max in this game right here. We could show people how to beat a Sin. Let me show you guys how to beat an Elephant Sin here real quick. You guys want to see that? Well, RaLn P is probably going to have to take some notes. Right? He's going to have to take some notes. We are certainly going to utilize all of the juck fuckery that we possibly can against Max's Elephant Sin, with zero fucks given about the current DFC rule set. We're going to actually just try to abuse it as much as we can, to tell you the truth. And we're going to beat Max, and we're going to show people how to do it. 302 light res, I don't think that's enough. I think we really need to go all out. Really, really put the fucks down here. 324, we need one more of these lightning charms. Do we even have it? We don't, but we're close enough. Close enough. All right. So this is how to beat an Elephant Sin, okay? Let me just show you guys here real quick. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I'd rather over prepare and under deliver, Max. That's my goal with the Din, as you probably already know. But now we can't even get lower resed by that plague. There's a lot of things that just can't be done to us now. We're a little bit low on the cast, but I think that's fine. We don't really need it. In search of NVD after Max kills you. All right. Yeah. Gonna easy Max real quick. I didn't check my fire res though. It's not really that great, but I don't think he's gonna get it. Oh shit, I said go, but I wasn't actually ready. That's okay. Is he trying to grab a dragon talon on me? It was only a matter of time for Shadow Bay. Oh, he was super low too. Good duel. He ate a ham at the end. I was gonna say, I thought either it was the life glitch there or maybe I hit with a ham, but your life was certainly wasn't that low when I disengaged, and I was like, all right, late's time. I'm 35 health, late's time. Come get me. Your turn, as Elite would say. Yeah, perfectly fair and balanced. Yeah, surely saw it coming. I also noticed that I have literal 0 life rep. I was like, my life is not coming back. It was like, I'm so mind blast Shadow Bay PK. It's not even funny. Round 2. That was a fluke. That was a fluke. Shouldn't have happened. Don't worry, I got this. I know exactly what to do.
Yes.
I've got just the setup for this. I've got just the thing. Mind Blast PK? Nah. No more of that shit. I'm now at 85. How do you feel about that? I'm now at 85. 85 casts. Really slow on the attack speed though, which kind of sucks. Bullshit. All right, I know exactly what I need to do. I need to implement life tap into this build so that I can lates more when I need to. I have no ability to gain back life. All right, one more. Round 3, double or nothing. Round 3, double or nothing. I think I've got this. I'm actually gonna go 48 cast. Hit that break point. And I think we should be good. We're gonna go 48 cast. We're gonna do it like this. Yeah, cast is nothing. No, not even. We're at 0 cast. We're basically at 0 cast. This is actually perfect though. This is right where we want to be. Yep. This is exactly where we want to be. Re-up on the arrows. So we can shoot 500. If I shoot 500 arrows, I auto win based on the new rules. I actually don't have room for another FCR ring. I'm completely hosed, completely boned. All right, go Max. It's just sins. Fuck sins. This is why sins suck. See, this feels good. This feels good. All right, so now I can lates and he has to come up. Here we go. We got this. It's only a matter of time, boys, before we're back in this duel. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. I think we hit him there. That could have procced life tap. If this was a pub duel, we would just hit that well. Now we're lower res. Now we got to get the fuck up out of here. Now we can actually regen some life, though. That's kind of good. All right, life regen time. This is good. Fucking easy, boys. It's just like that. Just with the bow PK. That was what it took. See, Shirley was laughing at me. He was like, why did you go to 0 cast? I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
What you need?
Feels good. And he technically had pools, you know what I mean? Technically. We still got there. That's top din skills, boys. A lot of people overlook this bow right here, but someone named this even 100% perfect Widowmaker with the rune in it. There was a few things we came here to do today, but fuck around was not one of them. And that's just the long and short of it. All right, let's get a couple more in. I heard somebody else before we do this voting.
Hello?
Unless anybody else comes in for fight of the night, performance of the night, we got some voting to do here real soon. So I want to give some people an opportunity to get in. But in the meantime, what we're gonna do is we've had a few other challenges, and we have to show the people's top din skills. Oh, you want some? What's your arrow count at? I only used 116 arrows in that entire duel. You might have thought I was latesing with those arrows. Only 116. Yeah. Can you imagine if I shot 500? We would have had to DQ Max right away. Would have been like, Max, where are you? Look, we're just gonna see how it goes. We're just gonna see how it goes. Yeah. But can you imagine if I shot 500? If I shot 500 arrows on that, to be completely frank, I probably would have been DQ'd. Because Max was pushing the action. And if I can shoot 500 arrows and Max can't find me with Mind Blast or anything else, it's probably an argument that I get DQ'd, right? Like, I'm shooting 500 arrows, I still haven't killed him. The round just goes to decision and Max wins. I can't kill him with I can't kill him with arrows, I can't kill him with hams, I can't kill him with charge. He probably just wins that duel. I saw that. All right, I mean, who's up next? Did Dio just get killed by a Fallen? Or is there actually someone by the name? Okay, someone by the name of Fallen is in. Okay, I was a little confused there. I mean, who wants it? Let me know when I get to eat up that Necro. Look, it's Coooley Necro ears are a dime a dozen. Like, it's not actually impressive to kill a Coooley Necro on any build. The Coooley Necro skills are so subpar, it's embarrassing to have even signed up for an event on a Necro. I don't know what I was thinking. Because I don't know, you might have a point, Shirley. It's more of like, if the duel goes on that long, like, something's wrong. It's more of a thought towards like the entertainment of a stream, right? Like if 500 arrows are shot in a duel, it should probably go to decision, right? Like the round should probably end. It's not to say that one player immediately loses or the other player immediately wins. It's more to be like, this duel has gone on too long. Yeah. And we actually have seen arrow pooling be kind of broken. Not necessarily with the Zon, but it's just, it was mainly in the Max versus Riz fight, where it should have just gone to decision at that point, where like, or just moved to the next round. Maybe it's a draw and you move to the next round. Like, decision could be any decision about the round. Yeah, I think it was a fine duel. You know, you can stack bolts. Yeah, that's right. Use a fucking, if you want to stack arrows, that's a good point Marvel brings up. Stack bolts. Yeah. But I think it easily could have gone. So like, my point is, think about a stream, right? Think about watching a stream of duels where that duel could easily last hours, and it's perfectly understandable if it does, right? Like, think about Riz versus Max being perfectly understandable with Riz re-upping on an arrow pool and staying on the outside. It makes all the sense in the world. It's not late. It's very smart. It's very intelligent. But let's say he brings 500 arrows to the round, and it's just all situational, right? Let's say he's half health, Max is 1, and he blows 500 arrows. We could end the round and give it to Riz to say, we see your strategy. You would have eventually got him. That round goes to Riz. Let's say both players are full health. Same thing. We could easily say round goes to Max because you failed to damage him with anything. To think that you were going to beat him with arrows alone, like, it just goes to decision and saves a ton of time. You see what I'm trying to get at? And it's sort of the same thing with a Zon. Like, you shoot 500 arrows in a duel, it can just go to decision. It can just be a trigger to let the duel go to decision. It doesn't have to, but it can be a trigger to let it go to decision, right? Like, you shot 500 arrows and your opponent is not damaged at all. You lose. You shoot 500 arrows and your opponent has never been on the map. They lose. It's more of like a trigger. It's like a situational thing. Right. And I think in which case it's just a trigger. But maybe Shirley has a point though too, is if we don't see all of the duels, how can you make them all go to decision as well? So should you really ban arrow pools, or should we just look at someone picking up an arrow pool as the same sort of trigger? I think you're right, Shirley. You might be right. Let's delete that for now. Let's delete it for now. Arrow pools allowed. We'll take it out. I think you're right. Let's just go with arrow pools allowed. One step at a time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? I think you're probably right. Like, just see how it goes. Right. And there's already a rule for multi-shot spamming across the map. There's already a rule for it. I think that's a fair point. But we just know that if we watch a duel on stream and someone is constantly picking up arrows, that could just also be a trigger to make the duel go to decision. I think you're probably right. You're right. Let's go with it. Let's drop it for now. With the thought that it could possibly happen. But right now it doesn't have to. I think that's a good way to put it, Shirley. It doesn't have to happen. There's no reason for it to be the case. I think that's a fair point. That's a fair point. We'll take that off the rule set for now. Arrow pools allowed. Drunk Coooley tried to ban arrow pools. Don't listen to Drunk Coooley. That's the new announcement. All right, hold up. DFC X. DFC X. DFC X. Oh, that was 3 hours ago. Never mind. What game was I just in? Bro, I watched your fight against that Zon Doom, and he was aggroing you. Literally chaining you. Yeah, arrow pools outright apply to both. Yeah, I think you're right in the sense that there doesn't need to be a rule there. The less rules, the better, right? The less rules, the better. There doesn't need to be a rule there. And we could just look at picking up arrow pools as an indicator that the round should probably be looked at. Or maybe it doesn't need to be. Maybe it makes sense. But it's just when it happens, when someone runs out of arrows or comes close to it, maybe we just look at that and say, all right, maybe that's an indicator that like we can make a decision here. Yeah. I like it. I like it. We'll go with that. That's a good point, Shirley. That being the case, I mean, who wants to die? I'm literally gonna kill everybody. Who wants to die? I also gonna keep an eye on the Discord. We're gonna see if anybody else pops in for Fight of the Night. All right, Fallen says sure. He's on a druid, so we're gonna have to cheese the fuck out of this guy. No, that's actually not the right choice. We want to go here, and we got to use this. We're gonna use this. We're gonna go. Actually, gonna put all of these back. We're gonna put them back here. This inventory is all fucked up. Don't worry about that. We got a lot of shit we gotta do versus a druid. But believe you me, we're gonna do it. Don't get it twisted, because you guys are about to see some druid savagery. You're gonna be looking at me thinking, how the hell did you ever do that? How the hell did you just beat a wind druid? Teach me the ways. I got you. I'll teach you. Just pay close attention. Okay, we might even use a bull Kathos here. Pay very close attention. This is gonna be a zinger. Wait, what happened to my 200? I had perfect gores on this guy. What did I do with him? Right here. All right. Okay. All right, we've got this. All right, pay close attention. Of course I am, bro. Did you think we came here to fuck around? We didn't. That was, I got caught. I think I lagged. Good duel. I think I actually lagged. Hold on. We gotta try that again. A little bit of lag going on, guys. Ping was... Yeah, we got this. Round 2. Round 2, go. What's my life leech at? 37%. All right, yeah, we're good. It's only a matter of time. I saw Dio do this once. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, this is just an unwinnable matchup. Paladins can't beat druids, so it's kind of cheap for a druid to challenge the people's top din. Paladins actually can't beat druids.
Good day.
But yeah, Necro might be a little more fair. It is a actual, we've done the math, 0% win rate for a paladin. It cannot happen on a druid. Now, granted, skill level always comes into play, right? If you get an absolute noob druid, a paladin can beat them. But any druid who knows what they are doing will always beat the best paladins to ever exist. There's no shot. There's just no chance. Yeah, I mean, it's a skill level thing. It's a skill issue. All right? But you guys know I'm the best din in the world. Can't beat druids. Yep, Exile is a BMW. Yep, big BMW on that. All right, this would be my setup versus a Necro. 125 cast, right? Only one difference I would make. We would go here, just like this. That's it. That's the only change I would make. Now this can beat a Necro. Yeah, grab neck. More fair. Highly don't recommend. Well, that's what you say now.
Good day.
You just wait till the duel commences. All right? Before you make any recommendations. Hold on, let me lock this in. Now, granted, if he just IBS spams across the map, we're going to have to DQ him. It's going to just be a win for me. DQ win. Yeah, you just straight can't beat a druid. There's always an answer. So, truth be told, if I was actually a little better, I could have punished him there. I was kind of slow on what he was doing. Like he was stomping a lot, and I should have been up smiting. That was my mistake. But if I would have done that, he would have realized that I was doing that and never stomped me again. Instead, he would have teleported to the blind spot always, or if I'm putting up a multiple hammer fields, he would have just teleported below or teleported towards the direction I'm running and thrown a NATO at me, and then teleported out, re-upped the pets, and there's nothing you can do. It's just a constant game of, can you grab the name lock? And if you can, then he's going to CT off the map and break it. So you, as a paladin, you actually have no outs. I was fucking up a little bit because I didn't punish him for stomping. But even if I did, he would have caught on and never stomped again. And then if he never stomped again and he just got close and throws nados, it's just a duel where he eventually wins it. Like, so that's the strategy. You stomp until you notice your opponent is not a retard. I was a retard in that duel. But you stomp until you notice they're not a retard. And then you get close and throw nados, and you never stomp again after you notice that. And a paladin can't win. It's just an uphill battle of you can tap. I've actually tapped against Go-Gators. We counted 17 times. Tapped to fully healed to full. I was playing on point, and you just can't win. It's like sometimes you get there, it's just a very prolonged duel, like a prolonged death. Like you eventually die, but it's very long. Good duel. All right, this time I'll get serious about it. I thought I was running out of mana. All right, this time I'll get serious.
Greetings.
Yeah, this time we'll get serious. We're getting serious about it this time. Name locks, everything. We'll grab him if need be. He uses spear, so it makes it hard to grab a name lock. If the Necro uses, you just basically never want to get touched because it's insta death versus Necro. So you never want to get touched. So if the Necro is using spear, you need to be very careful. Good duel. I'll count it as a win. It was a draw. It was a win. A DFC win.
Hello.
Yeah, that was wild. That was good.
Greetings.
We got this. Let's FT4 this. It's technically 2-1. The Necro challenge. Coooley don't easily lose to the Necros, all right? We got that style. He thinks it's going to be easy. He thinks it would be super easy. I would have got easily 0-4'd by his druid. But I think this is going to be a 2-1. Go 2-1. Yeah. It counts as a win for both because it wouldn't end the duel. The rule in the DFC is if it doesn't end the duel, both players get a win. Damn, I think I got stuck on lag there. I had the name lock, but wasn't charging. Otherwise, I think I would have had that.
I am overburdened. Not here.
Greetings.
Look, I move up because I know that the rule is to never move up so that you will get in a certain position and try to cut me off. And that gives me the opportunity for a name lock. It's the next to next level shit. All right? It didn't work there, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. What was that? We moved up there. 2 aggro. Agreed. Agreed. 3-2, boys. 3-2. I'm okay. I'm okay with that so far. It's not a shutout. It's an arguable close one. Yeah, not your average dad knew it was up. He saw what I was doing, setting him up for the show. Setting him up for the ham show. He saw it. 3-3, boys. It comes down to this. It comes down to this.
Greetings.
My hammers are piercing. Like Dio's. Now I'm getting good. Oh, is this RaLn? Or is he just saying RaLn's easy? Yeah, I mean, RaLn is Marvel. I mean, if he was any kind of a din, he'd join the DFC, right? You're looking at the people's top din in the DFC, right? It's a different kind of din. It's a different kind of din. All right, let's do it. We're going to try something a little different. Was out of mana. We didn't have a mana pool. Otherwise, I think I would have had it, boys. But good duels. Good duels. I might have been low on life, but it was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time.
Hello.
Good duels. Well, actually, well played. It was actually a very good Necro. A lot of Necros have trouble using the spear, and that's like literally what it comes down to in that duel is like how good are you with a spear on a Necro, right? Like Can you aim spear? Do you know how to do it? Like, are you good enough to use it when your back's against the ropes? If so, you might win that duel. But a very good duel. I settle for a 4-3 against a very good Necro. I'd settle for a 4-3. Whoa, are these guys going at it? Are fucking... this is... By the way, this is Marvel right here. RaLn is Marvel. Level 99 Paladin. This is legendary Marvel right here. I mean, not a DFC legendary Marvel, but I mean, legendary. And he thinks he can take on the Necro, Mr. Ghoul. Hold on, do we know who Ghoul is? Oh, that's Hellian. That's Hellian. That's Hellian on the... Yeah, I should have known when he was like, oh, I'm new. I think he's going to bring his druid in. Yeah, RaLn easy. Everyone knows. Dude, what I love about Marvel is he's that type of dude that will join a pub game. And he'll beat everybody like twice until they think they have him figured out, and by that time he's already gone. You think you got him figured out? You're only just spinning your wheels. He knows that. He saves you some time. And he just finds the next game. Oh my god. That was another Necro so easily killed by Marvel right there. He says lag. Marvel, probably some of the best chain locks ever in Diablo 2 history. Alright, go RaLn. We go Din v Din. Holy shit! We almost got him. We almost got him. We was one hit away. And that's actually pretty impressive to get in there balls to the walls with a fucking smiter against a fucking Murderdin. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta bring the proper arsenal to the table. We gotta bring the right arsenal to the table. I think we just bring this to the table. Possibly this. 125 cast. Yeah, we're looking good. This is the Marvel setup. This is the anti-Marvel setup. We got gaze for the style points. Marvel, if he goes up against this, he's gonna have to admit that he lost to a Din that was wearing vamp gaze. It's gonna have to be something on his permanent record. Lost to Din with vamp gaze. Go RaLn. He just says go. No fucks given. He's gonna have to admit it. It's going on the permanent record. Lost to a Din with vamp gaze. That's where it is. But you see, yeah. I mean, but if he was in the DFC, going up against some of the top Dins, getting some of that practice, I think he has a lot of potential. In all seriousness, Marvel probably one of the most legendary dins in all of the game. Best chain locks in all of D2. I talk a lot of shit, but this guy's a fucking legend. I don't think so. No, he's not streaming. It would be cool to see it though. It's some of the most savage chain locks ever. And you notice just the pressure that he put on me there. That's different than any other din, especially any other VT I've ever gone up against. As a Hammerdin, when you get an aggressive VT like that, it should be an easy win, right? It never is with Marvel. Like it's like I feel like I'm rolling the fucking dice every time I chuck a hammer. I'm like, oh shit. There's literally these split seconds of time where you're like, oh shit, I'm vulnerable, and he capitalizes on it. Like literally that time when I was down here versus Marvel, and like I spun a hammer field right here and I teleported right here. I was like, shit, that was bad. I shouldn't have teleported. He was immediately right there. Like he doesn't miss a beat. Like he'll just punish you for any mistake that you make before you even know you made it. It's ridiculous. I got lucky because I walked down. I started trying to walk towards my hammer field and like just spun a ham and hit him with it. But like lucky. He probably easily could have had that. All right, go RaLn. We'll do it again. But if he loses twice, he's going to have to admit twice that he's lost to a din with vamp gaze. Just fucking ready for it. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Just fucking ready for it. All right. I guess we gotta get the light res too. This is gonna be hard.
I am overburdened.
That FOH was doing too much. I even tried to fake him out to go. You see what I mean? This is what I mean, dude. I tried to fake him out with the bow. I pulled out the bow. Didn't even shoot it because I just gave him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, he's gonna know. Like, he's gonna be a step ahead of me. And he's gonna wait for me to pull out the bow and shoot. But instead, I'm just gonna flash the bow and then hammer. And that was my big next level move to someone like Marvel. He was ready. He just never let off the FOH. He's like, I'm waiting for that arrow, bro. Just waiting for that arrow. Never shot it. Just flashed it, showed it to him. See if he's ready for it, dude. He don't fucking miss a beat, bro. All right, I guess we just go to regular din setup and we go don't get hit. Or actually, we don't need this. Okay, never mind. We don't need this. We can still hit 125 casts. Sorry, I'm new. All right, here we go. Still got the vamp gaze for the memes. All right, here we go. No fucking around. Holy shit, dude. You see what I mean? I thought about it for a second. I thought about the stomp for a second, and he was already ready for it. Guy's a different kind of din, man. He's a different kind of din. Thought about the stomp. You see what I mean? I was up here spinning a hammer field. He was wrecking me with that FOH. And I took a step and I thought about the stomp. Before I even finished the teleport, he was walking down to me. I fucking tried to cut him off to stop him from doing that. And like literally, before I even land, like as soon as I landed, he's walking up to smite. That shit was nuts. That's like reaction speed that is not fucking, that's alien to planet Earth. Like that is insane. Prediction, reaction speed, that shit is nuts, dude. Dude is an insane paladin. But truthfully, it's because I'm level 97 and he's level 99. The levels, you can obviously see how much they matter. It's a big deal. 1 second. Necro bullying me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Necro is bullying Mr. RaLn. This doesn't seem like it's gonna go very well. Alright, here we go. Oh shit, it was close! It was close! That was very good. It's just so quick, man. That FOH does a lot of damage. Like, even with T-Gods, that FOH is ripping it, dude. He doesn't even have... Marvel is the type of player, he does FOH on right-click. Like, it's not even conviction. Like, that FOH is doing significant damage, even through T-Gods. Shit is nuts, man. Alright, go RaLn. Here we go. Here we go. This is what counts. We're gonna try something a little different. It's just as simple as that, boys. It's just as simple as that. I just want to know that's the second time Marvel has died to a Din using gaze. All right? Don't pay any attention to the score. What the score is, it's more that it happened. Okay? Just more that it happened. Go Marvel. Ooh, he's getting tricky. He's trying something different. I'm swirlied, so I'm actually just gonna run. Almost, boys. I thought I was gonna trick him. I knew he thought I was on the back pedal, and he was gonna go for that FOH, but he was just ready. He's just always ready, man. Look, here's the thing, right? I've heard a lot of people say this, that Marvel uses macros and all of this. This is the conclusion that I've come to, right? About a player like Marvel and macros in particular, right? Let's say you're right and that he uses macros, right? Macros respond, they're going to do something based on your ability to recognize what's going on and activate them, right? Based on all of my duels from Marvel, I think it would be easy to assume that he uses macros based on his ability to just punish you for anything you do. But I really think it's actually his reaction time. And as someone that's like trying to catch him in these traps and trying to catch him in these weird positions, the second I fuck up, he's ready for it. And you can't tell a macro to do that. You can't tell a macro to be like, well, as soon as a Hammerdin steps out of his hammer field slightly, that's when you teleport on them and smite them. That's next level shit. That's like reaction speed shit. I don't even care if you have a macro to do that. You have to know when to do it. And that's a whole different thing. So like, to anybody that says that, let's assume you're right. You still need reaction speed to be able to recognize the spot that you're in. And like, that's something that a macro can't give you. All right, let's try this again. We almost had him. We could have actually ironically FOH finished him. We could have ironically FOH finished. We should have done it. We should have gone for the FOH ironic kill from a gaze din. Go Fallen. I'm gonna try to pull a Dio on him.
I am overburdened.
We're gonna try. It looks like he's dueling somebody else. I think this is a perfect time, boys. We're giving people plenty of time. Let's do our first vote tonight while we wait for the next duel, shall we? This is what I've got for Fight of the Night. We've got a number of them. I also got to make a note for Performance of the Night. I got some people in mind. Hold on. There's so many of them. There's so many that could potentially be Performance of the Night. All right, let's start with this. Let's start up the poll. Let's start with... This is going to be Fight of the Night. This is up to you guys. All right, you're going to vote on this. And the winner of this, both players... we'll get 500 forum gold. All right? That's the equivalent of about 15 bear runes. Okay, so big stakes on the line. And I think these are going to be Fight of the Night. I'm going to say BrandL versus Nightfall. I think that was cool. Two very unique sorceresses going at it. You have a Tal sorceress in BrandL. And an Obsession sorceress in Nightfall. And this was nothing but fire v fire aggression. BrandL living up to everything that he said. With both players... Oh, fucking A. Marvel's trying to break my shit. Marvel probably tried to break my gaze. Look at this. Marvel damaged my gaze. Damaged my Enigma. What a fucking bully. Just damaged everything. He was smiting me. I was too close to town. He thought he was going to gap me there for a minute. He thought he was going to gap me. I hear all that smiting going on, and I always got to check. I do that to people too. I'm not going to lie. You break all their gear when they're sitting in town, and then they say go when they're naked, and then you kill them. What a bully. What a bully this guy is. I think Premo versus Javito was also a very good one. That was a great example of what Necro v Din can look like. Very good aggression. These guys both building a name for themselves in the DFC. Switching servers back and forth between the EU and the NA. Shit was insane. I also think this one is questionable. Dio versus Coooley. Just because Dio performed very well. I might actually just put him on Performance of the Night for that. I think it was a shit show otherwise. But I think he definitely deserves Performance of the Night. The duel was a shit show. But definitely in the vote in the running for Performance of the Night. I think Dooke versus DJ Johnny Dubs definitely belongs on there. And then, of course, you can't forget, we had Zyshek versus Hellian, which was an insane duel. Back and forth, classic Necro v Sin. And skill level on both sides, unlimited mana pools, just the classic of what you would see, what you would expect to see. Max on his Elephant Sin, Hellian actually showing some nasty skill on the Necro as well. Capitalizing on every opportunity he was given with Max. But Max didn't give him much. So I think the only two we're leaving out is Joby versus Doom and Dio versus Coooley. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Let's start up the poll with that. Those are the fights. What is your vote for Fight of the Night? We'll give this a little bit. while I beat up on some of these noobs in this game. Take your time. Take a vote. Just know the winners of each will get 500 forum gold, the equivalent of about 15 plus bear runes. What do you think? Just a quick recap down through them. All right, we put these up. We got BrandL versus Nightfall, two very unique sorceresses going at it in a very aggressive duel. I think that was cool. That was a very good example of SVS right there. We also had Premo versus Javitopvp. Two people up and coming in the DFC. Premo's first fight in the DFC, and he did not disappoint. Guy bringing a Necro. The most hated on, most shitted on, most shitty class. All right, after playing it tonight, I gotta say. Those who made these DFC rules. But even still, this guy was able to exact all of the violence that he needed to. It wasn't quite enough, though, to take on the rising, up-and-coming Javitopvp, racking up another win under his belt, showing some nasty din skills, some nasty stomps, doing it on a hammered in. That shit was nuts. Then we had DJ Johnny Dubs versus Dooke. Dooke, with his back against the ropes, thinking that he was actually going to lose that duel, Necro versus Barb. And coming out, prevailing, actually taking advantage of every single opportunity that he got, capitalizing, making some of the best possible whirlwinds that he could have, looking for those opportunities to get in between those bone prisons and do some zerking. And then, of course, we had Zyshek versus Hellian, aka NYCmaxim versus Hellian. Hellian, the guy that always says, sorry, I'm new, right? He couldn't say his signature saying after fighting against Max because Max shut it down. Max shut it down with some absolutely supreme playing skills, but Hellian was still very impressive in that, shooting some very accurate, well-timed bone spears, all while mixing in as many bone spirits as he could into this duel. That shit was insane, man. That was really good. Let's give it a little bit. Think about that one. All right? Think about how that one's going to go. It is up to you. You will be the awarder of all of the forum gold in my pocket. 500 to each contestant involved in Fight of the Night. Take your time. Think about it. In the meantime, we're just going to kill somebody. All right, Marvel wants to get it. We're a little bit swirly, so we're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to be patient because we're a little bit swirlied right now. This is not ideal. This is not ideal. We hit him with a couple of hammers, but we needed just one more. We needed just one more hammer there. That's okay. We needed some performance enhancing drugs. One moment, please. Switch it around a little bit. Oh shit, I got a bow. All right, here we go. We in this. As if he just got that smite. We almost had him. Did you see that rhythm though, dude? That's what I'm talking about. That rhythm. Like he just knows. He just knows, like, okay, this is the time. Just goes in. It doesn't matter that you only have 100 life left or whatever you have by the end of it. As long as you win. Right? And he knows how to budget that life total and use it like a resource. How about Shirley versus Coooley? Let's fucking go. Zahn Arrow Pool. Alright, go Marvel. Around the second time's the charm. No problem. This is just how to do it. Go top din. See, he knows it. He recognizes. He recognizes. By the way, I see you, RaLn.
Like button, guys.
Oh my god, he got there with the FOH. Bullshit! By the way, just want to say, quick shout out to my boy, RaLn, bro. Holy shit.
Smash that like button, guys.
You heard it. Smash it if you haven't already. We're sitting here voting on Fight of the Night. My dude, RaLn, big cheers to you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $1.99. Bro, it keeps the juck fuckery alive and keeps this all possible, man. Big cheers. Dude, he's insane. He's insane. Marvel is just next caliber, Dan, man. Mad respect for this guy. Here's the thing. I only ever feel like I have a shot beating him on a Din. He's one of those types of guys where if you don't feel like you've mastered the class that you're on, just don't duel him. Because he not only knows his class, but he knows your class. Didn't count. One more. That's what I mean. That fucking rhythm, though. You see it? You see it? Shit is nuts.
I hit the luck button for the juck fuckery.
You're goddamn right. I see you. Hold up. Hold up. This is going to bring us all the luck that we need. Sweet Phil, my dude. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you for the 2 spot. He knows what it is. It's all about the juck fuckery. Keep the liquor flowing and the spaceship going. Big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much, brother. Much appreciated. And that being said, let's beat the legendary Marvel. We said one more duel. We said the last one didn't count. So obviously this one counts. We have to win it, and then we have to go AFK 6 hours. You guys know how it works in Diablo 2 PvP. You win and you AFK 6 hours. So let's fucking do this. Let's fucking go, boys. That's how it's about to go. We know what we have to do. We know how it's going to go, Marvel. Some would consider the most legendary Din in all of Diablo 2. But that's about to change right here. It's about to change. There it is, boys. Just like that. AFK 6 hours. That's just how it is. Let's, I think this is a good way to check in on, there's a good time to check in on who won Fight of the Night. What do you guys say, huh? Wow. Wow. Yeah. As you guys can see, it was easy. I know I made it look easy, but I can promise you it wasn't. All right? I can promise you it's going to take a little bit of practice. If you other Dins want to do something similar to that, it's going to take you a few years. Quite a few. You got to master the art of the lates. And if you don't know what that is, you better do your research. So it appears as though we're going to end the poll right here. It looks like Dooke and DJ Johnny Dubs win. But a very close one. BrandL and Nightfall were in the lead for quite a long time there. I agree with this one, honestly. I think this was great. DJ Johnny Dubs is an incredible, absolutely incredible dueler. And Dooke was just on point. Didn't even think he was going to win the duel, but he was ready. Like, that's the most dangerous that someone ever is when they think they have no hope. They think they're going to lose, but they duel anyway. And they're ready for all of the situations that come their way. They take advantage of them. I think that was very good. Dooke versus DJ Johnny Dubs, a good winner for the night. Now let's start this up. Performance of the night, next poll. Yeah, I think so too. I think much deserved. Performance of the night, next poll. This is what I'm thinking. Mind you, winner of this is going to get 500 forum gold. The equivalent of 15 bear runes sitting there in your hands right now. You award this. So don't fuck this up. All right? Don't fuck it up. I'm going to put Javitopvp down. Javitopvp. Why? Because this guy went from losing in the DFC, getting his ass handed to him by player after player, to suddenly one day something fucking snapped in him. And he said, I'm going to start winning. And he did it. He beat Premo in a Necro v Din duel, showing off those amazing stomp skills, and I think for sure deserves some consideration. I also think Dio should belong in this. I kind of made a joke of that entire duel, right? Like, but the only reason that I ever made a joke was because I thought for absolute certain that I was going to beat him. And he fucking handed my ass to me on a silver platter Din V-neck. It was embarrassing. I had no jokes for it. I had no jokes. He kicked my ass, and then I started trying, and he still kicked my ass. And he had a level 86 paladin. Bro, I think Dio is an unsung hero on that Din. And believe it or not, I know what Dins hate, and I tried to do it versus him. But he showed some unbelievable skill on that. I think that was very good. 15 beer runes. Beer runes, bear runes, but never burr runes. Oh gosh, there was so many of them, dude. There was so many. I also think Dooke should be in contention for this. Like, dude, everybody underestimates Dooke, and he shows up every fucking week. Every time he comes in and just proves everybody wrong. Like, he switched from... Dooke was notorious for a paladin in LOD. Like, one of the most savage Hammerdins ever. Especially in the days of desync. He could desync you, he could stomp you, he could chain you. And when he switched to barb, I think he had a lot of doubters on the barb. But every time he shows up, this guy fucking shows up. And I'm so impressed by this guy every time I see him duel on that barb. I don't think he's going to be as good as he is. And I'm like, shit, dude. This dude's got to teach me how to barb. Like, this shit is insane, man. I think he definitely belongs on the list. I also think you can't deny Doombringer for racking up a win with a broken fucking arm. Okay? Like, how many people are you gonna have that are gonna have those odds stacked against them? All right, let's start up the poll. I think those are the people right there. Although there could have been so many others. I think Max could have easily been on that. I think Hellian could have easily been on that. I mean, this list was so long. Vote Shirley. I don't know why I'm not on the list. Shirley, look. For the same reason that Marvel probably wouldn't have easily won Performance of the Night, it's because you weren't on the card. Okay? Can you imagine? This is what I mean. Can you imagine Marvel shows up and does this shit every week? I mean, granted, I know I made it look easy, beating him. But even when I did, it was scary. My fucking sphincter was clutched. Clutched fucking tight. Because I knew that this guy at any moment is going to punish me for any mistake that I make before I even fucking make it. Like, can you imagine? This guy shows up, gets on the DFC card. I don't even care if he loses. He probably gets Performance of the Night easy. Shit is nasty, dude. Guy is the most skilled Din I've ever seen, and it's not even close. It's literally like I've lost to Dins in the DFC before, which was You know, obviously because of lag. But if there was ever any din, if there was ever any din that might beat me, that I couldn't chalk it up to anything. All I'm saying is it's fucking leagues different when you duel somebody. Marvel's just insane, man. Think about who performed tonight on that level. That just shows and proves, right? Where you're just like, okay, this fucking guy. Like, this fucking guy. Yup. He's a force to be reckoned with. Think about who from this list. Sure, it would be easy for someone like Shirley, Sirius, or Marvel if they ever decided to pop into the DFC to probably get one of these awards. A cool 500 forum gold or 15 beer runes, if you will. But unfortunately, they're going to need to get on that card. They're going to need to get on that card to be considered. You can only be considered if you were on the card. We couldn't put you on this list, Shirley. You'd easily win. And you weren't even on the card. Do you know how bad that would look for the DFC? I don't even need to join the DFC. I just need to show up and talk some shit. All right, let's kill somebody else here real quick. I know I said I was AFK, but Marvel left the game, so now I don't have to pretend I'm AFK anymore. So I think this is a perfect opportunity to kill somebody else. What do you guys think? Killing time, huh? Who wants to die? Go sound. Hold on, we got to get bowed up. Yeah, sound thinks he knows what's up. Sound ain't got a clue, okay? Sound doesn't know. Sound might have beat me once, but now I know his style. All right, I got him figured out. I got him down to a T. You guys want to see how this rolls? See how we do here? He's dodging me now. He's fucking gone. You don't want none. 97 din. He's level 99. I just want to point that out. And that's obviously a big advantage. He doesn't want none. He's fake AFK right now. Fake AFK. Doesn't want none. I told you guys. As soon as you make it look easy versus Marvel, there's never any dins that want to step up. Oh, I guess he was dueling somebody else. Okay, I guess he was dueling somebody else. I suppose. These guys killed each other. Go someone. I need to kill somebody. Yeah, I beat Marvel. What can we do? Nothing. Just die, really. It's proven. People stopped in. And it's not even close. It's not even close. Yeah. Yeah, I might write a book. How to beat Marvel. I think it's the magnum opus of my D2 career. So many people just straight die to Marvel, but not many people can make it look so smooth. Like me. The key is, when you do it, go AFK 6 hours. That's the first chapter. When you do it, go AFK 6 hours. Don't say another fucking word. That's just it. Go sound. Let's see if he takes me up on it. He probably won't. He ain't ready for me. He ain't ready for this top din shit. He ain't ready for this top din shit. Yep. Go. All right, let's do it. All right, this is me and sound. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what he's on. Whether he's on a Hammerden. It looks like he might be on a VT. Okay. He's on a VT. I told you he wasn't ready for that top din shit. When you beat Marvel, all the other dins it's just downhill. It's a slope that you just jump on the ride and you just go. It's when you're in the zone. You might have noticed I dueled sound a little bit differently than I dueled Marvel. Marvel has that way. He puts you on the back pedal right away. Like, I can't aggress Marvel. You aggress Marvel, they'll fucking punish you for it. That's the thing. But I noticed right away, sound was not punishing me when I made a mistake. It was very small. It was very small times that it happened. I was like, I pulled out the bow. I was weak there. He didn't punish me. So then I was like, okay, let's try to cut him off. I bet he won't punish me for that either. You see, that's just... It doesn't have anything to do that his ping is probably 150. That's not the point. Okay? I don't want to hear none of that shit. It was my quick thinking, an observation of the mistakes that he made. Oh, he said, yeah, okay, so his ping's only 140. See? Better than we thought. All right, boys, let's end this poll right here. See these results. Looks like Dooke and Doombringer tied for the top. Jesus Christ. I think we're probably going to have to just award both. I think that's just going to have to be how it is. I think Dooke and Doombringer both going to have to get 500 forum gold. That's the only answer that I see. Have them duel for the award? I don't think that's fair. Cold Sorceress is broken. But he is on one hand. He is on one arm. You see, what they could do is they could just wager 500 forum gold to each other and then duel, and then we could watch it. But I think we ought to just give it to them both. I think they both deserve it. The performance that we've seen from Doombringer in the last couple of weeks has been leagues above what most Cold Sorceresses could ever do. It could be the gold standard of what Cold Sorceresses could and should do. This guy's aggression, this guy's ability to just abuse what he has made for a build in PvP. And by that I mean push the aggression, frustrate his opponents, set traps, has just been insane. And the fact that Dooke was able to pull ahead there too and just show, like, I think I completely agree with both of these. Just need some morphine. Yeah. Yep. I say we give them both. One time only, all right? We won't do this all the time, all right? But I think this is a perfect opportunity to give these guys both the award. DJ Johnny Dubs and Dooke getting fight of the night, and Dooke getting performance of the night, along with Doombringer getting performance of the night. Well, much deserved. Much deserved. That's awesome, boys. I gotta say, nicely done. What an incredible card. We saw a number of fights tonight. I wish we would have seen more. I wish we would have seen more. I know everybody's got their own lives and their own things that they're doing and their own stuff. But man, it would have been so good, I think, to see Polytheist versus Serenity. That duel looks fucking sick, man. But we did get to see some sick ones. Armin P versus Tempest would have been sick to see too. Din v Sin. See if you would have switched it up. GVN versus Riz would have been nasty. But I mean, we saw Coooley versus Dio. I gotta say, I'm super impressed by Dio. I honestly thought he would have been in the run-in for performance of the night. It's kind of shitty because I feel like whenever I duel somebody on a class that isn't a Din, it's hard to gauge how good their performance is. Because, like, I'm not good on anything but a Din. I know how to build certain sick PvP characters that are not Dins only because I watch other people do it. And I'm like, wow. We can watch this, we can piece it all together, and we can say, wow, okay, that's a good build, right? But when it comes to playing them, it's a whole different level, dude. The only reason I'm only semi-okay with a Din is because I've played it for so long. Some of the things that take people a lot of time to figure out is second nature to me. Like swapping back and forth between auras and casting hammers. Like when I get a name lock stomping, like, you know what I mean? That shit. Some people have to think about it. Recognizing your opponent's style. Right? This is why, obviously, you guys know, people's top Din. I make it look easy. All right? But that's not the point. When I play on anything but a paladin, I think it's hard to see how good the other person is. That's why I think, like, Dio also probably deserves that, man. That was a good... Like, you saw me, I was dueling other Dins tonight, and, like, I wasn't winning all the time, but I wasn't straight discouragingly losing. And I feel like that's how it was versus Dio. Like, he just caught me at all the worst times possible because he was just ready. Like, that's some Marvel shit right there. That's all I'm saying. Like, the times where you feel like, oh, I hope this doesn't happen to me right now, and it does. Like, that's the Marvel effect. It's in those small microseconds of you dueling where you realize you fucked up. And you're hoping your opponent doesn't punish you for it, and they do. That's the Marvel effect right there. Microseconds. You did sound? I had no idea, bro. That's fucking awesome. Bro, that's fucking awesome. What a hell of a guy. Big cheers to you, Sound. I think that's awesome, man. And big cheers to everyone tonight. I want to thank you all for contributing to the Juck Fuckery. This was an incredible event, and I'm so happy to have you guys here for it. DJ Johnny Dubs, actually, everybody who won an award tonight, just shoot me a message on the messenger on the Discord. Let me know your JSP. All right, just link me to your JSP, and we'll send you some forum golds. Dooke getting 1,000 forum gold tonight. Doombringer getting 500. DJ Johnny Dubs getting 500. Good night, dude. Good fucking night. We usually don't give away that much, but we had a very kind, very generous donation, actually. I want to give a special shout out to our boy, fucking dude. I posted it. Hold on. It was like I forget his name. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's like B-Litz. Hold on. We had a special donation is the fucking point, okay? I'm too drunk for this shit. I'm just gonna check my JSP. We're not losing this battle. Blit. Not B-Litz. Blit. B-Lit. Our boy, 5,000 forum gold donated to these events right here. He says donation for DFC prize pool, keys, gear, etc. For whatever. But we're putting it towards the DFC because, dude, I gotta say I appreciate you guys showing up every week, putting on a show. It blows my mind. A little bit of moment of clarity here. I think back when I started streaming and making content for Diablo 2, I would have never thought that I've got to the point even that I'm at where we all show up here on a night like this to watch some duels. I was just trying to go to sleep and watch some Diablo 2 PvP. It was at that point that I noticed nobody on this planet was making good PvP content. And here we are now with some of the best duelers in the world showing up and kicking ass every week. It blows my mind. I'm so humbled, but without you guys, this wouldn't be here. I'm so happy we've all come together and we can put these on, and a big cheers to you guys for that. That being said, a big shout out to Be Lit for all the donations that we can give to these guys for Performance of the Night, for Fight of the Night, to keep the Juckfuckery alive and the spaceship going, flying around Sanctuary at 7 times the speed of light. Send me a DFC shirt instead of the forum gold. What is this shit? All right, boys. I hope you have an incredible weekend. We will see you tomorrow for some Gold Fine Friday. We might have to switch it up. We're going to have to rack up some keys. Do you guys want to see something special real quick? I said I wouldn't share this with anybody. I wasn't going to show this until it was time. Do you guys want to see something? I wasn't going to show anybody. But I fucking did it. I'm going to regret this, because there's going to be some of you that have seen this that other people haven't. Whatever, we're just going to do it. Hold on. Let me bring this up. Something happened while I wasn't on stream, and y'all are not going to fucking believe it. Like, it's almost unbelievable. I've shared it with a couple of people now, but I haven't told many people at all. But this is what we're going to do. I'll show it to you, okay? I'll show it to you. Don't tell anybody. This will be the subject of a very important video coming very soon. Okay? Let's check it out. This is a secret video. All right? Secret. Don't tell anybody about it. I don't want to hear a fucking thing. You don't post it. You don't link it. Hold on, let me move this to the other screen here real quick so I can see it. All right, something happened, okay? Don't tell nobody. Look at me. This is literally a raw video that I shot. But the point of this is, tomorrow we may have to shop for keys and we may have to shop for other items, because I have completely killed the fucking world record on a paladin to the point where I don't think anybody can get a faster time than me ever on a paladin for killing Ubers. Like, I literally... Do you guys remember what it was? Do you guys remember the world record Paladin speedrun back on LOD? Back when we thought we had the best build back then, when loading screens didn't exist? It was 1 minute and 13 seconds. That was how fast we killed Ubers on LOD with no loading screens. I just want to remind you of that. Okay? Just want to throw that out there. Like, this was, I didn't even expect anything. I hit the record button, you can see me. I was moving around the timer and shit. Here, let me fuck with this so that you guys don't have to mess with the time. You don't have to see the timer over here. Hold on, let me get this right out of the way. All right, let me get this right out of the way. All right, so you don't have to see any of this, so you can actually see the timer and everything. Right, you saw me moving around. I just hit the record button just in case. Right? The whole reason I even did this online is because I learned something from Master Otis, and I said, I have to test this out. Let's just do a run on Battle.net so that it's official. I can't wait any longer. And this was the thing. I switched my Merc's gear. I switched my Mercenaries gear in this run. He was wearing a Pride. He had the Might aura from his own aura. And then that was it. he wasn't trying to cast amp. He was just trying to do it. Get ready, boys. Get ready. Don't you tell anybody about this. Look at this fucking run. Look at these fucking gold splits. Get ready. Get ready. Fastest smiter you have ever seen on planet Earth. Do you see that? Gold split right away. This was the first key set. Boys, and then we just go in versus Iswal. We're not fucking around. We came here to do one thing and it was not fuck around. Right? That was not on the agenda today. Look at this fucking Lilith. Boom! Right there, baby! You couldn't ask for a better one. And then, you know, but there's still so much RNG involved. There's a lot of shit going on. Let's just hope all these Ubers stay together. Oh, they did, and we got amp right away. 113 was the record before, boys. Yeah, 113, okay? Without loading screens, boys. This is with them, and that is a solid 109. With loading screens. Here's me freaking out. I had no fucking idea that was gonna happen. All right, look, we can't show you the rest. The rest is privy to information, okay? You're gonna have to wait on this because this is some top din shit. I only share it at the right time. But that was a 109 Paladin Ubers, pre-buffs and loading screens included. When you take the loading screens out, it was a 104. So if that would have happened on LOD, basically, it would have been a 104 to 106, depending on Trist lag. That shit was fast. That shit was insane. Like, new tech, new shit. I seriously don't think. You can actually look, hold on, look at this. Like, let me show you this real quick. You can look at the time, right? You can see that like right down here, 109, right? The sum of best is 108, meaning of all the runs that I grinded, the best possible time I could have ever gotten was 108 something. This was a 109.13. You just can't get much better than that. Like, it actually, the run can't actually get much better than that. Like, that was fucking insane. It happened, boys. So stay tuned. We're gonna break it down. We're gonna show you the run. We're gonna show you everything. But I think tomorrow we ought to just start thinking about doing another class, right? Like, just give up on the Paladin. No one's ever gonna beat that. Just move on to a different class. I think there's going to be a lot of debate about whether or not a Mosaic Sin can do it faster. So I think we just naturally ought to move to the Mosaic Sin, right? We ought to actually just start making runs on the Mosaic Sin. See if it's actually faster than that when you have to pre-buff, which is the new rule. Like, you count pre-buffs. When you have to pre-buff with the Mosaic Sin, can it actually beat that time? My thought would be no. But that's not going to stop me from trying. I have some ideas. I have some thoughts. We also have some theories from Master Otis. We're going to put them to the test. But that being said, I just want to thank you guys so much for showing up, for being here with me tonight, for kicking some ass. Incredible duels. This is the highlight of my week every week, and I have you guys to thank for that. So thank you so much. A big cheers to you. And we'll see you guys next week in the DFC. Big reminder, next week it's going to be on Wednesday because ladder reset is on Thursday. We ain't fucking around. We're getting mad forum gold. That's what we do. All right? So no DFC next Thursday, but Wednesday. We're going to push it ahead one day. Thanks to the suggestion of Shirley Sirius. That's probably a good idea. That way we can get them all in the week. Boys, we'll see you then. Until that time, take care. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.